The power of your feelings. The Pleiadian High Council of Seven. We are the Pleiadian High Council of Seven, and we are pleased to offer you our words of wisdom. It is a wonderful time for humanity to experience the flowering of its consciousness. You have taken yourselves beyond where anyone expected you to be able to go. It is true that Earth is a type of experiment and that humanity has been engineered, but what those of you who have been doing the experimenting and engineering didn't count on was the power that you all have access to through your ability to feel. Your ability to feel far outweighs your ingenuity and your survival instincts. It is your ability to feel that fuels you and that calls forth more of source energy through you. All of your innovations and all of your creativity stem from this ability that you have. The feelings that you experience are electric. They are powerful. They are not to be trifled with or brushed aside. When we and others like us encourage you to feel your feelings, what we are really encouraging you to do is to access your power. We want you to know how powerful you are so that you can take on the sovereign state of being that is your birthright and lay claim to the planet Earth for yourselves. As you feel for one another, you gain in your strength because your strength is in your numbers. But your power is in your willingness to feel, to summon forth more energy and to direct the energy towards a cause, any cause at all that benefits the whole of humanity. As you begin to see the advances in human consciousness that are on display more and more every day, do recognize that these abilities stem from the willingness of those who have them, the willingness to feel, to experience, and to express emotion. We marvel at all of you and what you are capable of holding in your physical bodies, and we await the moment when you all understand and harness the power that is within you, the power to feel. The most empowering act. If you are in the middle of something that you are not enjoying, you really only have two choices. You can stop doing the thing that you are doing, or you can make it enjoyable. Those are the choices that serve you and empower you. Staying and complaining or trying to change a situation are not the most appropriate or wise choices. When you are in a situation where you do not feel like you have a choice in the matter, that is the moment where you most empower yourselves. You always have a choice, and telling yourself that you do not have a choice is disempowering, and it is never true. You have been taught many disempowering beliefs, and these beliefs are weighing you down, keeping you stuck in situations that you don't want to be in, and insisting that you behave in certain ways that prohibit you from enjoying something. To take command of your vibration is the most empowering act that you could ever involve yourselves in, and in taking actions that support the vibration that you want to hold are also very empowering. Just because you find yourselves in a situation that you're not enjoying, and just because you believe you need to stay in that situation and continue to have the same vibration and the same experience does not make it so. You are shifting at an exponential rate, and anything that is not in vibrational harmony with you is only in your experience because you are keeping it there. It's just that simple. You don't have to endure anything that you don't want to endure, and the sooner you acknowledge that you have the ability to make a new choice, the sooner you begin to live as your truly empowered selves. And as you truly empowered selves, you can create anything, and you do not need to wait for anyone to give you permission to do so. The illusion of power. They are not in control of anything. That is an illusion of this game that you are playing. The game tells you that there are those others who are out there somewhere in powerful positions, and they are calling the shots. The reason that we say you can chalk that up as an illusion is because you are actually creating the entire scenario yourselves. So why would you ever want to fight against your own creation? What purpose would it serve to fight the power when you are in fact the powerful being who is creating the illusion of power in the hands of others? If you are going to awaken to anything, awaken to that. There is a group who would like to be in control of everything on planet Earth, and you have given that group many different names. But they are only as powerful as you create them to be. And as soon as you stand in your own power and acknowledge yourselves as a creator being that you truly are, you can remove that illusion. You can stop playing the game. You can stop anytime you like. You can start by taking your attention off of them and what they are doing, and instead place your attention squarely on yourselves and what you are doing. What is your vibration? Are you in your heart? Are you being present? These are much more important questions than what is it they're doing now to try and control us. You don't have to pay any attention to the illusion. You don't have to wait until the truth comes out about those who have been playing the role of the powerful puppeteers in order to begin to take control of your own lives. you start with the simplest intention. That intention is to recognize yourself as the one with all the power. 7 billion empowered humans certainly have the ability to change the world for the better, no matter what the ones who have been given the illusion of power are going to do next. They are afraid of one thing, and one thing only, and that is that you will discover the power that lies within each and every one of you. Embrace your dark side. As the ascension process continues for each of you, you are encountering the lowest of the low. Now, why would it be if you were ascending, you might wonder? Why wouldn't it all be rainbows, fairy dust, and unicorns at this point in the journey? Well, there's a very good reason for that, and we are going to give it to you. There is a section of your consciousness that you might label as your dark side. The dark side is there in many ways for precautionary reasons. It is the part of you that you don't really want to tap into, but that might need to call in case of an emergency. Now, even though you are not manifesting any type of emergency that would call for the dark side to emerge, you still need to see it, to know it's there, and to embrace it as an aspect of who you are. It does not need to be feared, however, but many of you will fear it because of those instances in past lives where the dark side came out. When it is expressed, it can be quite destructive. You can go far beyond the intended purpose of this dark side once it is let out of the closet. And that's what most of you have experienced in at least one past life. And that's why it sits in the corner and is not acknowledged. But as you ascend, all parts of you must make the journey as well, and that means facing the dark side. It means you must acknowledge what is a part of you, even if you don't want to be the largest part of you. And just because something exists as a potentiality within you does not mean you must exude it at all time. And if you ever do have access to the dark side to set a boundary to protect yourself, it does not need to get out of control. Learning to utilize all aspects of yourself to live a happy and satisfying life is part of your journey. So when these lower frequency thoughts and emotions rise up to the surface to be seen and felt and acknowledged by you, do not fear. Embrace your dark side because it allows you to experience yourself with more love and more light by its mere existence. The universal shift in consciousness. As the entire universe experiences this upgrade, this uptick in frequency, many things are shaking loose, getting disrupted, and becoming exposed. This is not just happening in your personal life or in your physical body. It is universe-wide. It is a type of thing that can be mistaken for chaos. It can appear as though the wheels are coming off and everything is coming undone. And as you strip away layers of distortion and illusion from your energy, you are going to feel more vulnerable and more exposed. You might even experience yourself in a weakened state, but all of it is necessary in order to give you the experience of change. Change is inevitable, but it is not always experienced the same way, and some changes are bigger than others. A universal shift in consciousness is a very big change. It is very disruptive. But it is only that which lies on the surface that is really being shaken up. The core of this universe remains solid, stable, intact, and anchored in source. You do not need to figure out how all this works. You do not need to know all the schematics and the ins and outs of the universal shift. All you need to know is that as above, so below. And what happens on the macrocosmic scale is happening on the microcosmic scale as well. But you, like this universe, have a very stable core, and you are grounded and anchored in unconditional love. It is your compass. It is your touchstone. It is what you are returning to. And everything that is other than unconditional love is needing to be released. It is getting shaken loose. Stabilizing yourself during the upheaval is going to be your number one job. It is not about understanding it all. It is not about knowing the future and what is going to happen. Your journey now is about anchoring yourself in the stable core within yourselves, feeling for the stable core of this universe, and allowing yourselves to enjoy this experience as best you can. Lend a helping hand when it is appropriate, but always take care of yourselves so that you can be of service and so that you can be a stable force in an otherwise unstable and chaotic experience of this shift that is universal in nature. Good and bad. If you're starting out with the premise that says, only those who are good get to have a good life, then you are going to look for ways that you can prove yourselves as good. This is something that has been sold to you by religion and also by governments, parents, teachers, and anyone else who has ever assumed an authority figure role in your life. Being good means that you get the reward for being good. Being bad means that you get the punishment and no reward. So you definitely don't want to be bad, but then who gets to define what is good and what is bad? Well, the ultimate authority for that would be the God that has been sold to you in religious dogma, but we can tell you that there is no judgment, and that there is no list of right and wrong and do's and don'ts. Now, you certainly do have karma, but karma is not punishment, and there is no being that is deciding what the good shall be rewarded and the bad shall be punished, and therefore you don't need to worry about it. All you need to do is check in with yourself and determine for yourself whether you are expanding or contracting. If you are thinking about doing something and you feel that contraction, that does not mean you are considering doing something that is ultimately wrong. It may be wrong in the eyes of some, and it may be that what you are considering is not going to get you what you want. It may be that the timing is not right. But if you are looking for a set of rules to live your life by, we would say that you must determine for yourself what your own rules are, and then you must allow yourself to change those rules, bend those rules, and break those rules when appropriate. You are all making this up as you go, and you are all becoming more as you do, so that you and you are today is not the same as that you were 5 years ago, or even 5 minutes ago. Therefore, you must check in with yourself to determine whether something is right or wrong for you at any particular moment. And you must let everyone else decide for themselves as well, if you ever truly want to live happily ever after. We are the Pleiadian High Council of 7, and we are very fond of you all. That is all. Faith and Trust, the Pleiadian High Council of 7. We are the Pleiadian High Council of 7, and we are pleased to offer you our words of wisdom. Having faith does not mean that you are suspending your disbelief and abandoning your discernment. You need faith in order to get through the day. There are so many instances that require you to trust in what you cannot see and know nothing about. It is quite natural for you to experience doubt as well. You are being given the opportunity time and time again to either put your faith in something or someone, or to doubt that thing or person. As you continue along in your journey, you will recognize that these opportunities present themselves in a very specific way for you. Perhaps you will have been burned several times in a row by several different romantic partners, and yet you are going to need to have a certain amount of faith and trust in order to get involved with the next one. You will if you want to have a lasting and good-feeling relationship with that person. You cannot simply have him or her followed around by a detective all day every day. The need for trust and faith comes from a deep yearning within you to return back to Source, where doubt does not exist. But in your reality, and on your world in particular, you must make the decision time after time, day after day, situation after situation. Ultimately, it comes down to whether or not you trust yourself. You may not be creating the perfect reality for yourself all the time, and therefore, yes, of course you can find yourself experiencing some doubt about what you are headed and what you are headed for. The faith and trust that are required are for the certainty that you are always moving forward in your evolution, and that everything that you experience will in fact serve you very well. You never have to doubt that, and you never have to doubt your own vibration. Put your faith and your trust in yourselves and demonstrate to yourself that you are capable of holding a vibration that will align you with that which is not only for your highest good, but that which is also something that you will enjoy. Effortless expansion. Effort is often expanded at the price of your own expansion. Most of your effort is being utilized to compensate for the feeling that you are not moving forward. When you feel yourself standing still or even contracting or regressing, you tend to put forth more of that effort to try and get you to the expanded state that you really want to feel. Achieving the expanded state of being is much easier than you might think. You don't have to achieve it, and you don't have to earn it, and you certainly don't have to complete any task in order to feel it and recognize it. The expansion state of being is one that is immediately available to you when you stop keeping score and comparing yourself to others. It is not about what you do, what you can do, what abilities you have, or your status in the world. It is about knowing yourself as unconditional love. Unconditional love is an expansive state because it is an inclusive state. The more you include, the more expanded you feel. The more you exclude, the more you need to contract in order to keep these exclusions out. Focusing within yourselves is an expansive experience, even though you may see yourselves as somewhat finite. You may see your inner realm as only containing so much and therefore not very expansive in nature. But who and what you are is infinite, and all of it is contained in the tiniest bit of each and every part of you. So give yourselves that feeling of expansion while doing absolutely nothing, while proving absolutely nothing to those around you. Give yourselves the feeling of expansion because you are infinite, and the sooner you acknowledge yourselves as infinite and unconditional love, the sooner you will include in your experience all of those things that you are utilizing your effort to obtain. You are as expansive a being as you will ever be right now. So the only question that remains is, how much of yourself are you willing to acknowledge? You are your own saviors. There is no coming back from where you have been. There is no turning back. There is no losing ground. There is only your inevitable expansion and your compliance or non-compliance with it. You are energy that is expanding. You are consciousness that is becoming. And you are your own saviors in all of this. We are not here to save anyone, and neither are any of the other extraterrestrials that you have come in contact with. This is all an inside job and a massive co-creation. But you aren't going to co-create a rescue from yourselves. That's not going to serve you in removing the idea of being victims. That's where you are headed, not in the direction of what those outside of us are doing and who or what can stop them. Ascension is about rising above. Now yes, we are assisting. We, along with others who are here to assist, can and will give you little gifts, but you have to open those gifts. You have to use them. You have an expression about leading a horse to water, but you can't make that horse drink. And we are not here to make anyone do anything or believe anything. That is why it is only a select number of you who are even paying attention to what we and the others are saying. So what is your role in all of this humanity moves forward? That is for you to decide. That has not been decided for you either. Here's what we recommend. If you really want to be of service and to enjoy the inevitable expansion of who and what you really are, then you can choose every day to be the embodiment of love. Being the embodiment of love does not necessitate that you have New Age or spiritual calling and that you are going to do for 8 hours. It does not matter how many people hear the words you speak or the blogs that you write. The only thing that matters is how much of yourself you are allowing to flow through you. And that is the impact that is really felt by all of humanity and beyond. The value of pain. Asking yourselves to go beyond where you have ever gone before sometimes means that you are going to experience physical or emotional pain. The pain that you experience is actually due to the resistance that you are offering to that growth, to that expansion. When you allow the pain to be, you move through it much more quickly. When you resist the pain or fear the pain, you hold on to it. The pain itself is not your enemy, and it gives you the opportunity to try on many different perspectives. You can take on the perspective of yourselves as a victim to the pain, or you can see the pain as a teacher. You can see it as a catalyst that is there to bring forth more of your energy. When you are in pain, you are calling for help. You are summoning assistance, and sometimes you allow it, and sometimes you do not. The first step is to allow the pain itself to be and allow yourself to be in pain. And that is a tall order, we know. And it is easier for us to prescribe the pain to you from where we sit than it is for you to feel it. When we see you in your pain, we want to alleviate it immediately. But we recognize that it would not serve you, and we cannot get in between you and what you are creating. What we can offer you is a new perspective, a perspective that will assist you in working through the pain. As you surrender to anything, you immediately align yourselves with the full benefit of it. You give yourselves the opportunity to experience something purely and fully, and then and only then are you capable of making a choice. We know that pain assists you in making a more conscious choice. We can see all of you moving through your pain gracefully and aligning with the energetic boost that it catalyzes within you. We are not asking you to endure more than your share, although some of you are more than willing to do so. We want you to understand that you never deserve pain, that pain is never punishment, and that it is always present to serve you and all of humankind. We encourage you to get familiar with the pain that you feel and to even celebrate the fact that you are willing to feel it. And we also encourage you not to wear your pain as a badge of honor and not to pity yourselves. Simply give the pain that you feel an opportunity to be felt. Thank it for the gifts it has come to bring you and open yourselves to the receiving energy that it summons forth. Vibrational quality. Before you ever take on something in your lives, you give it careful consideration. You are not prone to just jumping into any and all situations that come your way. You have a way to determine for yourselves whether something is a fit for you, whether it is a match. When you examine a possibility, you look at it from all sides, from all angles. You have many different ways of perceiving the same thing, and therefore you have many different opportunities that come your way that are similar but also different. You do this in order to observe the subtle differences in vibrational quality. You are learning to differentiate between these subtleties to make the most appropriate choice for yourself and your lives. As the energies that are bombarding planet Earth continue to do so, they bring with them a quickening. Therefore, it is more important than ever that you be able to tell the difference between these subtle variations in vibration that these different opportunities offer you. You are becoming more selective, and that is a very good thing. So even if you decide at some point that you are just going to dive right into something without first determining the vibrational quality of it, you are likely to find that you simply cannot do so. Something about that person, the job, the home, or the opportunity will find its way of dodging you, and that is sometimes necessary when you find yourself feeling lonely or desperate or even just bored. But those are not reasons that your higher self and your oversoul will accept for partaking in something or getting involved with someone. Becoming adept at the subtle differences that are discernible in the vibrational quality of different opportunities is a skill that you all need to master as you move forward. From our perspective, it is a skill that you are mastering, whether you recognize it or not. But as you practice it consciously, you will find that it becomes easier and easier to pick out those subtle differences and to make the most appropriate selection. Challenges and comfort. It will always be the case that you are giving yourself a set of challenges that are meant to push you beyond your comfort zone. You have a desire to live in comfort and to experience pleasure and expansion, and there are many other experiences that you desire. But mostly what you desire is to be at peace and in a comfortable, pleasant life experience. But that type of experience is going to result in less expansion. So you are seeking to find a happy balance between feeling that comfort and creating that opportunity for expansion and growth. Some people are consciously giving themselves these challenges because they understand the need for that challenges to pull more life force energy through them. And that segment of your population sometimes gets too focused on the challenge, and they forget that it's all about the expansion. Another segment of your population is too focused on getting to that comfort stage and finding that groove. That segment is not very interested in finding challenges or pushing themselves. What we recommend is that you find the capacity within you for both, and that you activate one or the other depending upon how you feel energetically. You need to find the perfect balance between action and inaction, between doing and receiving, between the masculine and the feminine, and when you do, you will have achieved harmony and inner peace without sacrificing expansion and growth. We are pleased to see that so many of you are understanding this now more than ever, and we invite you to check in with yourselves more frequently to see where you are on the scale, and whether you achieve that balance or you are a bit lopsided. Doing this consciously means that you don't have to create these challenges for yourself from one of your higher aspects, and it is very empowering when you can seek and find the perfect balance for yourselves. We are the Pleiadian High Council of Seven, and we are very fond of all of you. That is all. Moving energy through you. We are the Pleiadian High Council of Seven, and we are pleased to offer you our words of wisdom. Energy wants to move. Energy is the reason why everything is always changing. It is because energy must move forward. It is often the case that energy gets stuck within your physical bodies or your energy fields, and then you experience symptoms, unwanted thoughts and emotions, and other attachments that do not serve you. Therefore, getting the energy to move is an important step in your evolution. It is the way that you keep up with the always changing, always moving energy that everything and everyone is comprised of. When you give yourselves the opportunity to experience energy by feeling into an experience you are having, you automatically activate that energy and allow it to move forward. It is only through your living in oblivion that you thwart the movement forward. Some of you are able to sense energy better than others. Those of you who are sensitive to minor fluctuations in energy are more likely to tune yourselves to it and therefore allow it to move. Those who are less aware are usually not as grounded in their physical bodies, and therefore energy can really get stuck in those individuals. When you go to an energy healer, The energy healers encourage you to feel the movement of energy within yourself. Sometimes the energy healer is adept enough to know exactly where the energy blockages are and can point them out to you. When you breathe consciously with the intention of not only feeling energy, but also moving it through you, you simply cannot fail. The breath is an excellent tool for making you more aware, for giving you sensation of energy moving through you, and it is also very soothing. So the movement of energy can be less than pleasant. It also stirs up old memories, old traumas, and even connects you to past lives. So we recommend that you make yourselves as comfortable as you possibly can. Tune yourselves to your physical body and your breath, and give yourselves the experience of the movement of energy through you. When you do, you will demonstrate to yourself that you have much more power than you ever knew you had, and that is an enjoyable experience. So give yourselves the opportunity to experience at least once a day, and this is our recommendation to you. Helping each other. You do not need anyone else to give you something that you can get from within yourself, and you can get everything from within yourself. You do not need their help, and you certainly cannot experience someone else doing it for you. But you have created a reality where you get to experience helping each other, and you certainly have created different skill sets within each of you, so that you would rely upon each other so that you could have exchanges that were mutually benefit. And this is all designed to bring you closer. In your dealings with others, you get to discover more about yourselves and what you value. You set things up for yourselves to give you a better understanding of unity and community. In the helping of one another, you create lasting bonds, and these lasting bonds are then creating an energetic exchange that never ends. Why is that important, you might wonder? Well, its significance in that your ability to create an entirely new world. There are, in fact, strengths in numbers, and your numbers are bigger than they have ever been on planet Earth. So you are creating a net around planet Earth with these connections and these energy exchanges. The human collective is becoming quite strong as a result of your willingness to help each other and the exchange that occur through friendships, through family, and through all kinds of bonds that you form with one another. You are not alone in the universe or the galaxy, and you're not even alone on planet Earth. When you demonstrate an ability to work together and to help each other, you demonstrate to your extraterrestrial friends that you are ready to become part of the galactic community. So every act of kindness counts. Every act of service raises the vibration of the entire human collective. And every time you lend a helping hand to someone else, you are readying yourselves for further contact. With the further contact will come more helping hands to help you create a new world, a new galaxy, and a new universe in which to play. The vibration of your beliefs. You can believe whatever you want to believe, and you can affirm those beliefs with what you create for yourselves. You are not subject to anyone else's belief now that you are aware that much of what you do believe is the result of your indoctrination. Once you become aware of that, you do not need to give any more energy to the belief that you know that does not serve you. It's not as though you can call a belief subconscious once you are aware that it is a belief that you hold, because then by definition it is a conscious belief. Is it easier to stay with those beliefs that you have been holding for quite some time? Absolutely, but in no way is it necessary. In no way is it beyond your capacity to choose. Now, many of you want to hold new beliefs, but you believe that it is hard to do so. You believe that it is hard to suddenly adopt a new belief because the older ones have so much momentum within you. So then you get to examine those beliefs as well, and you can remove your energy from them and decide that it is easy to shift. All that you need to do in order to adopt a new belief is to remain present and aware. Become aware of the belief that is dominant within you in every moment, and then ask yourself whether you want to maintain it. If the answer is no, then you can decide which belief you do want to give your energy to, and you can tune yourself to the vibration of that belief. Knowing how a belief vibrates and resonates is more important than repeating it to yourself like a mantra to try to get it stuck. It's easier for you to find the vibration of the belief and to hold that vibration because you like the way it feels. You might like repeating the mantra for a little while, but eventually it will lose its powers. It will lose its momentum, and you will find no joy in repeating it. So feel for the beliefs that serve you most, and pay close attention to the vibration that you are holding as best you can in every moment. The fifth grid in Mother Earth. We are very pleased to offer you the following transmissions because it is all good news. There has been a time period for planet Earth where you have been using your training wheel, so to speak. You have been not completely sovereign, not completely independent, and you are at this time removing those training wheels and been given full access to the grid lines on planet Earth that are capable of sustaining a fifth dimensional frequency for all of humankind. This is a huge accomplishment for humanity. You are earning your stripes, so to speak, and you have many well-wishers who are giving you thumbs up and a pat on the back. There is more to come, of course, but for now, your access to these grid lines is going to be felt by the more sensitive ones on planet Earth. Those of you who are tapped into Earth energy are going to feel this more intensely than those who are less grounded. Right now would be a very good time to be grounding yourself to Mother Earth and feeling for the access that you have to these energies. You have awakened a powerful force within your own planet, and you have done so by maintaining the frequency that you have as a collective in spite of all the chaos that you've experienced on planet Earth over the past 10 or 12 months. It has been a very intense time, and whether you are awakened or not, you have some sense that this is a member of the human collective. Those of you who are awakened have the ability to hear this message and to open yourselves more completely to the powerful grid that lies underneath your feet. This grid is a match vibrationally to the photonic energy and light that is hitting your world. So you are getting it from both ends, and there's nowhere for your lower frequency energies to hide. So they may come up and out in you in a variety of ways, including physical symptoms, emotional instability, and even chaotic circumstance in your lives. But you needn't worry, and you certainly need not assume that you are backsliding or regressing in some way. Quite the opposite is true. It's time to congratulate yourself for a job well done. It is truly time to celebrate. To do or not to do. When you start with an appropriate approach to something that you want to accomplish, you cannot fail. You cannot fail to succeed at engaging in an activity for the fun of it. You cannot fail when you decide beforehand that the ultimate outcome of your participation in the activity will be that you know yourself more deeply. Most of you are taking an approach to something that you do as either pass or fail. You are measuring your worth by how well you perform at the task involved. So many of you set out to do something not because you generally want to do it, but you do so in order to prove something to yourselves about your value. And then you want others to give you their approval as well, so that you have that confirmation, that validation that you are in fact correct about your self-worth. We see all of that as very dangerous. When you place your ego on such volatile ground, it is very unlikely that you are going to succeed or that you are going to enjoy yourself. So what we suggest is that you take approach towards what you want to do with your life and with every activity that you engage in. We suggest the approach of exploration. We suggest that you begin each project with a sense of wonder as to what you will discover along the way. We want you to see all outcomes as successes, because even if you discover that you really don't like doing what you've been doing, then at least you can walk away from it and do something more enjoyable. So again, that would mean that no matter what the outcome, your endeavor was a success. If you really want to measure whether or not something serves you to engage in it, see how much of your energy you can feel flowing through you as you partake in that activity. See how much more expanded you feel and whether the activity itself maintains your interest. If it does not, you have not failed. Sometimes your activities fail you, and we want you to realize that you are engaging in quite a bit of trial and error, where error is too strong a word. You are simply navigating through your world to determine what lights you up, what keeps you interested in the physical, and what brings you the most joy. And all of that means that every activity is a worthwhile endeavor. Your co-creators in ascension. As you ascend into the higher frequencies, you take every last bit of you along for the ride. This is a journey of inclusion, and you have many aspects that are waking up all at once. You are far more than just a singular identity on a journey. You are including other aspects of you from the past, present, and future, and these aspects of you are expanding to include all the aspects of them. As you move forward in your life experience, you cannot help but include other people on your journey with you. These people are your teachers, your guides, and your co-creators. And they are coming for this journey with you because they have a special place in your heart. There are no coincidences or accidents that have placed any individual in your experience. These are all families, cohorts, and soul family members that you are interacting with because familiarity is an important aspect of co-creation. Your deepest connections are the ones that offer you the greatest opportunity for growth. These are your close friends, your family members, your lovers, and your biggest enemies. They are all a part of your team, and they all represent other aspects of you in some way, shape, or form. You cannot exclude any of them either. They have come this far with you, and they will continue to co-create with you, regardless of how you feel about them. Now, all of this is lovely to hear about or read about, but how does it help you to know this? What is the point of this transmission? We are inviting you to include all others consciously in your journey, in the same way that you consciously include your guides. Your spirit guides are just members of your soul family who chose not to incarnate with you on this journey. They are no more and no less significant than the physical beings in your life. So ask for help, communicate, and share your experience of your ascension process with all of those around you. You are powerful in your connections and in your willingness to be vulnerable and share. You are quite impressive collectives yourself, and the more you acknowledge that, the more you give yourself an easier time on this journey. We are the Pleiadian High Council of Seven, and we are very fond of all of you. That is all. Holding the frequency. We are the Pleiadian High Council of Seven, and we are pleased to offer you our words of wisdom. Harmonizing with the frequency takes you to a very interesting place in your creative process. You can either continue to play in that frequency state, or you can build upon it. Either way, you are in the act of creation as you harmonize with a particular frequency. When you sustain a frequency, the energy around you has more life force within it. You gather more of a similar energy, and therefore it is easier to make something of it. It is easier to create with a singular frequency that you hold for as long as you possibly can than it is to create by continually increasing your frequency or in shifting from one frequency to another. There is a momentum that builds when you maintain a particular frequency, and that momentum solidifies the energy. The solidification creates. It puts you in alignment with a particular reality, and then, from that new place that you find yourself in, you can create anew. You can create something different, something that you've never experienced before. So we suggest that you start with one frequency. Let us say that you want to create with a frequency of joy. Holding the frequency of joy for as long as you can is not complicated or complex, but it can be challenging. You tend to want to move to another frequency or to continue to increase the frequency of the joy that you are feeling. But if you can sustain it, if you can maintain that frequency, and if you can feel the energy building in the momentum that is created, you can give yourself a visceral experience of the creative process, and that will build even more momentum as you see the evidence of what you have done. And as you create in joy and then experience that creation, you harmonize with yourself as a creator being, and that brings you closer to the frequency of Source. Your physical symptoms. In the discovery of a symptom in your physical body, you often then attempt to look at the past or the future of that symptom. You want to know how it came to be, and you want to know where it is ultimately going. These types of questions take you from the experience of it. They take you out of the present moment, and in many ways they are attempts to disassociate from the symptom itself. Your physical symptoms are guides. They are asking you to feel and to explore the feeling that you have on a deeper level. So let us say that you are feeling pain in a certain part of your body. The pain, as a physical sensation, is likely to trigger an emotional response. The emotional response is there because of something that you haven't been paying attention to in your life, something that you've been attempting to avoid and haven't wanted to face. So the physical symptom is a wake-up call to something else. When you are willing to feel your physical symptom rather than medicate it, and you are willing to feel your emotional response rather than running away from it, you have everything that you need then to allow this physical symptom to move through you and to no longer be a part of your experience. As you allow the physical symptom and the emotional response to be what they are, you also have the opportunity to show yourself some love and some compassion. So if the physical symptom is causing you to slow down and to take better care of yourself, then it is serving you in the way as well. When you love and nurture yourself through these physical hiccups, you give yourself something that only you can give you. Only you can choose to take better care of yourself. And as you show yourself more love and compassion, you also eliminate the need to create more scenarios for yourself to be in physical pain or to have some other physical ailment. Your symptoms are your blessings in disguise, for they awaken you to something deeper than the needs to occur within you. And when you give yourself what you need, they quiet down and become silent. Do no harm. Because there is no sense of relief that is achieved by getting even with someone else, it never serves you to harm another. There is no real satisfaction that is accomplished or achieved by extracting revenge, no matter how much the other person deserves it. Even if another person creates karma with you, you have the ability to rise above the pettiness, to be the bigger person, and to forgive and let go of what has been done. Getting involved in any act of vengeance only lowers your vibration, and if you feel what you feel while doing it, you will notice that you are getting the guidance to stop before you start. You cannot harm another without harming yourself. You cannot even speak poorly or with disdain about another person without harming yourself. Now, that being said, you can feel anger and hate in response to something that someone has done. Feeling and acting upon are not the same thing. We encourage you to feel your emotions, but only to act from the ones that feel good. If you are feeling anything other than neutral or positive energy flowing through you, then you are not in an appropriate place to even decide what action to take. You are not going to harm yourself with mere thoughts of revenge. They will help you to get in touch with the emotions that you need to get in touch with to clear yourself of the situation. But you never need to act upon anything that feels bad as you consider it. Just as peace is not achieved by starting a war, inner peace will never be achieved by doing harm to another. When you rise above the need to even think of a thought that is negative and aimed at another individual, you have achieved mastery. And when you achieve mastery, you take yourself out of the victim-perpetrator dichotomy, and that is when you graduate into becoming a creator being. You are divine beings. As soon as you recognize your divinity, you begin to see the divine in every other being. You recognize that each being that you encounter is not only an aspect of Source, but he or she is also an aspect of you as Source. There is no greater realization than this. There is no greater knowledge than this. There is nothing more that is necessary once you recognize it. You do not see yourself as a separate, egoic entity when you make this recognition, and therefore surrender is much easier. We know that surrender is a trigger word for many of you, but what we are suggesting that you surrender to is your divine nature and the order of all things in the universe. So when you accept that things are how they are because they benefit you and all things being the most, surrender is no longer a dirty word. It no longer implies giving up, and then you can relax. Then you can let go of needing anything to be different than what it is. You can let every other being exist exactly as they are, and you can accept and love yourself in the now moment. There's nothing more that you need to become in order to surrender to this realization. It is a simple matter of awareness. What awareness are you holding out of yourself? How do you see yourself in a relationship to the universe? When you are embodying your divine self and allowing others to be their divine selves, you can begin to create as a whole being with other whole beings, none of whom are in competition with one another. All that is will return to its natural state of being, which is unconditional love. And each of us who are in its components will either go willingly or kicking and screaming. We all get to decide, and the sooner we accept our divinity and the divinity of all others, the shorter the trip home. You are masters. If you have a particular area of your life that causes you pain and suffering, and you are more than just a little fed up with that area of your life, then we have some good news for you. Those areas of your life that have presented the greatest challenges to you are also the areas of your life where you are most determined to develop mastery. You set yourself on a particular journey that you did because you wanted to achieve a level of mastery that you had never achieved previously in any lifetime. These challenges, these struggles, they have not been in vain. They are very much leading you towards a breakthrough, and on the other side of that breakthrough is a recognition of self. Once you realize that you have achieved mastery over this most challenging area in your life, you will know yourselves as the creator of every circumstance that led you to that mastery. You will see how all of the pieces fit, and you will revel in your personal success. You will triumphantly look at all the hurdles and all the obstacles and see how strategically placed them there because you wanted to stretch yourself even further. And that is something that only a master would do. That is how a master reveals to him or herself what you truly are. You are not here to learn lessons or to prove your self or worthiness. You are here to demonstrate to yourself that you are masters and nothing could possibly elude you. And so now many of you are wondering when your breakthrough will occur, and we say to you that it will occur the moment you recognize that you have all the answers within you, that you already are the master, and that this game that you are playing could be a lot more fun if you allowed yourselves to lighten up and relax. Your highest good. There needs to be absolutely no second guessing involved when you are moving towards something that serves your highest good. You need not wonder whether you are moving in the right direction or taking the right steps, because everything is serving your highest good. It is your perception of reality that creates the idea of good or bad, that creates the concept of right and the concept of wrong. But there is none of that from the highest perspective, and therefore none of you needs saving. And all you're doing quite well. It is only when you judge something that you create the dichotomy that then necessitates a certain outcome. Begin to understand that your place here is one of continued exploration and experimentation, and that you are not graduating because you have all the right answers now. You are simply moving towards that which gives you the opportunity for greater expansion through new experiences. So you are not being tested, and you never have been. You are in fact deciding what experiences to give yourself next, and all these experiences are going to serve your highest good. As you experience anything, different aspects of who you are get activated. These aspects are then either accepted or rejected into the whole of who you are. The more times you reject an aspect of yourself, the more times you will need to create a circumstance to get you in touch with that aspect. The sooner you are willing to engage with and embrace every aspect of who you are, the sooner you can move on to have more experience. And the reason for that is simple. You and your expansion is what this is all about. Expansion occurs as a result of experience, and therefore all experience could be considered good if we are going to judge. In order to know yourselves more completely, you need to have as many experiences as possible. And that is why no one cares what you create. All that anyone cares about in the higher realms is that you continue to create. And what is beautiful about your expansion is that the more of you that you include in the creation process, the more consciously you do it. We are the Pleiadian High Council of Seven, and we are very fond of all of you, and that is all. Being right versus being surprised. We are the Pleiadian Council of Seven, and we are pleased to offer you our words of wisdom. In the proclamation that you make to the universe, you either open a door or you shut one. It is that simple. You can remain open to infinite possibilities, or you can narrow the field of possibilities out of a desire to be right and to predict how things will go in your reality. When you make a proclamation about how reality is, all you are doing is placing limitation upon it. If you were to make more requests and less proclamations, you would find that what you desired would find its way to you in magical and mysterious ways. You must let go of the desire to control if you want to experience what it is like to be fifth-dimensional and to choose from an infinite array of possibilities. If you were to make more statements of gratitude, thanks, and appreciation, and less proclamations, you would find that the universe has numerous unseen ways of granting you more access to what you desire. Anytime you feel the need to be right about something, or anytime you feel that you simply are right about something, check to see whether that rightness causes you to expand or contract. What if instead you sought out to experience something you've never experienced before, something you couldn't possibly have drawn any conclusion about? What if you could live without cause and effect, without being on a linear timeline, and without being able to predict what would come next? Would that surprise you and satisfy you, or would that scare you and cause an upheaval in your consciousness? We are just asking you to consider what the price is of being right and whether it serves you. We suggest that you take on the persona of the wide-eyed wanderer who is in search of magic, mystery, and the unknown. The unexplored territories of your consciousness far outweigh that which you feel certain about and that which can be replicated. And that unexplored space is beckoning you forth for new experiences. Working with beliefs. There are all kinds of ways that you can fool yourself into believing something is true. Now you can fool yourself by telling yourself that this thing has happened for someone else and therefore it is real for me. And depending upon whether it is something you want to happen or something you don't want to happen, that trick either serves you or does not. But there are many tricks. There are tricks that are being used on you to get you to believe things. Buy this car and you will be powerful and happy, and the opposite sex will find you appealing. Those are tricks that are easy to fall for. So start by deciding for yourself what you want to believe in is true. And then ask yourself, how can I fool my own consciousness into fortifying that belief with evidence of what I want to believe? The belief that goes unexplored and unquestioned is becoming fortified by your complacency. The belief that you can deconstruct and look for the flaws and can easily be undone. Look for opportunities to become doctors and scientists who operate on and hypothesize about the beliefs that come across your awareness. And awareness always serves you. Being aware of your belief, being aware of where the belief comes from, and being aware that you get to decide whether that belief still serves you or not, all ways in which awareness serves you. The easiest way for you to adopt a new belief, however, is to offer the vibration of the essence of the belief that you want to hold and fortify. Vibration, unlike a belief, is always built upon solid foundations, and there is no trickery involved. All you have to do is to activate it with intention, your focus, and your desire to do so. And when you do, you will find that the beliefs that you want to hold not only seem quite logical to you, but they also come bearing their own evidence of truth. The best laid plans. When there is a snag in your plans, you often become quite upset. You are certain that you had the right plan, and then something comes along and throws a monkey wrench in the whole system. That is a moment for you to get excited, because it is the unplanned event or circumstance that is truly remarkable. You cannot foresee what possibilities lie before you, and that is a very good thing. Most of you would choose the safest one. You would choose the timeline that gave you the results that you wanted, and you would miss out on an unforeseen. You would miss out on something that was actually going to satisfy you more, because it would not be that which you had planned to experience. So we are suggesting that you let go of control, and yet we are also telling you to become the creator beings that you've always intended to become. So how do these two things get together? When you create an experience and you focus upon the essence of the experience, you don't need the details to be precisely as you planned in order to have the essence of the experience. How many of you are wondering whether what you want to experience and what would ultimately be satisfying are ever the same thing? And yes, sometimes they are, but also like surprises. And you cannot know who you will be when you get to where you are going. You cannot predict your own expansion. But if your own expansion has the plan to begin with, you would have much less attached to the details, and then you could decide that you are going to have fun and enjoy the ride no matter what you are moving towards. You could throw your plans out the window and focus your energy on the inevitable expansion of who you are and how you would like that which you feel. So that is what we are recommending for all of you, because that is so much easier for you to navigate, and you might as well put that energy towards what is already occurring and your enjoyment of it. Diversity in unity consciousness. It is not time for you to march in unity. It is not time for you to act as one. It is time for you to express individuality. It is time for you to be different, to be unique. Just because you know that you are headed towards unity consciousness, does that mean that you are all becoming the same? You are still powered by diversity, and you cannot change the fundamental differences that exist between each of the unique individuals that you are. Now, as you explore what unity means to you, you are unifying yourself. You are bringing all of your fragments and aspects together to create a whole version of you that operates as a cohesive unit. There is strength in the polarity and the dichotomy that exists within each and every one of you. You have depth. So even as the individuals that you are diverse. You are diverse within yourselves because you have lived so many lifetimes, and because you are made up of so many different pieces. As you begin to integrate all these different pieces and operate as a whole being, you ensure that you will live in a world that can do the same. The answer here is always love. Love is the answer to, how do I do it? You sustain love even when you are aware of your less than lovable aspects. When you believe in the truth of who you are as love, you can look anything that you have ever been right in the eye and feel nothing but love for self. Love will unify without homogenizing. Love will carry you into the next dimension as a whole being, where you can play with other whole beings, even if you disagree with one another. That's the type of unity that expands consciousness. The shift explained. In the processing of an emotion, there is a great deal of energy that is moved. That energy in motion creates a space. Within that space that you create, all possibilities are contained. You can bring forth whatever experience you want to bring forth. You can create whatever you want to create, and you can become whatever you want to become. That is the moment that you're all waiting for, and that is why so many of you are experiencing so many emotions at this time. You're creating space from which to create your reality. Your conscious creation of your reality follows quite nicely from your conscious processing of the emotion that gets triggered within you. So, of course, the world around you seems chaotic. You need events and circumstances to trigger emotions within you so that you can clear them and have the space from which to create something new. Your reality is meant to trigger you. You are not meant to fix the reality around you. You are not meant to get away from these emotions with your actions, with your thoughts, or with your words. You are meant to feel them. In the feeling of the emotion, you fulfill your mission, your purpose. Your purpose never was to change the world. Your purpose was to feel, to experience, and then to create. But the emotions are challenging. They are challenging you and asking you to rise up and meet them. Those of you who are willing, are truly brave, and are truly capable of creating the world you want to experience. What makes it even more challenging is that the courageous among you are also the sensitive ones. You who are sensitive understand the significance of the emotion, and so you'll be willing to feel. You are willing to process, and now you are stepping into the time where you will create. So if you find yourself experiencing intense emotions, rejoice, for you are making room to create a new world. And you, sensitive ones, are the leaders of that new world. Appreciating now, becoming more. We are saying to you that there is more, and we are asking you to accept what is. This is not an easy task that we place before you. We encourage you to be present, to accept and let yourself be where you are. And at the same time, we are telling you that you are evolving, you are becoming more expanded versions of yourself, and you are ascending. So there is much for you to look forward to. What we recommend is that you don't discount how far you've already come, that you don't ignore the beauty that is available to you in the present, and that you trust in the natural unfolding of events. In other words, it can be quite comforting to know that things are getting better, that life will continue to evolve on planet Earth, and that you are becoming the more expanded version of yourself that we have promised you are becoming. It can be comforting because there is plenty for you to look at and scratch your heads wondering, how did we get here? You are giving yourselves the opportunity now to take one last look at the third-dimensional way of interpreting reality. And all that we are asking for is that you not judge it as being wrong. All that we are asking is that you look for ways to appreciate and enjoy the present moment as it is. When you do, you can usher in the new with a sense of calm, a sense of trust, and a knowing that you are moving in the right direction. So we want to give you that comfort, but you must accept it. You must believe that everything is all right as it is, and that life on planet Earth is going to get easier, is going to get more fun, and is going to expand to include more of your friends. Your friends from outside of the solar system are coming to join you in your appreciation of life on planet Earth. They are not coming to save you from what is wrong. So when you fully embrace the world as it is, your lives as they are, and everything about yourselves that you can perceive, that is when the game will become so much more enjoyable, and that is when your friends can come and play with you out in the open. We are the Pleiadian High Council of Seven, and we are very fond of all of you. That is all. Chapter 2. The Creators. Your journey to the fifth dimension. The level of consciousness that you hold is the most appropriate for this dimension, so you are not doing anything wrong by being here at this time, by experiencing third and fourth dimensional realities. It is not because there is something that is going wrong with you that you are focused here at this time, because the experience that you want to have are here and now, and in order for you to have them, you must maintain this level of consciousness. When you complete with this experience and all that is desired from it, that is when you will complete the shift to the fifth dimension, and you will have that level of consciousness. The reason that we are giving you this now is because we want you to understand that your journey to the fifth dimension is not dependent on you doing something, or meditating more, or practicing holding a frequency hours at a time. You will get there by virtue of the fact that there's nowhere else to go. So you can relax and you can put down for a minute all the tools, the exercise, and the processes that you are using to attempt to expedite the process. The process is the thing. That is why you are here, and that is what you wanted to experience. It is a shedding of layers, experience, and emotional trauma that you have all collected. And the way that you do this is the exciting part. It is the part that is the most interesting, that has the most potential for growth and for learning. And it is all what you will share with others in this universe as you complete that journey. We want you to enjoy this experience a little bit more, because there is something that's very unique and satisfying about being where you are and having the remainder of the journey before you. If we could assure you that you will all get there, that we know that you could skip and laugh all the way, but it doesn't matter what we say to you. You would prefer to see some hard evidence that you will in fact be experiencing a fifth dimensional level of consciousness in this lifetime. So from where you are now, you can easily access what you would feel like if you had completed your shift. And we welcome you to go within and seek out that frequency that is inside of you, so that you can give yourself that reassurance. And that once you have a feeling in your bodies, you will be able to face the challenges on the road ahead with a bit more light, a bit more laughter, a bit more of an open heart and a relaxed mind. And that will create a more enjoyable experience for you as you continue on this wonderful and creative journey that you are on. Respecting different points of view and people who have them. So there are many different opinions out there, many different points of view, many who would choose to look at a situation in a way that is not only different from yours, but is absolutely opposed to yours. You have hot-button topics in your world. You have things that everyone is focusing upon, and many are focusing upon in one way, and many focusing upon in another way. And so you set up your little camps of what it is that you believe, what it is that you are in favor of, and what it is that you stand for. And you dig your heels in. Even if your stance is that this thing doesn't matter, that it's still a stance you're taking, as long as you are attaching yourself to that perspective. Then it is a situation where you are creating lines that divide. It is quite all right for you to have a point of view. It is quite all right for you to express your point of view. It is also very supportive and serves you and your fellow human beings very well to allow others to have whatever perspective they have and to honor them. It is quite normal that you would all have a different point of view, because you have all had quite different experiences that have led you to where you are today. And we are not even talking about other lifetimes, where you originate from in this universe and so on. What is a wonderful thing to us is to see two people who have very different points of view on very many topics, still being able to relate to one another as human beings, and as beings of love and light, existing at the same time and same place, allowing one another to have different points of view and respecting each other. That is what we want most for you. It is harmony. It is a releasing of judgment of others for being in the opposing viewpoint camp, and knowing that ultimately these differences in opinion that you have here are what makes this world so special. So give one another a break, cut your neighbor some slack, and know that by allowing another to have a different point of view, and loving them anyway, you help to create a world where no one feels the need to terrorize anyone else. We are all ascending together. We are interested in what it is you have to say, and we are learning from you, as you are learning our words and incorporating what we say into your lives. We have explored aspects of humanity, and we have discovered much about ourselves by witnessing your daily challenges and triumphs. We are not here to tell you how it is or to impart upon you wisdom that is beyond the scope of your own conscious recognition. That would be an imbalance. That would be more hierarchical, whereas what we are experiencing with you is co-creation. It is an exchange. We grow as you grow. If there is something that you would like for us to know, and this is true for all of your guides, by the way, tell us. Tell us about your experiences. Tell us what we would not be able to understand from our perspective. Give us your comments, your feedback, and we will listen, and we will become better communicators with you. And we will also learn, for we are ascending as well, and every little bit helps. The power of frequency. The importance of your frequency cannot be overstated. You are emitters of vibration. You are an essence that creates with its frequency. You have your hands and your tools and your computers and your minds to create with, and those are all the wonderful expressions and extensions of who you really are. But the effectiveness of the frequency that you emit is so much more than the use of any of your tools that to give you a ratio or percentage would just boggle your minds, because the difference is so immense. We want you to consider how long it would take for you to chisel through a 3-foot thick stone wall with your hands and your tools. And now we want you to consider the ease with which you could be on the other side of that wall if you were to offer a frequency that matched your being on the other side of that wall. Now, to many of you, this may sound like a harder way to be on the other side of the wall. For all of you can imagine how it would take a hammer and a chisel and work your way through the stone wall and get to the other side. That is easy for most of you to imagine yourselves having the capacity to accomplish. But it is far more difficult for you to wrap your heads around the moving of your vehicle from one side of the wall to the other, using nothing but your intention and your frequency. So we're not going to ask you to attempt to do this seemingly impossible thing because it would just frustrate you. Now imagine how difficult it would be for you to get to the other side of that 3-foot wall stone if you had no tools, not a single tool at your disposal, just yourself and the wall and your desire to be on the other side. Now, which way seems easier? Kicking and punching and scratching your way through the wall, or deliberately offering a frequency that matches your physical body on the other side? We are not here to tell you that it is time to put down the tools that you have created to make your life easier, but we are here to tell you that your power in frequency is what you are stepping into. And so we just want you to consider the possibility that you could be on the other side of that wall by matching the frequency of that desire and of the location. We encourage you to start with something much smaller, much easier for your minds to believe and to go from there. So for instance, let's say there's a fly buzzing around in your house, and you want it to be outside. Well, you could crack a window or a door and find the frequency of the fly being outside just to demonstrate to yourself that this is possible for you to do. And gradually you'll find that you can step yourself up to more complicated and more difficultly seeming tasks than that. And by all means, have fun with it. Do not make this something that you use to grade yourself and your ability. Just play around, and for now, have some fun with the fly. Aware and awake. By now you understand the true meaning of your being. You are aware and you are awake, and in some ways there is nothing left to do. There is nothing that you must achieve. There is no series of steps that you must perform. We want you to give yourselves credit for having woken up in this day and age in the type of society that you live in. This information is not taught in your schools. It is not broadcast on your television. You are pioneers in this day and age. To know yourselves as source energy is a pretty big accomplishment, and you deserve to celebrate yourselves for having made that realization in this lifetime. And so what else is there for you to do now that you have this information? Well, for one, you can begin to enjoy yourselves. You can let go of all your attachments. You can sit quietly and listen. You can enjoy a sunset. You can stare at a puffy cloud. You can breathe the air. You can dance and you can sing. And you can forget anything and everything that may look like a trouble, a problem, or something that you need to worry about. Because as source energy beings, you recognize that everything is. That is all. You are everything, and everything is. It's not good, it's not bad, it just is. So have the experience of your life that you choose to have. Know that you don't need to hasten your expansion or your ascension or your evolution. These things are automatic. It is built into your structure. You don't need to worry about being left behind in this process. In fact, you are the leaders of it. So the best thing that you can do now that you know yourselves as source is to live like you know yourselves as source. It is that easy. Be aware, be awake, be one with your environment, and everything else will truly take care of itself. We want you to relax, enjoy, be at peace, and love like you have no shortage at all of that frequency. Let go of your plans. Formulating a plan for your life is something that all of you feel the need to do from time to time to give you a sense of stability, and because you believe that planning for your future will ensure that you will have the experiences that you want to have. We suggest letting go of the majority of your plans and your planning behavior, and instead open yourselves up to a wider array of experiences that are possible for you, that could come at a time that you have not planned for, that could come in a way that were not part of your plans. You have the ability to bring to you much more than your minds have the ability to imagine. So let go of the need to know when, where, and how, and which, and who will enable you to have a wider variety of experiences, and will make you more of a match to the experiences that you've decided that you want. It is your ability to feel for the experiences that you want to have that is far more significant and far more effective than any of the abilities that you have a plan for advance. We are telling you this because we see that so many of you are living just a small fraction of the lives that are available to you. And it's because when you make plans for something to occur, usually you do so from a place of not feeling complete certainty that what you are planning for will occur naturally. So we want you to realize that the energies that you are creating from is what you will receive. So as you create a plan, you create it from a certain type of energy, perhaps fear, perhaps anxiety, and perhaps excitement or joy. Only you know for sure, because you are the one who is feeling what you are feeling. We invite you to stay in the joy and the excitement and the anticipation and the eagerness for whatever it is that you want to experience, and to let go of the structure that you will then tend to set in place for that event to occur. Give yourselves the opportunity to experience some spontaneity. The unexpected is often the most enjoyable experience that you can have. We support you in your desires. We support you energetically. We know how much life there is for you when you let go of your need to know when something will occur, and that is another reason why we suggest that you let go of your plans, because your plans often keep you in the linear time mentality and keep you from having the fullest experience of your now that is available to you. Manifestation is easier than you think. When the part of you that has always known who you are takes the reins of your life, you get to experience life in the way that it really is. You see, things are much easier than you might have thought they are till this point, but that is only because you cannot see how the universe works with you to create a reality. But as you take on this understanding, which is so core to who it is you really are, you will then have a much easier time in your life, because no longer will you see the necessity for struggle. You will begin using the power that has always been with you and the power that you have unwittingly used up until this time. So remember that this is something that you already do on a subconscious level, and what you are waking up to is how to use the power that you already have more consciously. You will begin to create reality without the strain and strife of all the actions that you would normally take to get something done, because you will have an understanding of frequency and how you access it and pulse it out. And this will be the way from now on that you will create what it is that you wish to experience in the physical reality that you see around you. And you'll have more fun than you ever before, because you will be discovering that you are all superheroes and that you will have superpowers. We enjoy very much watching you in your exploration of these ideas and of your true nature, because it is like watching a toddler learn how to walk and then run. And yes, so you already are amazing beings of immense power. And when you can recognize that and then take a few moments out of your day to practice using that power with a sense of joy, you will see how easy and exciting your lives can be. It is our pleasure to help guide and assist you in this endeavor of becoming humans that you have full power and potential, realized, manifested, and with the same sense of compassion and love that you bring from having had the experience that you have had up until this point. We see that everything that you find to be unjust or wrong about your world to be serving you very well. Because when you have great power, you will want to use that power with your fellow humans, animals, and plants in a sense of harmony that will lead to a greater experience for all. You are infinite beings, and you create using energy that is coming from an infinite source. Get ready for a new way of living and prepared for an immense sense of freedom and love and passion for life. We are pleased at what you have already discovered about yourselves, and we look forward to bringing you along on the rest of your journey. Have fun. How to start your day. Before you get too caught up in what it is that you have to do in a given day, allow yourself to get the first priority in place for your existence. Set aside what it is that needs to be done or that you simply want to get done, and focus on what it is that you want to vibrate. You might even want to put this in your calendar. Why is this so important for you to decide? Because if you do not decide what it is you want to vibrate in a given day, then someone or something or some force is going to decide for you. It is part of the process of your evolution to operate in this way, and is also part of your manifestation process. So we don't want you to think about what it is that you want and then base that vibration you choose in order to attract that which you have decided you want. But instead, we are asking you very simply what it is that you want to emanate. What is it that you want to hold in your beingness throughout the day? It will have an effect on your manifestation, but more importantly, it will dictate how it is that you receive that which comes to you. All of you have some experience left to have before you shift to fifth-dimensional beings, and so, given that you will have certain experiences that you signed up for before you incarnated, why not decide how you're going to experience those events by choosing what it is that you would like to put forth into the world, no matter what is happening? Begin this process gently. Do not expect that you will be able to hold your frequency for an entire 24-hour period, but let this beginning of the day process be the way that you remind yourself that you are in fact the ones who are deciding what it is that you vibrate. Give yourselves that beautiful experience of consciously choosing and then watching what unfolds as a result. Have a wonderful time with this, because your approach to it is also going to affect what it is that you manifest and how it is you are responding to experiences. We want you to create from a place of wanting to be the vibration rather than wanting to affect something else with it. And if you take that approach, there's no possible way that you can get it wrong. Ascension 101. Before you become that which you are ascending into, you may have some experiences that you'd rather not have. However, you will find that there is a very certain necessity for you to create scenarios for yourself that will get you in touch with very specific stored emotions. These may not look like the emotions that you are accustomed to feeling. They may have an intensity to them that is unknown to you. But they will not be just for the sake of your suffering. They will be for experiencing that you have decided to take on because you wanted to be of service, and because you wanted to have a full spectrum of emotions and experiences so that you would be able to hold a level of compassion for your fellow beings that you have been unable to access up until now. So you see, there are very specific experiences that you simply signed up for in this lifetime, and if you are willing to accept that, and if you are willing to experience whatever comes your way without resistance and without self-judgment, you will feel a cleansing of yourself through the experience. You will know yourselves as lighter beings because you have let go of the stored traumas that are inactive currently, but still running beneath the surface. We tell you this not to scare you, not to put you on high alert, and not to create with you the expectations that you have a hard road ahead of you. We just want you to understand that when you find yourself in the midst of a very challenging situation in your lives, and you find yourselves at your knees crumbling and in a pile on the floor, then you have not done something wrong to put yourself in that place. You are not being punished because you are bad in another lifetime, and you are certainly not being tested by the Almighty. Instead, you have decided from the broader perspective that you really are, that you wanted to show yourselves your strength, and that you wanted to know yourselves as powerful beings who could take on extreme challenges and know yourself as the creator of these experiences. Nothing is ever your fault, but everything is your creation. And the sooner you accept your lives as your creations and your emotion as yours to feel, the sooner you can get onto a time when everything that you create will be from your current conscious self, and everything that you feel will be a choice that you make in that moment. And when you get to that place, you will look back at this time, and you will appreciate what it was that you decided to put yourselves through, because having had those experiences, you'll most certainly be able to choose from the highest good, and you will also be much more compassionate to your fellow beings, no matter what it is they are deciding to create. Removing the illusion of separation. Be one with the people that surround you, because they are not really separate from you. Allow yourself to become one with whomever you are with, to let your experience be an experience that you are sharing and co-creating at the same time. Let yourself merge with the energy of the other, because this is happening anyway. So there is no need to try to maintain a sense of separation from the other. What you have experienced up until now is a sense of separation, but that has been an illusion, just as many things in your reality are. So now it is time for you to let yourself experience the truth that is the oneness of all. We are asking you to start with the individual or individuals that are in your immediate surrounding. Allow yourself to be tuned to that person, be willing to accept where it is they are and where it is you are. Communicate with one another about what it is you are feeling in the moment. The realization that you are all one will eliminate any need for one of you to be right or righter than the other. Instead, you may see what it is that you are doing for one another is being reflected to make yourselves more aware of what frequencies you are running. This will serve you very well, because the key of your adjustment of your frequency is awareness of your frequency. And when you run and hide from others, you are running and hiding from yourself, because you do not like feeling certain frequencies. What we are asking you to do is to become comfortable and accepting of all frequencies, to be aware and to accept. And then when the two of you are able to feel what you are feeling, communicate about it, accept it. The two or more individuals can run a different energy experience, and together you will find that it is even more enjoyable. And this is what true bonding is. You have all the answers. When you discover that you contain within you the information that you can use to guide yourselves and to serve others, then it would be of benefit to you to look within for your answers, for your guidance, for anything that you seek. It can be found within you. You are like a giant storage device with trillions of cells, each of which contain their own history, their own unique information. And this information pertains to not only you, not only your genetic line, but also all of the other beings who have been incarnate on this planet. It will be very beneficial for you to discover that when you desire to know something, you instantaneously know it, and that you do not really need to seek information from other sources. However, if that is something that you want to do, if that is something that you desire in your life, then by all means look for other perspectives. That can be a fun endeavor, but you are all self-contained, self-sustaining units. So there cannot possibly be something that would exist outside of you that would be of more benefit to you than the guidance that exists within you. So we are advocating that you decide that you are the ones who are your best guides, and that you give yourself permission to crack your own codes, to enlighten yourself, and to access everything that you need to access to live happily ever after. There is no better source of information than the being that is desiring the information. Because you see, the question and the answer are like two sides of the same coin, and so, of course, if you have one side of the coin, you must have the other side as well. Now take into consideration the fact that you are the one who is living your life, and you are the one who has had all the experiences that you have had. So your perspective of your life must contain more information than anyone else's perspective on it. It simply can be no other way. You may be in denial, and that may prevent you from knowing something or seeing something from the perspective of another. And you can always tell what you are in the most denial about by what really stirs you up, what causes you to constrict yourself into access resistance. Whenever you find yourself in that state, ask yourself if you are in denial about whatever it is that is before you, whatever it is you are hearing. And above all else, be willing to trust yourself, to know that if you are getting something that, even though it is coming from you, it is still what you are getting. There is nothing random about anything that you receive or that you experience or that you come across in this lifetime. Not a single moment of it is unplanned and unorchestrated. So whatever you receive, it is well worth your while to give it much credence as you would if it were coming from Source itself. Time does not exist. We love telling you that there's no such thing as time. We love making you short-circuit your brains with that one. We want you to get out of your minds completely so that when we tell you something that your minds cannot comprehend, it delights us. You have a concept of time, you have your experience of time, but most of the time it is because you are thinking, and you are thinking about something that will happen, that you want to happen, that might not happen, or that has happened. This gives you the illusion of time, but in reality you are not experiencing your reality in a linear way. You are making connections between one event and another that does not really exist. They are separate. Those moments that you experience are unique and exist as if they were islands in a vast ocean of moments or / islands. So how do you use this information to benefit yourselves? When we give you something like this, it's to plant a seed so that you can begin to let go of the idea that one thing leads to another, and you are doomed to repeat your history and so on. And that way you can, if you decide to do so, choose which moment you would like to experience next. And we want you to believe that this is possible. Your simultaneous lifetimes. To approach that you have to your life is easy for you to understand when you consider that you're a being that has created and continues to create many different simultaneous experiences. So in this lifetime you will encounter various challenges, have particular relationships, give yourself certain abilities, and have a harder time with other areas in your life. And all of these traits and circumstances combine to give you the experience that you have, which is very particular to you and to this lifetime. If you want to understand why you are where you are and why you do what you do, and why certain individuals are in your life, all you have to do is to look into those other aspects of you that are having simultaneous experiences. So you have many teachers who will tell you about your past lives, and it is important for you to understand that all of those lives, even though they were chronologically in the past, are still active. That those are experiences that your oversoul has and continues to have, in spite of the fact that by the measuring of your calendar, these versions of you are long gone. Now, the reason that we give you this and the significance that it has to this lifetime, and what you are experiencing in this now moment, is the impact that you have on those other aspects by living the life that you are living, and also the impact that you can have on you if you allow them. So you are more than meets the eye. You have so many different perspectives going on at once, and yet it serves you very well to pay particular attention to this one, because whatever is happening now for a reason. And it is there for you to grow from, to learn from, and by all means to enjoy. The aspects of yourself that would exist in your future are also active and also exist in this moment. And so you can draw from this knowledge, from this experience as well. And we give you this primarily to help you understand the life that you are living now, rather than to give you the impression that any of these other aspects of yourself are in some way more important than you, or in some way more influence on your life than this version of you does. Because you are the one who chose this life in these circumstances, but you chose them very specifically, and you wanted to have the experience of balance with all those other incarnations so that you could work together. So rather than getting caught up in the detail of who you were in the past, who you will be in the future, and so on, we want you to understand more and more that you are a member of a team, and that team is working together, whether you realize it or not. The circumstances of your life are serving in so many unimaginable ways to your consciousness that we just want to give you the bigger picture here, and to let you know that everything is working out in your favor in the largest sense that you can imagine that it ever could. Deliberate intent. Stating your purpose is one of the ways in which you can solidify your intentions. When you think about what your purpose is within any endeavor that you are engaging in, you allow yourselves to get to the heart of what it is that you are doing and why it is that you are doing it. You give yourselves the opportunity to explore what it is that you are actually seeking by engaging in a particular activity. Why is it that I want to engage with this person? Why is it that I am really seeking for my participation in this group meeting? What is it that I am really seeking from my life? These are all questions that are worth exploring whenever you are considering doing something, and when you have already committed in doing something, and when you are simply about to do something spontaneously. It is always in your benefit to know why you are actively engaging in something, because what you do in many ways will show you what it is that you believe, and what it is that stand out for, and we want you to be very deliberate when it comes to living your lives. No more autopilot, no more doing something the way you are doing it because so-and-so does it that way, or because this is the way that the humans have always done it. Ask yourself what it is at the core of everything that you do, and use the activities of your life as windows into your vibration. We want you to seek out the vibration first, and we want you to make your actions a reflection of that vibrational state that you wish to hold. So it is always worth examining everything that you are planning to do, and that you have agreed to do, and that you tend to do without even giving much thought to it. Seek out your deepest and most core intention for your lives, and see how the actions that you are taking are either in harmony or out of harmony with those core intentions, and with your desired frequency states. Let your lives be an example to others, and let your lives be a reflection to yourself of that which you truly desire for yourself, and for the collective that you find yourselves in. Be very aware of your purpose, of your intention, and of your vibration, and you will find that everything around you will complement those intentions, those purposes, and those vibrations in a beautiful, harmonious symphony of life. The frequency of a belief. The beliefs that you hold about something are like the clay that you use to create with. When you consider something that you desire and you wish to manifest it into your life, you must consider that which you are creating with. So having a belief about yourself, about the world, about the particular desire that you hold, are the ingredients that you're using to create with. The belief is not as significant as the vibration of that belief, so you don't have to get too specific or too technical. You don't have to break a belief down. You don't have to change a belief. You don't have to even adopt a new belief, because all beliefs are limiting in some way. But it is good for you to know that the way that you have been creating is by using these third-dimensional concepts known as beliefs. So just ask yourself, how does this belief feel? And does that feeling match the feeling of my pure desire? If it does, then you are all set, and you can simply wait for the beautiful unfolding of your desire. But if you can sense a discrepancy, then all you have to do is to practice your present moment awareness of frequency. And when you are able to tap into the frequency of your desire, you no longer need to be aware of those old beliefs that you have been carrying around. So creation is much easier than you think, because if you have to talk all the time and effort to deconstruct every belief that you hold, then that will be your life, and your vibration will be a reflection of that effort that you are making. But if you just recognize the frequency and notice it is in harmony with what you want to experience, then you can easily let go, because every moment is an opportunity for you to operate as a creator in the realm of frequency. And every desire that you have is really just an opportunity for this. It is like a placeholder for you. It is calling of you. Your ride along the pathway of that frequency is what this joyous life is all about. So continue to use your desire to further your journey, and just be aware of those beliefs as they make themselves aware to you. And by all means, have fun with this process. Operating as source. Start out with the assumption that you are a being of divine light and light. Then proceed from there. This assumption can be made no matter what the situation you are faced with. It is not something to pull out of your bag of tricks only when you feel that it is absolutely necessary to operate with that understanding. Instead, this is a basis of everything. And when you recognize this and proceed with that understanding in your conscious awareness, you are able to navigate your life with far more dexterity and with much more pleasing results. You have all the source energy at your disposal, yet most of you are not tapping into that reservoir of knowledge and energy and love. So we encourage you to set the frequency for all of your dealings and all your interactions and all your challenges at the source energy vibration, to pull yourselves out of the third dimensional understanding of self and to take on the 13th dimensional understanding of self while you make your way through this journey. You have also at your disposal everything that humanity has ever done, has ever thought, has ever felt. You have the collective consciousness of humankind to work with. So when you are faced with one of your challenges, when you are feeling yourself in a pit of despair, when you are in the midst of a conflict with another, open yourself to the knowing. Believe that it is possible for you to tap into the resource that heretofore you have not even acknowledged exists. When you operate as third-dimensional, separate, ego-based, mind-oriented being, then of course there's only so much you can do. But when you let go of that understanding of self and you let in the unlimited, the eternal, the infinite, the all-knowing, then everything that is before you seems much more manageable. And in fact, you can see it as a gift that you have given yourself for the purpose of having a new experience. The space in between thoughts. Between the thoughts that you think are the moments of clear consciousness that give you the opportunity for new creations, new ideas and inspirations. These are the moments when you're at your best, when you have relaxed enough to allow communication from other aspects of self, guides, other beings who wish to enlighten you. It is when you are at your finest. It is when you are in that state of pure surrender to the moment. The letting go point is the most delicious experience that you have as humans. It is a moment that is full of wonder and awe. It is a lining up with energy that exists always and that is always available to you, but hovers just outside your range of consciousness until you open up those channels by surrendering, by letting go, by existing in the moment. These are not new concepts for you. They are tried and true practices, but sometimes you forget. Sometimes you need to be reminded of how blessed you are, how taken care of you are, how supported you can be when you allow yourself to be. It is that point in between thoughts that we suggest you reach for in your everyday waking consciousness. It is not a difficult place to find because it is there all the time, waiting for you to be aware of it, to bask a little in it, to celebrate a break in your normal way of processing information and speculating and wondering and reminiscing and all of the things that you do to interfere with the transmission. So believe in your ability to receive and let go long enough so that the link-up can occur and you can download some useful data. Simply make it your intention to become more aware and more of these opportunities, and also practice the art of letting go and being silent, and allowing that which is to reveal itself to you in all the magical ways that it can. We tell you this because we love you. We tell you this because you are deserving, and we tell you this because the timing, now more than ever, is perfect for you to receive new ideas, new impulses, new inspirations, and along with them, the life that you always dreamed of. You are infinite eternal beings. Behold the truth of who you are. Be willing to accept your divinity. Put your focus on the parts of yourself that are eternal, because that is how you access the infinite. By focusing on what is temporary, you hold yourselves in a pattern that will only yield you more of what is temporary. But as you focus on your eternal nature, the love that is who you are, and your infinite expansive self, you cannot help but move forward. This is how you do it. We are not saying that you must transcend the physical or ignore or renounce the physical, but use the physical to give you the reflection that you need to recognize where you are holding yourself back. By putting your focus and the majority of your attention on that which is eternal within you, you include all that is physical and all that is non-physical. So you are not choosing the non-physical or the ethereal over the physical. You are including all of it because it is not separate from you. But there is a tendency to ignore that which is divine within you as you focus more of your attention on what is outside or what seems to be outside of your physical structure. Take our word for it. There is nothing that is outside, but there is the perception. And that is what you have been working with. That is how you wanted to operate as third-dimensional beings. But as you discover more of yourself, more of your frequency that creates the world around you, you find that there are no boundaries, no limitations. And this is the life that you desire to live. If you look for that boundarylessness in financial wealth or in the power to manipulate others, you will be missing out on so much more. That is why we are guiding you back to the center, back to your core, back to the infinite nature. Because we want you to have it all, and we want you to realize that everyone else can have it too. Enjoy this transitional period. When you are able to comprehend the vastness of who you are, you can feel a bit overwhelmed, overstimulated, and there can be some weariness on your part. It is not an easy transition whatsoever to move from the notion of a finite, mortal individual to a multidimensional, infinite being of love. There is perhaps no greater leap in one's understanding. That is why you have this period of time to help you make that transition. It is to your benefit to have this period where you are acclimating to the new understanding. It is less of a shock to have a gradual move from the way that you formerly knew yourselves and thought of yourselves to how you are going to be experiencing yourself. That is why you are all set up in this very specific and well-planned way. We know that many of you are excited and so eager to explore your fifth-dimensional selves, to have the abilities that we have told you within you, and reaching for that knowing of yourselves is also serving you very well. It is a frequency state that is already available to you, but that you do not and cannot hold for a very long stretch of your linear time. So it is better for you to accept where you are and to enjoy the transition period. Let it be a period of wonder and a period of awe and excitement, rather than like sitting in a waiting room in your various outdated magazines to choose from. You can experience it in any way that you choose, and you're giving yourselves that opportunity to have a gradual movement. We like the analogy of stepping into a bath. When you put your toe in and then pull it out, and then put your toe in for a little longer and pull it out, and then your whole foot. And then finally you can put your foot down, and then gradually you start with the other foot, and so on. And that is how you are making your transition. But do not rob yourself of the enjoyment of this unique and wonderful place where you are. Love yourself through the process. Allow yourself to feel everything now that you still are operating as third-dimensional beings most of the time. And enjoy your dense physical structure and the experiences that you can have of them. Because just as you get all the sentimental about periods in your life, you will feel that way about this period. And it is so much more to your benefit to just enjoy it now and see it all as perfect. But please know that there's more to come, and it will be infinitely satisfying. The keys to creation. We are here for you. In our estimation, there has been a giant leap forward for the conscience of humanity. This is part of the process of ascension. It is not happening in a very consistent way. You have moments where you will make a giant leap forward, and you will have periods of time when it seems that very little progress is being made. So what can you do with your giant leap forward? How can you begin to experience the benefits? Well, it all starts with a willingness on your part to do something that you have done many times before with varying levels of success. We are asking you to know yourselves as creator beings. We are asking you to put this faster moving energy to work, and we are doing so because we know that these are the things that you would like to create in your lives. So I invite you to focus on those things and to simply allow the process to unfold. There is no effort required on your part. You do not have to create for 30 minutes a day every day. All you need to do is focus on the feeling of what it is that you are creating. Find the vibration of it. Send that vibration out and put yourself in a relaxed and receptive state rather than an anxious and impatient one. Give yourselves the experience of going with the flow of energy and of allowing universal forces to take over. Begin to trust in the process. Trust that if you create something with your consciousness, then it must be experienced. And know that things do still take a little bit of your time to transpire and come to fruition in the physical realms. So we recommend that you go about your business as usual once you have put your creation out into the field. Do what you find most enjoyable, most exhilarating, most relaxing, and you will find that what you have created comes to you in the simplest and easiest way possible. That is how it is done. That is how it is going to be from this point forward. Ease, relaxation, receiving. Those are the keys to creation. We are the creators, and we love you very much. Sadness. Sadness is an emotion that you do not hear that much about. It is one of those emotions that tends to be swept under the rug or ignored. You have more people talking about fear and anger than you do about sadness. Perhaps that is because you all feel like your sadness is a very personal experience, that it is not something to be shared or talked about. Perhaps you do not see the beauty in your sadness, or perhaps it is time that you do. You all experience sadness, and you all see it as something that you just get through. When someone that you love dies, you go through what you call your mourning period, and it is a solitary experience for most of you. Most of you are not gathering in groups to feel your sadness together, although certainly that is the intention of the funeral. We are here to grant you permission to explore sadness further, to give yourselves the opportunity to be with yourselves through your own sadness. And we encourage you to talk about it and find others who want to express their sadness. Sadness does not lead to something. You do not have to go from sadness to something else in order to break yourselves free from it. You may find that it is easy to love a person who is experiencing and expressing sadness, and that is part of the beauty of it. Sadness elicits compassion and love. You are often held by another when you are experiencing your sadness, and you reach out to another for their sympathy and their compassion. And so you can see how sadness can actually bring people together if you allow yourselves to feel it, and to express it, and to communicate it to those around you. And that is what we invite you to do. Following your joy. Following the path of your greatest joy can be a nice bumper sticker, a refrigerator magnet, or fancy Facebook post for all of you. But for many of you, it is an ideal. It is easier for you to acknowledge that following your joy in life is the ultimate in living, the way that you want to live, than it is for you to actually put that ideal into practice. We understand that. We understand that in a place where many of you are, it seems foolish, it seems irresponsible. It seems unlikely that you will be able to follow your joy anytime soon. So we want you to look at this differently. We do not want you to decide that following your joy means getting back together with the band that you were in college and touring the world, and seeing the drudgery of your life as going back to your 9-to-5 job for yet another week, month, year, and so on. If you compartmentalize things in that way, and you then believe that the only way for you to pay the rent or mortgage and other bills is to go back to the drudgery of the job, then you are setting yourself up for failure. All we want to do is to recognize that there is joy, that you are joy, that joy is accessible to you, that at any moment you have the opportunity to take the approach to your life that is boring and monotonous, or you can take the approach to your life that is joyous and fun, and it is up to you. It is also true that you do not need to quit your job to follow your other pursuits in life that you want to. But if you see that you can only do one thing or the other, and you decide that you must do the boring, monotonous work just to stay alive, then you will never really find the joy within each moment. First, you must decide that joy is what you want, and then you must decide that it is possible, and you must be joyous, rather than looking for something joyous to find its way to you, so that you can feel it. You must decide that whatever you are doing can be a version of that following your joy that you ultimately are seeking in every action that you take. So if hitting the road with your college buddies to play various venues around the world is that ultimate joy, then bring to that whatever it is that you are doing. Whatever it is that you would be doing on the tour bus and in those performances, bringing that to whatever it is you are doing. Do not allow what everyone else is doing to determine what you must do and how you must do it. You must decide for yourself what is the most important to you, and you must realize that you are the ones who is determining and deciding how joyous your life can be. Keeping your vibration shining clean. Sending out the frequency that is most reflective of the reality that you would like to experience is what we would consider to be the most important aspect of living your lives right now as humans on this planet. There is no better use of your time. We know we have said this before, and we will keep saying it, because we like it when you hear it again and again and again, and then finally let it sink in. You were taught many things in your years as students in school, and many things that you were taught you did not remember initially. You had to be told to study for an exam, and then after you passed the exam, you may have forgotten everything. And so you may have had to have relearned everything that you learned before, and so you could move on. That is what we are doing here as your teachers. We are giving you information many times in many different ways, from many different angles, because in order for you to move on, you must not only remember, but you must also incorporate that which we are giving you. So then it will be necessary for you to take what we are giving you out of pure philosophy and put it into the nuts and bolts of your experience. When you want to accomplish something in your physical world, you tend to take a certain approach to that activity, and that approach may be one that you have taken many times before. Let us take the example here of brushing your teeth. We assume that all of you brush your teeth, and it is something that you have done so many times that you do not need to think about what is necessary for you to accomplish that task. You simply decide that it is time to brush my teeth, and then you go to where the toothbrush is, and you take out whatever it is you put on the toothbrush, and then you put that on the toothbrush, and you brush your teeth, and you spit, and all things that you do to make sure your teeth are shiny and clean. We want you to take the same approach to offering your frequencies. We want you to do it so consistently and automatically that it is something that you feel that you need to remind yourselves, and that you need to write it down and place in your bathroom mirror, so that when you are brushing your teeth you can see, oh yes, also I want to clean my vibration. We are playing with you a little bit here, but not really, because you may hear something 1,000 times before you put it into action, that which you know is true. So make this a regular part of your routine. The awareness of your current vibration, the willingness to feel that vibration, the desire to offer a different vibration, the tuning of yourselves to that vibration, and the holding of that vibration. It is that simple, it is that easy, and it will keep you shiny and clean. Tilt your head slightly. Bringing a new perspective to something will change everything about it and about your experience of it. We want you to let go of all your preconceived notions, of all the beliefs that you hold that are based upon prior experience. And we want you to give yourselves a chance to reconsider something that you had written off, or had believed was somehow inappropriate or not right for you. It is as simple as allowing yourself to tilt your head slightly and see what it is you are considering from a new angle. And we mean that quite literally. If you were to be in an observation of something and you were only to see one side of it, you would not have the full picture. You would only be able to take that which was before you, the information that had presented itself to you as a result of the angle of which you were viewing it. But if you were to look from a different angle or look at a different side, you would see something completely different. You have the ability to do this with concepts, with individuals, with yourself as well. You may have bought into one angle as the most important one for quite some time. You may have been told that this side is the only side worth seeing, and that is the only way in which something's value can be determined. But give yourselves a chance here to explore another perspective, another angle, another way of experiencing something that you have experienced before and are quite certain is only going to give you that one note. Begin with yourselves. You take yourselves with you almost everywhere you go. You have a perspective of yourself. You may say to another individual, I am someone who always does this, or I am someone who never gets the lucky draw. I am someone who always forgets numbers or addresses or faces or names. Whatever it is that you are believing about yourself is simply one perspective. Perhaps you are an individual who has forgotten people's names and you are certain that this is the flaw. This is something that is a trait of yours that is completely unchangeable. Well, let us suppose that what you take in when you meet someone is not their name. What you take in is their vibration. You are feeling them and reading their energy without even knowing that it is what you are doing. So you are only aware of the fact that you forgot their name 5 seconds after you met them. But from another perspective, you take in everything that you need to know about that person. your relationship to them, whether or not you want to spend more time with them, whether or not you trust them, and so on. You take that in because that is the most important and pertinent information for you. Names are somewhat irrelevant. So you can see now how you could apply that type of perspective shifting to anything that you are involved with, to anyone that you are in a relationship with, to any idea, intuition, any group of individuals. It is possible for you to have a brand new understanding, a brand new experience, if you give yourselves the opportunity just to tilt your head slightly. Sticky situations. When you are in the middle of something that you would rather not experience, but you have no choice, given the fact that it is right in front of you, the best course of action for you is to let yourselves be completely with that situation. We want you to discover that there is nothing that exists in this universe that you cannot handle. We want you to realize that. And when you are faced with something that you do not like, that does not please you, that you never would have consciously created for yourself, what you have before you is an aspect of yourself that you have been unwilling to look at. It may not seem that way to you, but that is what it is. So when you are in a situation that you do not prefer, and you are looking for ways out of it, just stop, take a breath, and remember that this creation of yours is in your service to you in some way. Certainly you can all relate to the idea of growing pains. You know that sometimes in order for you to expand, you must be able to include something that is a little uncomfortable for you at the time. But when you are able to look back at these types of sticky situations, you can usually understand why you needed to create them, how you benefited from them, and how you are so much more equipped to deal with anything that comes your way as a result of these experiences. So you wish to know yourselves as powerful beings, as source energy beings, as beings of love and light. And the best way for you to do that is to know that everything in your reality is an aspect of yourself, a creation of yours, and is there to benefit you. When you have that understanding, that knowing, then everything that you face, every challenge, every ordeal, will be something that you walk away from shiny and new, knowing yourselves better than you have ever before, and with the understanding that whatever it is that comes into your life is there to give you that experience of your power, and is not there for you to simply brush aside or transcend, or make the most of a bad situation. There are no bad situations. There are situations, and you may have a response to those situations, but that does not make them inherently good or bad. You are everything. Everything is within you. The sooner you acknowledge that and you love everything in your universe as you would your newborn child, you will be one who walks on air, who gives without question of whether or not they will receive, and you will exemplify that which is the essence of unconditional love, unconditional joy, and unconditional beingness. We applaud you for your willingness to take on that which may seem overwhelming and may seem scary, but that which is an aspect of all that is, and therefore is comprised of love. Exercising your new powers. So you have begun to transform in many ways. You can see changes in your lives, and you expect there to be more to come. You have already begun experiencing fifth-dimensional frequency. You are familiarizing yourselves now with that vibration because you want to work with it in a way that benefits you and those around you. So you are exercising a bit with a new energy, and you are getting your feet wet. It is that time for you to apply what you know, what you have learned, because what you are doing here is very important. You are affecting many who you cannot even see. So this is why you must be patient with yourself. You have been told for quite some time that you are the creators of your experience, and this has frustrated many of you who don't feel that you are able to change your circumstance, to get what you want, to feel how you want to feel, and so on, and so we ask you to relax a bit. Don't feel the need to get it all right now, to use all of your power and to manifest the perfect life. That is part of what it is you are here to experience. You are also here to experience a broader spectrum of motion, and in so doing, you do service to other aspects of yourself and other individuals throughout the universe. That is why it is necessary for you to spend a bit more time becoming the creators that you have always been, but that you have not yet fully experienced yourselves as. You have come so far, and yet you still have a ways to go. And the best thing that you could do at this time is to appreciate where you are, to give thanks for what you have, and to notice the power that you are beginning to play with. Have fun with it, feel that power, and know that this is a process that has been underway since before you were born. We are pleased to watch you grow in this way and to serve you as best we can. Be your own guide. There is one who understands you more than anyone else, and it is you. You are the one who has all the answers. You give yourself the opportunity to discover what those answers are, but it is still you. It is always you. You are asking questions and sometimes seeking the answers from a place of feeling desperate. And when you are in this place, you will likely seek answers from outside of yourself, because the self you are experiencing in that moment of desperation does not feel very wise. That is why you go to others seeking assistance and guidance in these moments. When you can feel the stability of your beingness, you will recognize that you are the one holding all the answers within. And you may wish to play with others, and that is fine. It is fun to have that experience of getting your answers from another source, but that source can only tell you what you are ready to hear. You will never get the answer to a question that you are not vibrationally in alignment with. So make your own vibration and your stability of utmost importance, because you are ready and able to be your own guides and to seek your truth within. Shining your light. Bring forth the most spectacular concept that you have of yourself, and do not allow yourselves to be censored in any way. Simply charge forth with your most delicious and beautiful traits and abilities. Give yourself the full experience of yourself. Let yourself be the wondrous creation that you were always created to be. There is no virtue in false humility. There is no reason for you to hide your light. Let yourself burst forth now from the shell, from behind the veil, from the cocoon that you have placed around yourself. Now is the time for full-on self-expression and celebration of who it is you are at the core essence of your being. This is not about your ego, and this is not about hubris, and this is certainly not about being out of control. So do not worry that you are going to fall into one of these traps. We simply ask that you allow yourself the fullest and brightest expression of yourself without apologies, without holding back anything because you are afraid perhaps of being criticized or perhaps of outshining another. This is not a contest. This is a journey of self-discovery. And the only way for you to truly discover yourself is to let yourself out fully. We encourage you to do this now because we see so many of you holding back, holding judgment, allowing yourselves to be afraid of what might happen if you were to take that next step, to put yourselves out there in the spotlight. You must realize that at this time, no one is going to be crucified for shining their light. And you must also recognize that those who do shine their lights have their detractors. There is no one who is putting forth their full expression who is not met with some resistance. And that's okay. And that resistance is there for you to love and accept as an aspect of yourself, not as a force outside of yourself that has power over you. Begin the process of coming out from the shadows, from the darkness that is self-imposed, that is there solely for the purpose of giving you something to bounce off of. Allow yourselves to have your day in the sun, showing the fruits of all the work that you have been doing on yourselves. And let others enjoy the experience of your self-unveiling, so that they too may be inspired to let their guard down, and to be the fullest expression of source energy that they truly are. And even though it may look like you are simply wanting to celebrate yourself in your divinity, you will be in fact giving others permission to access their own. Help yourself first. It is a perfect idea that you have had in this world to put yourself first. You are the one who is creating everything in your reality. And in order to be the best creator that you can be, you must be in alignment with the source of all things. You must make the alignment with the prime creator being your highest priority. So even if you are very well-being and you seek to do all sorts of good in the world, if you put yourself in a position where you are feeling that you are the victim, or that someone else that you are trying to help is a victim, or if you are feeling that you must take down this evil empire, this evil corporation, then you are not in full alignment with the prime creator being, and you are of very little use to the others that you wish to help. You are also not being of service to yourself. So how is it that you can go about your day learning about things that are happening in your world, what you call injustice, atrocities, and stay in that place of alignment? Well, it is perfectly okay for you to find yourself sliding out of that place and digging down deep in those shadow emotions. It is quite all right for you to feel them, to have your experience of them and to recognize that you created those beings who are doing those dirty deeds so that you could find that place within yourself where the emotions reside, so that you could fulfill that purpose in your life of knowing these aspects of yourself. And once you are done having that experience, once you have allowed yourself to fully engage with these emotions, that is when we suggest that you wait until you have found your alignment before you take any sort of action and assist others, or to create an alternative to the evil empire or the evil corporation that is doing all the naughty things. We do suggest creating new systems, new ideas, new community-based organizations, rather than making a documentary film about how bad this person or corporation is being, or even nation. These are all reflections. They are there to show yourselves what is existing inside of you, and they are not to be torn down and defeated. They are to be processed, experienced, and then you are to use them as the bouncing off place to create something different, to experience something different, another aspect of yourself that is more filled with love and light. So that is the reason why you must always exist as a fully functional, sovereign being that knows itself as all that is, and that tends to itself before seeking to change anything in this world of yours. The help that you give to others is the help you must first seek for yourself, and then, and only then, will you be of service to the greater good of all. Ask before you act. What is the main objective of what it is that you are doing? That is the question that we would ask ourselves whenever we would be engaged in some physical activity. What would be the ideal outcome? That is another question we would pose to ourselves. Who is this endeavor going to benefit? That would be a third question we would pose. And when you look at your activities in this way, you will certainly stay on the right track for your stated objectives. When you realize the desire that is behind everything that you do, you live your lives more consciously and with a more pointed intention. It serves you very well to consider these questions before embarking on any small activity that you will perform and before setting out for something that would be longer in duration. The vibration that you bring to everything that you do is far more important than the actual activity itself. And in a sense, the activity is more of a symbol than many of you realize, because you look at your world as physical, as solid, and you see activities as being real, as having real impact on that physical, solid world that you live in. You tend to think that the action is the thing, but it is no more significant than a thought. It is not more powerful than attention. And when you realize this, you will be able to get much more done in a shorter period of time, because you will see action for what it is. And when you realize that you have so much power than the action does, you will have more enjoyment, and the action that you take will come from a place of knowing that there is nothing that you need to do. There is only that which is an extension of your vibration, your intention, your desire for living your life joyously, freely, and in harmony with all others in creation. Chapter 3, Non-Linear Evolution. Archangel Michael. Welcome, we are here to serve and assist you. Taking steps forward often requires you to experience what seems to be setbacks. That is just how it works in duality. When you have as much polarity as you do in your world, you will often give yourselves both the experience of a setback and the experience of moving forward. This is often confusing to you because you tend to believe that you are always and only moving in one direction or the other. You tend to think that you can only be offering one vibration at a time and therefore can only experience one type of life circumstance at a time. What this experience does for you is that it gives you a taste of both ends of the spectrum, and this allows you to see more clearly the path ahead. You are also being given the opportunity to have a fuller experience of an idea or a concept, but it can be challenging for you to see the benefit in it. You tend to only see the benefit in moving forward and moving closer to your goal or your desire, or even the more evolved you. When you are fifth-dimensional beings, you will understand more clearly how paths do not move in a linear way. You will understand more the ability for you to jump around and have no consistency whatsoever in what you experience. This can be very confusing to the mind and very scary to the emotional body. But look at it this way. If you wanted something to expand, wouldn't you want to push at the edges of it from every possible angle and not just one? You are expanding. You are becoming more. And the experience of moving forward and moving backwards and moving forward gives you precisely what you need to expand and to burst free from in the boxes that you have created and labeled as good or bad. We invite you to discover who you are in the midst of these experiences, rather than simply measuring how close you are or how far you are away from the goals and desires that you want for yourselves. We are Michael, we are infinite, and we are love. A mini clearing. Welcome, we are here to serve and assist you. It is to your advantage to sit back and relax and take several deep breaths to reset and rebalance yourself throughout your day. You do not need to have an appointment for a spa treatment or be lying in your hammock in your backyard with a drink in your hand and nothing on your plate to give yourselves this experience. An experience of serenity, an experience of calm-centeredness. It is an experience you can have several times throughout your day. But how often do you give it to yourselves? How often do you shut off that nagging inner voice that says that there's something that you either should be doing or something that absolutely needs to get done and isn't? When you let go completely of the need to be productive in any way, and you give yourself this experience of relaxation, you are telling the universe that you desire more opportunities for these types of experience. And then there is a question of whether you would even accept an opportunity to slow down if it were granted to you by everyone around you. Would you accept the gift of doing nothing if it were offered to you? Or would you look for some way to prove your value and your worth, either to others or to yourself? The simple act of closing your eyes, relaxing your body, and taking a few deep breaths will shift on every level of your being. You will give yourselves a mini clearing every time you do it, and you will find that your life becomes more meaningful, more satisfying, more manageable, and filled with opportunities to relax and enjoy it more. We are Michael. We are infinite. We are love. The momentum of the shift. Welcome, we are here to serve and assist you. There are plenty of reasons for you to be excited about what is to come. There is a great deal of momentum that is shifting humanity at this time. It has been 3 years since your December 21st, 2012 tipping point date, and the collective of humanity has been on an upswing ever since. This does not mean that every single one of you has had the same experience, but the energy overall has shifted, and each individual is carrying more light than he or she has in this lifetime. So the potential for humanity is higher than it has ever been. So then the questions come up. What do I do with all this extra energy? How do I shine that light to be of service to others? First of all, the light that you are is enough. You are all so doing-oriented that you think that now would be the most appropriate time to take some action to move humanity forward, or even to move your own evolution forward. Instead, we suggest that you anchor that light, that you familiarize yourself with the energy of it, that you look to spread it in simple ways. We suggest that you bask in it, that you appreciate it, and that you love yourselves more before you step out into the world as your new and shiny selves. This energy, the energy that is most prominent at this time in your world, is the energy of the heart chakra. This is the dawn of a new era, and in the dawn of a new era, all you ever really need to do is to tune into your heart, listen to your heart, and allow your heart's energy to be expressed in every moment and in every little action that you take. This is how you impact the world most significantly and directly. There has never been a more appropriate time for you to listen to your heart and follow the wisdom that it offers. We are Michael. We are infinite. We are love. The process of processing. Welcome, we are here to serve and assist you. Processing occurs on many different levels of your beingness. Most of you start out by processing something mentally. You want things to make sense. You want to understand. Next, you have an emotional processing of an event or a certain information. The emotional processing is usually where you get stuck, and sometimes you go back and forth between the mental and emotional processing. And this is how certain circumstances become patterned for you. It is so that you can move past the mental and emotional processing. If you move past emotional processing, you often move through a physical release. This is sometimes experienced as tears or laughter, even a smile. Finally, you have an energetic processing. This is where integration occurs. This is where the work of you have done pays off. It is like getting a part of yourself back as your energy field becomes clearer, less dense, and more open. When you are open energetically, you are far more receptive and far more creative. You step into your creative beingness. So what we are suggesting here is that you take note of where you are in the processing process. Notice when you are stuck and make it your intention to allow the process to go smoothly and without your interference. Being willing to process means willing to let go of control. Instead, you want to become the experiencer of the process, the experiencer of your evolution and of your ultimate ascension. We are Michael. We are infinite, and we are love. The power of no. Welcome. We are here to serve and assist you. Taking your personal history into account, there have been many instances where you have been asked to do something that you didn't really want to do, and you may have said yes on several occasions, some of you more often than others. These acts of obligations are meant to be of service to those who are making the request of you. But anything that you do from a place of obligation is no more of a service than if you had said no. Saying no is not a rejection of the other person. Saying no is an acknowledgement of where you are in any particular moment. You may feel a desire to do what the other person is asking at another time. But when you say yes and you offer to do it when you do not feel aligned with doing it, you are creating an opening for resentment. Resentment is not something that anyone wants to feel. There is no power in it. It is quite crippling, in fact. You may feel that you owe someone something because they have done for you another time. You may justify acting out of obligation with the memory of their help, but you do not need to settle any scores with anyone. If someone does something for you from the place of genuine desire to be of service, then your acceptance of their help is also an act of service. But humans often don't see it that way. You often give when you don't really want to, and we are aware that this is something that happens quite a bit around the holidays. So we are suggesting that you honor yourselves in every moment, and from time to time, you lovingly say no to someone's request. We are Michael. We are infinite. We are love. New challenges. Welcome. We are here to serve and assist you. Before you incarnate into your physical bodies, you formulate a plan for your lifetime. You could say that you have a rough idea of what you will experience or what challenges you will face. And then you arrive in the physical, and there are challenges that come up for you that you do not expect, that you do not see coming. These are the challenges that you are most likely to have a great deal of success with, because when you are faced with a new challenge, you have no history of not overcoming. You have no baggage. You have a fresh and new perspective on that particular challenge. And when you are able to take on one of these new challenges and demonstrate to yourself that you are capable of meeting it and of overcoming it, you then show yourself that you are powerful. You demonstrate to yourself that you are in fact a creative individual who can handle just about anything. And so you take the strength that you have gained from the new challenge, and you use it in facing one of your predetermined challenges that you have faced in many other lifetimes as well. And so you see the challenges that you are in your life always serve you. They are meant to give you the sense of mastery, power, and strength. And as long as you are willing to face every challenge that comes your way, you are putting yourselves in a better position to move on, to move beyond that which is familiar and that which has been an obstacle for you. So seek to find your strength in the face of all challenges, and demonstrate to yourself that you are in fact powerful and creative beings of light and love. We are Michael. We are infinite, and we are love. Perception is creative. Welcome. We are here to serve and assist you. In your perception of reality, you are creating it. There are so many different ways to perceive the same thing, the same person, or the same event. It is you and only you who determines how you perceive the reality that is before you, and that decision is usually made without your conscious participation. In other words, you are not usually deciding how you perceive your reality. More often than not, you let programming determine the perception. We want to be clear about one thing. You have chosen whatever programming you have received, so you are not a victim of that programming. But once you wake up to it, you can see it for what it is. And then you have the option of deciding how you want to perceive your reality, and that will determine what reality shows up in front of you. So first of all, notice your perception. Notice how you have been choosing unconsciously to perceive your reality and do so without judgment. And then decide that you can choose more consciously. You can see your reality differently in order to shift your experience of it. This is one of the ways you shift in a reality that is more to your liking. The more that you decide to perceive your reality in a way that serves you, the better you become at creating a reality consciously that you will enjoy effortlessly. We are Michael. We are infinite. We are love. Shifting is easy to do. Blinking in and out of the physical reality is something that you do without realizing that you are doing it. You are not physical for exactly as long as you are physical. And this blinking gives you an opportunity to blink into another reality, and it is easier for you to shift to a parallel universe than you might think. There is a practice of shifting realities that few have mastered, but those that have understood the blinking in and out of the physical reality, they are simply keeping up with the speed of that blinking. This is not something that you can do in order to escape a problem, because as long as you are focused on a problem, you are incapable of keeping up with the very fast rate in which you are blinking in and out. This is something you can do when you are in a very high vibrational state, when you are feeling light, carefree, and joyous. Now, when you shift to another parallel universe, you will not necessarily know where you are going. But when you are in that state of being, you trust that where you are going is going to be of a similar vibration, and so you are not attached to shifting to a particular parallel universe. And in that non-attachment, you make it possible. We are suggesting that you have fun with this, that you play around with it, and that you demonstrate yourself just how much fun you can have and just how easy it is to shift. We are Michael. We are infinite. We are love. The evolution of your consciousness. Vibration is the natural state of being for all expressions of source. You cannot stop vibrating, but it is possible to slow it down or to speed it up. Slowing it down gives you a denser experience of reality. Speeding it up gives you a lighter experience of reality. You can see from that explanation that there is no right and no wrong. These are all choices that you make to give yourself an experience of reality. This is why you will never experience judgment from Source. You will never experience judgment because the speed at which you choose to vibrate puts you in harmony with others who are vibrating at that speed. So you all are being given the opportunity to have an experience of that particular frequency of vibration. And as all you decide that you want to raise your vibration, you get to have a different experience of reality of yourselves and of one another. Condemnation is of a lower vibration, and it will keep you stuck right where you are, having the same type of experience that you have been having. And that is what makes acceptance, forgiveness, and letting go your ultimate pathway to a higher vibrational experience. And then you get to have a whole new reality with different versions of the same people that you once condemned, and that is evolution. That is the evolution of your consciousness, and that is inevitable. When you make this a conscious journey, however, you experience yourselves as creator beings, and that is truly the most satisfying experience of your evolution. We are Michael. We are infinite, and we are love. The power of love. Before you begin changing anything, take a look and offer your love and your appreciation for it. There is more to be gained from loving what is than there will ever be in changing what is into something else. What you are living and who you are as individuals will always be changing into something more. But you often seek to accelerate the process. You look at what is, knowing that there is something more, and seek to use your powers as creator beings to change what is more rapidly. There's nothing wrong with this, with exerting your abilities, your powers. But the power of unconditional love is stronger than the power to create a reality that elicits more love from you. So demonstrate to yourself how powerful you are, not in your ability to create something else, something better, but in your ability to create yourselves as those who offer unconditional love. Always begin with yourselves. Always seek to find the love within every situation and within every aspect of who you are. You cannot lose and you cannot fail when you make that your number one priority, when you seek love above change, above better, and above more. We are Michael. We are infinite, and we are love. The now moment. Because there is only the now moment, you cannot possibly interpret the past or the future as it really was or really will be. You will always be perceiving that which is past or future to you from your new moment. The now moment is a filter of sorts, giving you only information that is pertinent to it. And so everything is a projection through that lens or that filter of where you are in that moment. Your now moment could be described in fact as a vibration, because that is what everything is. It is a unique vibration. You create through vibration and you perceive through vibration. Therefore, recognize that anything from your past that you believe is affecting you in your now is only doing so because of the now you are in. So it is quite accurate to say that you are affecting each other, but you do not need to go back and change your past in order to create a new now. and the future that you will encounter will always be the result of the now moment as you experience it. One of the easiest ways for you to change your perception and therefore your vibration is through your focus. Focus on something in your now moment that is of a higher frequency. When you ask for our help in the archangel realm, or when you ask for the help of your guides or any other high-frequency being, the reason you receive it is because you have shifted your focus. The help is always there. The future you want to experience is always there. And it is only through the now moment that you can shift. So do not wait for a better future to shift it for you. We are Michael. We are infinite, and we are love. Pleasure. Pleasure comes in many forms. You have many ways of experiencing pleasure. You could say that it is a driving force for most of humanity. It is built in your DNA to seek out pleasure and to avoid pain. The physical sensation of pleasure is often accompanied by the emotional state as well. You could call it joy, bliss, ecstasy, or something else. Even though the physical sensation of pleasure has come first most of the time, we want to offer you another approach. In this approach that we are suggesting you seek out the emotional, the vibrational, the energetic experience of pleasure, that you allow it then to be experienced as a physical sensation. This is an inherent difference between going within and seeking that which is seemingly outside of yourself. This pursuit of pleasure, however, does not require a lot of money, another person, food, or any other ways in which you seek out that experience of pleasure. And our suggestion gets you tapped into the infinite source. And when you are tapped into the infinite source, suddenly you find yourselves not needing much of anything. And as your lives become simpler and easier, you find yourself in more of a state of bliss or ecstasy, as a natural consequence of your existence, rather than because you found or got your hands on something outside of you that can only give you the temporary existence. So we suggest giving yourselves the experience of pleasure without doing anything or seeking anything. And when you do, you will know yourselves as supremely powerful beings. We are Michael. We are infinite. We are love. All that is. Welcome, we are here to serve and assist you. All that is requires nothing of you. All that is asks nothing of you. All that is will continue to flow no matter what you do and no matter what you do not do. So you never have to worry about falling short or about not fulfilling your life's purpose. The expansion of all that is cannot be thwarted, and it is not up to you to make anything happen. Anything that you want to do is your choice. Now, when you make a choice that is supportive of you becoming more of who you are, you will feel more support from all that is. That does not mean that you are being approved of in that moment and being disapproved of in other moments. It just means that you are riding the wave of the frequency that is in closer harmony with the energy of all that is. And so you can recognize those times when you are more in harmony, and those times when you are not offering resistance, but you still get to choose which path you want to take. And you will not be judged, not now and not after you die. You will only be loved, supported, and given more opportunities to harmonize with the wave of energy that flows forth from all that is. And at times you may also receive a nudge from those like us because we see what you really want and we guide you towards it. But we are also interested in letting you live your lives according to your own free will. We are Michael. We are infinite. And we are love. Allowing your emotions. Someone in your life has given you reason to hate at some point. Usually, when you encounter one of these individuals, they are unknowingly playing a role for you. And sometimes your reasons are entirely your own and is though no fault of the other. When it comes to emotions, there are usually two schools of thought. One school of thought says that emotions like fear, anger, and hate are unnecessary and that they serve no purpose. There are those who would have you remove yourself from these emotional states as quickly as humanly possible. And then there is a school of thought that says that emotions are powerful and that they need to be respected, embraced, and felt. We take that perspective on emotions. We recognize their value in your lives. If you think of them as energy that is moving through you in order to give you an experience, then you can see the logic in allowing them. But if you can only see them as being generated by an egoic thought, then you are more than likely to minimize them, run away from them, and therefore allow them to be stuck within you. The stuck emotions are still felt. They are just felt subconsciously. They are not fully experienced until you have no other choice but to look at them. Often we see you're feeling ashamed of your fear, your anxiety, your hate, and your anger, and that is how those emotions get stuck. So our suggestion is never to act while in those emotional states, but instead to give yourself the opportunity to process them, to allow them to move through you, and to love yourselves through the experience of those lower frequencies. We are Michael. We are infinite, and we are love. Being of service to all. Your desire to serve others comes from that deep sense of knowing that you are not only connected to all others, but that you are one and the same. We are all the same, being expressing in different form, in different frequency ranges. And when you reach that level of awareness, your inclination to serve becomes stronger. It becomes a heartfelt calling. You are being given opportunities to know your oneness all of the time, and you either respond by accepting it or denying it. The denial comes in part from religious programming. When you are taught that there is good and bad and they will be separated for all of eternity, that keeps you from the knowing of oneness. True service is to all humans, all beings. You would never deny an act of service to someone based on their beliefs once you recognize that they are you and you are them. So in order for you to ultimately be of service to humanity, you must first let go of the idea of separation and of good and bad. When you no longer see there to be a victim and a perpetrator, you can be of service to both. You can be of service to the one who is playing the victim and the one who is playing the perpetrator, and you can see the divinity in each. You can sense the perfection in all of it because you will have stepped out of judgment. You will have let go of polarity, and you will know yourselves yet again as the source of all things. We are Michael. We are infinite. We are love. Compassion and kindness. To address a situation with kindness and compassion means that you have already come to the resolution of what it is that you are facing. You often focus on results, accomplishments, and getting the job done. But when you are faced with a challenging situation between yourself and another, or perhaps even just between yourself and you, as long as you are taking a compassionate and kind approach, you will have succeeded. You don't create problems for yourself so that you can have the mental experiences of solving that problem or of reaching a resolution. You create those scenarios for yourself to give yourself an opportunity to respond with compassion and kindness. And that is how you measure how far you have come. It is not by measuring the number of problems or difficult situations you have in your lives. Make it your number one intention to deal with yourself and others with kindness and compassion first. Do not be in such a hurry to find the solution or to come to the completion of the interaction. Instead, make room for more compassion, more kindness, and more love. If something remains unresolved, see it as a window of opportunity for you to show some more compassion, for you to offer some more kindness. When you see everything in your lives as an opportunity to experience more of who you really are, then you welcome it all with open arms. You see the gift of it, and the more compassion you experience for others and yourself in every situation, the more likely you then come to find yourselves living in a compassionate world, filled with kindness, filled with unconditional love, and with no need to eliminate problems. We are Michael. We are infinite. We are love. Going big. Before you take a step forward in your life, you often think about where you might go, where that step might ultimately lead you. There comes a moment where you must decide one way or the other, one direction or the other, and that decision point becomes more important and more significant with every choice that you make. You are at the high-stakes tables now. There's no playing small for any of you because your life simply will not allow it. Now we give you this information not so that you will put more pressure on yourself when making decisions about your life. We tell you this because we want to encourage you to recognize your priorities if you have not done so already. So here's what looking small would be in this current day of age. You would give in to mediocrity, you would settle, you would play it safe in every aspect of your life. Going big by comparison means that you are following your feelings. You are never weighing the pros and cons, and you are always looking at the biggest possible picture. The biggest possible picture is always your evolution, because you are here to become more of who you are. And any decision you make that supports the becoming of more of who you are will lead you in a direction that is far more satisfying. Your lives are getting bigger all the time. You are expanding your awareness of who and what you are. You are making connections with other beings, physical, non-physical, from other dimensions. You cannot fit into the box that society has laid out for you anymore. We sense that more and more of you are breaking free from these boxes, and we want you to know that you have our support any time you make a decision that will result in becoming more of who you are. We are Michael. We are infinite, and we are love. Comfort and discomfort. Comfort is something that most of you seek in your lives. We are not just talking about physical comfort here. There are many ways for you to experience comfort, and there are many ways for you to experience discomfort. You can experience either end of the spectrum physically, emotionally, energetically, and even with your thoughts. You're not ever supposed to experience just one of any spectrum. That would not only give you a diminished experience of life, but it would also deny you that which a little discomfort can bring. As soon as you are in any sort of discomfort, you have the opportunity to soothe yourself, and you offer others the opportunity to soothe you, to offer aid and assistance. Being in a state of comfort is naturally enjoyable. But what you find is that eventually you feel bored, you have less energy moving through you because there is nothing to summon it. What we are attempting to sell you on here is that discomfort can be a great service to you, that it is not to be eliminated right away. As you learn to look within the discomfort for the opportunity for expansion and growth, you can see its true value. And when you see the value in something, it automatically begins to serve you. The way you respond to your discomfort determines whether or not you will benefit from it. We ask that you give yourselves the pure experience of discomfort while holding curiosity in your consciousness about how it could serve you, and about how you can work with it, and about how it can help you bring you to a higher level. We are Michael. We are infinite. We are love. You as the universe. Believing in your ability to stretch yourself beyond where you have been before is what you are about to accomplish. We are not talking about believing in your abilities to manifest, or to connect with your guides, or to have any type of supernatural power. The ability that we are referring to is the ability to perceive yourselves as the universe you once thought you inhabited. This is the leap of faith that is necessary for you to manifest, for you to have all the other powers and abilities that you seek. Even your willingness to see your guides as aspects of you will give you that connection that you desire. As long as you see the universe as something outside of you that you exist within, you make it harder on yourselves. You put yourselves up against forces that also exist outside of you. But as you begin to see yourselves as the only force, and as you begin to see the universe as part of that force that you are, you will have the ease that you seek, and you will enjoy your existence beyond measure. So how do you accomplish this? How do you awaken to this knowing? Start by interacting with your world differently. See everything as an inside job. Talk to the universe in the same way that you talk to yourself, with full recognition that you are being heard. Seek to expand your consciousness, and do so by feeling for what is around you before interacting with in any other way. Begin to experience all of it as you, expressing in another physical form. Releasing resistance in the information age. Because you are lessening your resistance to that which is and has been in your world, you are experiencing your shift with more ease. Because it is easier to simply release or reduce your resistance to something than to eradicate it. You are becoming more whole every day. You cannot eradicate something within yourself, even if you were to somehow find a way to eliminate it outside of yourself. You would only be doing so temporarily, because nothing can be completely eliminated. It can be deactivated, however, and that is what you do when you release resistance and accept the presence of something that you do not like and that you do not want. The way in which you are releasing resistance is through your information age. Not only is everything right in your face in your computers and your television and your phone, but you also get to see a variety of perspectives on this thing that you cannot ignore. The offering of these perspectives by others opens the doorway for you to have a new perspective on your own, one which carries with it less resistance, less fear, and less judgment. So when you see things happening in your world that make it look as though you are regressing as a species, just realize that the events are giving you the opportunity to let go of some of that resistance, some of that fear, and some of that judgment. And by looking directly at it, you cannot help but do so. You cannot hold those lower frequencies anymore, not if you want to remain in this physical reality. Beauty within tragedy. When you are taking stock of your lives and you are able to discover the gifts within these tragedies, within the failures, within all the ways in which your life has not measured up by your standards, you have actually exceeded all the goals that have ever been set. You see, if you accomplished everything that you set out to do, and if you had everything that you had ever desired, you would not then be able to appreciate how much adversity, pain, and shortcoming have to give you. They are not your badges of honor to be worn like war wounds. This is not what we are saying. We are simply asking you to look for the ways in which the detours, the obstacles, and the pitfalls have led you to something even better. And when you take the moment of time that is required to appreciate all that you have around you, all that you may not have had without the tragedy or the failure, you are giving yourself so much more than any accomplishment could give you. You must be the one who decides what real success is in life. You must be the one to define success in your own terms. If you create the goal in order to get something so that you can feel happy, you are missing the direct route. The direct route to happiness is to find it within you. And you don't need to ignore anything else in order to be happy. You don't need to pretend that things are different than how they actually are. When you look for the opportunity for beauty within tragedy, you have that everything that you need, everything that could ever come from having a human experience on planet Earth. Peace in a heartbeat. Believing in a cause will ignite within you a spark of desire, and that desire is fueling your presence on planet Earth. When you are passionate about something, you are allowing a greater flow of your own energy. It is not important that you are passionate about just as long as you are allowing that energy to flow. When you have an event like the recent acts of violence on your world that have gotten so much attention, you begin to feel passionate for the cause of peace and harmony. If all of you could then allow the energy to flow to that spark of this desire is summoned forth, you would achieve peace on Earth instantaneously. The only thing getting in the way of the flow of that energy is the way that you are processing all of it through your minds. You want to have the right perspective, you want to take the right approach, but the only thing for you to allow the energy to flow towards that cause of peace and harmony is to let go of your thoughts and to open your hearts to the possibility that peace can be achieved in a heartbeat. This requires surrender. You must surrender to what is and what has occurred. Everything else can and will be taken care of with no need for further thoughts or actions on the part of humanity. Conclusions. By the time that you are adults, you have arrived at many conclusions about life, and you have closed many doors as a result of your arrival at those conclusions. You cannot help but pick up some ideas along the way. Some of those ideas come to you from your parents. Some come to you from the media and your teachers. Others come from your own personal experience. Whatever conclusions you have come to are true from a certain perspective, but that does not mean that you must give in to them. That does not mean that you must create with them. When you are certain about something, make sure that you also are aware of how your certainty feels. Notice whether the conclusion you have reached is one that you feel good about. Perhaps you don't feel good about a particular conclusion, but you want to. You want to feel good about the subject. Instead of attempting to arrive at a new or better conclusion, just go right for how it is you want to feel about that subject. Don't create there to be a certain number of steps that you must take in order to get to that new conclusion. If you find the feeling place of what it is that you want to experience regarding that particular subject, you will be able to access a myriad of new ideas about it. But be wary of any conclusion because they are so final, and what you are is expansive. What you are is infinite. Anything that you attach yourself to that is an endpoint is only going to hold you back as a creator being, and that is why those conclusions don't feel the way you want them to feel. Processing emotions. Processing an emotion is not as cut and dried as you might think. It is not as though you get through the entire experience of that emotion in one sitting, and it is your benefit that you don't take on the entirety of the experience all at once. So when you are processing an emotion, feeling it, breathing it, allowing it to be, you are in a sense training yourself. And it serves you very well to not try to get past anything, or to do away with something once and for all. Instead, we invite you to experience every emotion as thought if it were the first time you were feeling it. It may seem like a familiar feeling, like something you have experienced many times before, but it will not be exactly the same because you are never exactly the same. So recognize your evolution as a feeler of the emotion as you allow that emotion to be processed through you. Give it your full and complete attention. See it always as coming to serve you and to deliver to you exactly what you need to know in the moment. Once you have processed your emotions without fear or judgment, you are then able to sense the nuance within them. You are able then to experience them from a whole new perspective. You can begin to see them as your friends and your co-creators. And when you do so, you'll begin to siphon power from them, no matter what the emotion is. Whether it is a positive or negative, it carries power within it. Power that can be harnessed and utilized by you, the experiencer of the emotion. We are Michael. We are infinite, and we are love. Ascending to the fifth dimension. Taking the energies into consideration, you are all doing very well. It is no small task to ascend. It is not something that comes with an instruction manual either. You are learning as you go. You are gathering information from various resources such as ourselves. And many of you are still dealing with day-to-day concerns of living on planet Earth while you make the gigantic leap in frequency. So no matter how your life looks at the time, you can rest assured that you are making progress. You are right where you need to be, and the next resource that will assist you is already on its way. Having said all of that, we also want to convince you that it is worth it. What you are doing by shifting to the fifth dimension is serving not only yourselves. You are not just making this shift for your own personal benefit. You are assisting all of your other incarnations. You are assisting your brothers and sisters all across this universe. You are beginning to grasp the enormity of this endeavor. And we're not going to stop congratulating you on every step of this journey because our job is to support you. Our job is to energetically encourage you. And we also get to observe like proud parents as we watch you learn, expand, and grow. Put your awareness on the distance that you have already traveled in this one lifetime. Let all your accomplishments sink in. There is so much more to come, but there's always time to celebrate. Embrace it all. Placing your attention on that which is bothering you is not an act of self-sabotage. By giving attention to something that is unpleasant from your perspective, you allow yourself to access that emotion as always meant to trigger, and giving yourself permission to experience that unpleasant thought and those uncomfortable emotions actually removes their power. By refusing to look at something because it is unpleasant or unwanted, you are actually giving it more power over you, because in your refusal to look at something you are expending energy. If you spent your entire life building walls to protect yourself from that which is unpleasant or unwanted, you would have no time left to live your life. Instead, we recommend that you look directly at that which is bothering you, to let those emotions come to the surface so that you too can be experienced, and that it is possible for you to choose that which you want to give your attention to. That is when you demonstrate to yourself how powerful you are. If you can allow everything to be as it comes to you, and if you can push none of it away, you will actually experience more choices of what you do want, because hidden behind the bothersome, unpleasant, and unwanted experiences are everything that your heart desires. Holding different perspectives. By your own account, there are several different ways of approaching the same subject. You have all taken on different perspectives on the same subject in your one lifetime. So imagine how many perspectives you have held over all your lifetimes. Imagine how many different ways you have perceived reality. So why then would you ever want to cling to one perspective? Why would you ever limit yourself in that way? You all tend to get very serious when it comes to your beliefs. What you believe is true. But what if instead you looked at these various perspectives like you would varieties of ice cream? And so if you are having a chocolate chip ice cream cone and someone else is enjoying their butterscotch ice cream cone, you wouldn't see any point in trying to get the other person to go along with you in your enjoyment of chocolate chip. In that example, you can see the value of variety. But if someone disagrees with you politically, some of you won't even want to be friends with that person anymore. If someone eats meats and you are a strict vegetarian, you may not want to be friends with that person anymore. We understand that the examples we are giving you involve issues that are much nearer and dear to your hearts than what flavor of ice cream you enjoy. But we invite you to let go of the seriousness when it comes to these different perspectives, because we want you to enjoy your lives and we want you to allow others to enjoy theirs. And when you allow another to hold a perspective that is different from yours, you are giving source energy the opportunity to explore itself in the widest variety of ways. And we think that is a very good perspective. Being more spiritual. Pretending that something does not bother you when it actually does is not an act of being more spiritual. You do not gain anything at all by trying to be who you are not. Who you are in any moment is precisely who you need to be in that moment. And if that means you are not okay with something that you believe you are supposed to be okay with, then you need to honor yourself in that moment. You need to admit to yourself that you are feeling what you are feeling about it, even if it is not a very popular way to feel. This is a composite spiritual person that you all think about when you think of being more enlightened. This spiritual master is how you all aspire to be like. And so at times you allow yourselves to be in denial, or you beat yourself up for not being there yet, for not living up to this ideal standard of the spiritual master, the enlightened one. But honoring yourself right where you are and giving yourself whatever it is that you need is the most compassionate thing and the most loving thing that you could do. And being compassionate and loving with yourself is the spiritually evolved way to be. So we recommend that you throw away your picture of that enlightened master and that you let go of any desire to be someone other than who you are. In so doing, you allow yourself and others to live and let live in a beautiful place where each of you is perfect as you are. That type of harmony and peace can be achieved on earth right here and right now. Not everyone must reach enlightenment before that happens. You are everything. It will always serve you to look within yourselves, and it doesn't matter what you find. It serves you to look, and it serves you to find. It serves you to feel, and it serves you to desire. There is no right and wrong, and this is especially true when it comes to your inner world. In fact, all of the problems that you face stem from your shame and your suppression of that which you find within yourselves. So exploring your inner world with no desire to change or fix anything that you find is the ultimate in evolution. Your evolution does not preclude you from feeling things or from being a certain way. Your evolution is all about letting go of the shame and the judgment. Because no matter who you are in this lifetime, no matter how saintly, you have played the role of the villain somewhere and somewhen. And until you make peace with the part of you that still exists and always will, there's no amount of cleansing that can free you from your own judgment. And no matter how adept you become at creating your reality, you cannot create yourselves to be other than everything. You are all-inclusive, so you might as well seek out all the parts of yourself with curiosity and with a desire to be loving and compassionate to all that you are, no matter what you find and no matter what you feel. You are source energy beings, and source energy is all that is. Unconditional love. Before you decide to incarnate into a physical human body, you explore many different options, and you choose the one that gives you the greatest opportunity for experiencing yourself as unconditional love. That may mean that you incarnate into a very challenging situation, and it may also mean that you create challenging situations for yourself as you move through the lifetime. Without those challenges, you would not fully understand what it means to be unconditional love. So it is important for you to look around at your lives and to see what those opportunities are. For many of you, the unconditional love that you seek to know yourselves as requires you to accept who you are and what you have done. All of you have created situations that would require you to forgive another person in order to then experience yourselves as unconditional love. The greatest example that you have of unconditional love on your world is with your pets. They love you unconditionally, and so you often decide to travel from lifetime to lifetime with a pet or several pets that will incarnate with you to remind you of the unconditional love that you are. You also have planet Earth herself, although it is more challenging for you to see and feel and recognize that love, because it is so easy for you to take that Earth for granted and not even acknowledge all the gifts that she gives you every day. So before you set out to know yourselves as unconditional love, and to give unconditional love to yourself and others, tune yourselves to the planet and the animals and learn from them what it is like to hold that frequency all the time. We are Michael. We are infinite. We are love. Chapter 4. Ophelia the Fairy. Boredom. Boredom is a creation. If you are bored, then you are creating that state of being for yourself. Boredom is an experience just like anything else can be experienced for its own sake. When you feel bored, I suggest that you give yourself the freedom to feel it and to be it and to exist in it. Know that nothing is ever wasted. You are not wasting your time when you are bored or when you are not doing something or interacting with others. You are creating, and you are creating the experience that you want to create. I wish to grant you permission to be in every state of being that you find yourself in. I wish I could convince all of you that everything is okay, that you are not doing something wrong, and that you are not defective in some way because you are having an experience. Many of you will take the experience that you are having as a measuring stick, and you will use it to beat yourselves. You will use it to decide that this means something about yourself. And when you do this, you miss out on the essence of the experience. I want you to enjoy every experience just as it is, without judgment, without criticizing yourself for being there, and without finding fault with the state of being itself, deeming it negative or scratching and clawing your way out of it. A part of all you assume that when you are in one of these experiences you do not want, such as boredom, that you will somehow find yourselves trapped for all eternity by it and in it. This is your concept of hell. For you have been taught, and you have been taught yourselves, that there is a place where you can spend eternity in suffering and pain. I want you to use your ability to remember, and I want you to use it because you can demonstrate to yourself that no experience, no state of being that you have ever felt or that you have ever had lasts forever. What would be the point of that? The more you stay present with what you are experiencing now, the easier it is for you to move through it and to have a new experience. And when these judgments and criticisms come up, use them as opportunities to examine whether or not you want to believe that you are bad or that you are broken, or that you have done something wrong to put yourselves in a situation, the experience, and the state of being where you feel uncomfortable. Be willing to explore all aspects of yourselves and whatever you have placed in front of you. It is all worthy of you. It is all part of that knowing of yourselves, and it is all transient. So have fun. Do not fear. Be one with your experience. You are blessed beings, no matter what it is that is happening or not happening in your lives. Saving the world. I am here. I am with you. Saving the world or humanity is a noble cause. You all seek to do this in one way or another from time to time, perhaps through your actions, perhaps through your words, perhaps even by meditating. But however you choose to go about it, you do so from a place of fear. That which you seek to save is an expression of source that is doing just fine. Thank you very much. But your desire to save or to rescue is also linked with a real feeling within you, because you all have experienced death and destruction on a massive scale. Somewhere, somewhen in your Oversoul's databank, that type of experience is being had. So when you look around at the state of affairs of your world and the beings who exist on it, and you feel that fear, know that it is not about this world, this time, or these beings, and put down whatever tools you are using to save it. And let yourself experience the fear. Let yourself access the memories, knowing, of course, that nothing is ever lost or destroyed. But your experience is very real, and I welcome you to have it. Be aware that the best thing that you can do for this planet and for these humans is to focus on yourself and to give yourself what you need energetically, vibrationally, and even physically, because you are your world, and you are all the beings on it. So save yourselves and do so with all the love and all the compassion that you have for the most innocent among you. Self-service. I am here and I am with you. Putting yourself first allows you to give more. Putting yourself at the forefront of your consciousness will give you the strength and energy to give more to those around you. Setting aside your needs to be someone else's caretaker will create a deficit within you. You are here as beings of service, and you are here in service. But you must include yourselves in the beings that you are here to serve. It is wonderful that you want to help others and the others are willing to reach out and help you. That is truly living in a collective. But sometimes it is because you place more value on others than on yourself that you seek only to be of service to them. Sometimes you try to make up for a lack of self-esteem by being the best giver, the most selfless, the one who is always in service. You must consider that you are just as much in need of your service as anyone else. Taking care of yourself is not being selfish. Taking care of yourself is an act of love. Helping another is an act of love as long as you are acting from love, and as love you are fulfilling your purpose for being here. It is not as though love for another is more valuable or earns you more credits than loving and taking care of yourself. When you do give yourselves what you need, see it as an act of service. You are just as much a part of the collective as anyone else. Being love is being love, and being of service is being of service. And when you carry these vibrations and direct them at yourselves, you are much more likely to do so when you interact with the rest of the collective. Opposing forces. I am here, and I am with you. There will always be those with you who will encourage your growth. They will not seem to be your friends and well-wishers. They will seem to oppose you, and that will always be their role. This is not something for you to worry about, and it is not a sign that there is something wrong with humanity. You will continue to grow as a collective consciousness, but not in spite of the differences and the opposition that you will face from others, but because of it. You are not only more powerful in your diversity, you are also more powerful in your different opinions and the ways of doing things. If you are very excited and very eager about doing something and someone close to you comes along and tells you not to, or even tries to prevent you from doing it, you can always see them as your helpers and your guides rather than just obstacles or enemies. The opposing forces that exist in your life and in your world are there to give you a gift. If you spend all of your time fighting them, then you have no time to find the gifts that they are giving. Laying down your arms and letting go of your opposition to the opposition is not giving in to their way or letting them have all the power, because in doing so you actually allow yourselves to elevate above their frequency of opposition. And that is how they assist you in finding the right vibrational way, or option, or action. And then, as you operate from the higher frequency, you recognize that what you originally wanted pales in comparison to what is now opened up and shown itself to you. Love those opposing forces for giving you the gifts and the impetus for raising your frequency to an even higher vibration. Forgiving is freeing. I am here and I am with you. The way that you forgive is by letting go of any need that you have ever had to be right or to be better. When you take on the role of one who has been victimized in some way, you are taking on the perspective that you are superior. If you have been wronged in your estimation, then surely you must be the one who is in the right. This allows you to feel that you are better than your victimizer, the one who is playing the role of villain in your life. When you release the need to be better or righter than anyone else, you no longer need to create villains. You no longer need to play out the polarity of right and wrong, and you can see the other as being equal to you and as being a co-creator with you in the event or the circumstance that you feel needs forgiveness. When you have let go of this need to be superior to the other, you will find then that you draw in different people to play with. And when you no longer need to feel superior to anyone else, then you will also no longer need to feel inferior. Certainly, if you are making the judgment that you are morally superior to your victimizers, then you are also judging yourself to be less than others who are doing more good or less than you are. Forgiveness is complete surrender, and in complete surrender there is release. Release always serves you because what you are clinging to is usually something that you are using to feel a certain way. Even the release of your fears is something that you can see as a choice that creates a neutrality to all experience that you have had or that you could have, and this gives you the freedom to create one of those neutral experiences that you desire. Fragrances. Fragrances have the ability to transport you energetically. You have all experienced this when a smell triggers a feeling. Your feeling comes because you are accessing a memory. You have the ability to use fragrance to shift your vibration and to take you to higher frequency realms. By finding a smell that gives you the sensation of movement, the sensation of transcending your current reality, that is when you know you have found a tool. You are aware of a modality called aromatherapy. Using essential oils and other natural fragrances, you can shift your energy in a way that has a lasting effect on your physical body and on your emotional body. I am suggesting that you find fragrances that do this for you and that you use them as a tool for transformation. You all tend to seek out tastes that you enjoy, and no one would have to encourage you to do so. But very few of you pursue the smells that you enjoy, and that is why I have taken it upon myself to encourage you to do so. Find fragrant flowers and put them in your home. Discover what places you can go that will carry these fragrances that you most enjoy, and use this technique as an excuse to do more deep and conscious breathing. As you find yourself surrounded by the smells that you enjoy, notice how much lighter you feel, how much easier it is for you to transport yourselves energetically to where you want to go. And enjoy this process. Enjoy your lives and all the wonderful fragrances that are available to you. I am Ophelia, and I love you. Enjoyment, Ophelia the Fairy. I am here, and I am with you. The way you enjoy something is one of the marks of how far you are coming in your evolution. There are so many different ways that you can experience enjoyment when you are engaged in an activity that pleases you. How free are you in your expression of your enjoyment? How much do you savor that which you are enjoying? How much of your focus is right where you are, and how much of it is looking forward to the next thing and the next? The next time you are engaged with something that you enjoy, I invite you to dive a little deeper into your enjoyment to allow yourself to fully experience and engage with that person, or that food, or that activity, or that place. That which you enjoy is a part of you, just as we teachers keep telling you that all aspects of your world are reflecting back to you something that is within you. The pieces that you enjoy must be included, and they are just as significant for you as the parts you are attempting to deny or hide from. So give yourself a multi-sensory experience of that which you enjoy. Be sure you are completely grounded in your bodies as you engage with the object of your enjoyment. Close your eyes or open your eyes, breathe deeper, listen. Explore every nuance of it. Engage with it in a new way. Feel its presence and your presence merging in the moment. Become one again with that which you enjoy, with that which is a part of you. And seek out more experiences with that which you enjoy. Give yourselves permission to indulge. Your enjoyment is just as much a part of your evolution as those fears and traumas that you are integrating at this time. Your enjoyment is just as much of a spiritual practice as those things that you are doing because you believe they are putting you on a spiritual path. You are enjoyable, and you deserve to enjoy fully that which resonates with you. The primary frequency. Your frequency will tell you exactly where you are, and it will tell you exactly where you are going. Your frequency is a product of your attention. Whatever you place your attention on vibrates, and that vibration is not only detected by you, but you usually assimilate to quite easily and rapidly. Therefore, when teachers like myself are guiding you to go within, it is because we understand the true nature of who you are. The true nature of who you are holds a very high frequency, the highest in fact. So putting your attention there will elevate your frequency. And then as you move through your world, you will find that the reflections that you interact with are more harmonious with the higher frequency state that you hold at your core. It is the primary frequency. Therefore, the more attention you give it, the more you will be in harmony with that which is, and that which always will be the vibration of Source. Harmony with self and harmony with Source, and harmony with the exterior of all the same things. So finding your harmony with the frequency that is at your core will give you the most satisfying experience of your external world. I also encourage you to look for that which is in the external world that matches the frequency of your core, and to give your attention to these people, places, objects, music, and whatever else stimulates that knowing within you, that you are seeing mirrored to you a very close approximation to who and what you really are. The more foreign something feels to you, the more discordant the relationship you find to it. Give yourself the experience of moving in harmony with that which is in harmony with you, and know that the more that you spend your awareness on that which is eternal and internal, the more you will see it reflected outside of you, and the more enjoyment you will have of this beautiful universe that is your creation and your playground. Softening the resistance. Softening your resistance is a good place to start. The idea that you can release resistance all at once can be overwhelming and a bit unrealistic. But if you can embrace the concept of softening resistance, then that can take you a long way towards the complete releasing that you are all striving for. So what do I mean by softening resistance then? Softening resistance means existing side by side with that thing or that aspect of yourself, or that idea that you feel so much negative emotion around. If you begin by simply giving yourself the opportunity to experience it, with the intention of letting down your guard, with the intention of exploration, and with the intention of coexisting with it, then you will find that your resistance will soften automatically. I want you all to recognize that whatever it is that you have resistance to is part of your setup for this lifetime. It is not as though you are just resistant by nature, that you are going out looking for things to push against. You have very specific desires for this incarnation, and those desires relate to very specific experiences that you want to have. And one of those experiences was to face this monster that you are so resistant to and eventually embrace it and let it be. Your minds can find it difficult to even comprehend how certain things and certain acts and even certain individuals could be allowed to exist. Therefore, I recommend staying out of your mind, because certainly it is illogical for you to allow certain things to occur in your world. But this experience you are having is not a mental experience. It is an energetic experience. It is a feeling experience. Therefore, when you let go of resistance, I also recommend that you let go of your thoughts about whatever it is that you are holding that resistance towards. Start with softening. Start with softening resistance to something that is not so big and scary and abhorrent. Let yourself have that experience. You'll find it gets easier as you move forward in this eternal becoming that you are engaged in. You are magical. Somewhere, someone, you existed as pure energy. That part of you that knows itself without physical form has a truth that it would like to share with you. And that truth is that you are magical just as you are. You needn't do anything magical or change anything about yourself to know this magic. You simply are it. So how can you know yourself more as magic and as magical? There's a certain amount of whimsy and flair that goes along with being a magician. The magician entrances the audience. The magician entertains the audience. The magician knows that he is not the act, but that the illusion is the act. You are also working with illusion. You exist in an illusion, and you have the opportunity to entrance yourself into whatever state of being that you want to hold. That then allows the illusion to do what illusion does. You allow it to create an experience. Because you are working with the physical bodies that do not seem to change very much from moment to moment, you have a challenging time recognizing your magic and your power. I want to invite you into the realm of magic. I want you to know yourselves as magicians who play with illusion and form for the purpose of entertainment and experience, with the result of wonder and awe. I encourage you to be your own audience, to allow your life to be your act, and to seek to entertain and entrance yourself. This is your journey. This is your show. The stage is yours. The possibilities are limitless, and your bag of tricks is bottomless. But you must reach in and you must believe in magic in order to have any chance at all of forming the illusion that you want. Be whimsical and fun, and do not take your act so seriously that it loses its wonder and its aspect of joy. A natural opening. There is an opening that occurs in every one of you when you allow yourselves to sit quietly with no distraction. This opening is in your crown chakra. It is a very natural state for all of you to be in. And were it not for the fast pace of your lives and all the other distractions that you have, you would find yourselves in this open and receptive state more often than you currently do. This is not something that you need to visualize. It is not something that you need to try to achieve. It is a natural thing that occurs when you sit quietly, comfortably, and relaxed. Think about all of the things that you are bombarded by in your world on a day-to-day basis, and how often you are contracting to remain in your own energy field, to remain safe, to keep that which is unwanted out. This is an unnatural reaction to your world, but it is one that you have learned from those who have come before you. It is always fear that causes you to contract, and always love that allows you to open. Love is your natural state of being. It is who and what you are. As you allow yourselves more of this open, receptive state of being, you will find that many of the answers that you have been seeking simply come to you. When you slow yourself down energetically and physically, and especially mentally, you allow yourselves to catch up. That may seem like a paradox, but it is only because you keep moving at your frenetic pace that you find yourselves never truly able to catch up. So my recommendation is to slow down, to sit, to be comfortable and relaxed, and then to notice. Notice how you feel. Notice where your thoughts go. Allow your thoughts to go there, but do not follow them. Bring your attention back to your center, to your core. Remember, you don't have to make this happen. You don't have to visualize the opening. You don't even have to put your attention on it. Just trust me. Take my word for it. It is happening. It is there. You will find that your relationships shift as you do this more and more. Your relationship to yourself, your relationship to others, and your relationship to your world will become one of sharing and of easy give and take. You will not feel like you are struggling or like anyone else is trying to take something from you or give you something you don't want. All because you stopped, you slowed yourself down, and you opened yourself naturally to the energy flow that is always there and always available. Believing and knowing. Believing means that you still experience some doubt. Believing is just a little off from the experience of knowing. Therefore, when you say that you believe something is true, what you are actually doing is calling forth an experience to confirm that belief for you, so you can then know that it is true. Therefore, you are creating what you experience with what you believe to be true about your reality. Those beliefs are like avenues that you can travel down. And like an avenue that you can travel, you can always turn and find yourselves on another street, on another path, having new experiences. So you would not see the streets and avenues and boulevards that you have access to in your world as your enemies. You would never seek to abolish one of those pathways for you to move down. And you needn't look to do so with beliefs either. They are not really your beliefs. You're just renting them. So when you talk about your beliefs, be careful not to take ownership, not to cling, not to allow the belief to become part of the fabric of who you are. This goes for the beliefs you are proud of as well as the beliefs you are not so proud of. They are just avenues for experience. Instead of focusing on what beliefs you are trying on for size, I invite you to focus in on your knowing. Focus in on the stable aspect of who you are that knows itself as love, as freedom, as joy, and as excitement. Always move from what you know to be true. Allow yourselves to imagine these beliefs as being very flimsy and whimsical and light, even if they've been carried down from generation to generation. They are still not any more powerful than any one of the beings who was trying them on for size. Those who came before you simply did not know that it was an option to play with a different belief, to have a different knowing, and to live a different truth. But now you know, and here you are deciding what you want to hold as your truth, and as your knowing, and what beliefs you want to play with. I am Ophelia, and I love you. Engage fully. I am here, and I am with you. Seeking a way out of the situation that you have created for yourself is denying the validity of that creation. Seek to sink further into situations that you can feel yourself scratching and clawing to get out of. Know that there is something there for you, something that you may have missed, something that you may have ignored, or something that will benefit you greatly if you are able to sit with it and to see its value. You are all moving towards realities that will please you and delight you. But the reality that you have created for yourself now has the potential to be just as wonderful and just as magical as everything that you've ever dreamt of. Where you are is perfect. It is perfectly suited for you. It is perfectly coated with everything that you need. It is my recommendation that you not look at your current reality and all the situations you find yourself in with the intention of figuring them out. The first thing many of you do when you find yourselves in a situation that you do not prefer is you try to figure out what the cause was. You try to figure out how you got to this place, but in reality, this was a place that you had always intended to be. And where you find yourself now is full of everything that you incarnated for and that you desired to experience in this lifetime. Imagine for a moment how delicious you would feel if you simply dropped your resistance to everything that you are pushing against in your current moment, in your current reality. How beautiful would your life be if you simply allowed it to be what it is and surrendered to its beauty? I encourage you all to let go of the need to fix or change yourselves, your partners, your financial situation, or anything else that you see in your lives as being broken or in need of changing. Instead, I invite you to feel everything that your life is bringing you without resistance, without fear, and without blocking the path of the energy as it flows through you, as it seeks its own release from you. Be willing to engage fully with the light that you have created, and as you do, you will clear the way for the life that you desire to create. Meeting points. There is a wave of energy that you emit in every moment of your existence. This wave contains not only your current vibrational offering, but also all of the data that you have accumulated, all of the experiences and everything that you are and that you have become. All of it is transmitted in this wave that has a unique vibrational signature. That signature is understood and is met by others like it. This is how you come into contact with those who are of like-minded frequency. The waves meet and a point is formed. The point draws both of you to it, and maybe more than just two of you will be drawn to this point. And you will have your interactions and you may recognize that you are of the same frequency. This happens all day, every day, and is more responsible for getting you together than all the text messages, all the emails, all the phone calls, all the Facebook posts, and all the other clever apps that you have. This is your original internet, your original cell phone tower, and you are noticing and recognizing the frequency matches more and more because you are awakening more and more to that which you are, and to that which your others are as well. I invite you to feel your way to these points of harmony, these points of coming together, to let yourself be drawn to that which is a like vibration. I also want to inform you that these coming together moments are not always pleasant. Sometimes they contain for you that which you need to hear or see or feel or experience. Those moments are equally valid and have as much to give you as the pleasant ones. But you also must recognize the energy that brought you together for these meetings. The more that you are aware, the more that you are able to decide what type of meeting you will have with whomever you come in contact with. I suggest that you make more of your appointments energetically and let the universe surprise with the wonderful meetings that lay in store. Safety is an illusion. Safety is an illusion because danger is also an illusion. You are never in harm's way. You are never at risk. Nothing is ever happening to you, therefore safety is unnecessary. It is a concept that, in order to exist, must also necessitate that the opposite exists. And therefore you are creating the need to feel safe as you are creating the idea that there is danger lurking out there somewhere in the shadows. When I say to you that you are everything, then you understand how nothing outside of you could ever come and get you or get your things or your loved ones. You are the creators of the reality you experience, and you choose how you create and that which you create with. But it is all you. You are doing the creating. You are the medium for the creating, and you are the creation. Therefore, ask yourself what type of world you want to create today. You can continue to play out this polarized idea of danger and safety and good and bad, or you can bring it all in, take it all inside of you, and then choose. Choose from the buffet of experience that you have, and notice where your choices originate from. Notice if you are choosing abundance because you are feeling fear of lack, and notice if you are choosing to be in a romantic partnership because you are feeling lonely. And then ask yourself whether you want to feel the essence instead. So what is the essence of safety and security? I feel the essence exists in oneness, and in that full knowing of self as the creator. As you hold this in your awareness, and as you hold that frequency, you recognize that there is no need to create anything that is unwanted. Continue to choose, not exactly what you want to experience, but the essence, the feeling, the vibration. That will take you out of the polarized game and into the wholeness and oneness of creation. Faster moving energy. You are expecting that your life will be changing very soon, and you are right to do so. As you know, change is always occurring. But as you are moving at a faster pace, so will the changes around you. It will no longer take years for something to unfold. You can now expect minutes and no more than a few to go by before you see evidence of the energy you're putting out. I want you to embrace this change in the way that you are operating and in the way your reality is responding to you, because you can handle it. That is why you are able to exist in this fast-moving energy. If you are not able to keep up with the changes, then you would not be here in this particular version of reality. So give yourselves credit and let go of the fears and anxieties, and instead grab a hold of some excitement and some joy about what it is that you will be creating next. I also want to invite all of you to create more with your hearts and with your heads. I invite you to feel for your creations rather than to visualize or imagine them. Feel for their energy signature. Feel for their strength and stability. Feel for the essence of your creations. And feel for them inside of you, rather than seeing them as something that must come to you from far, far away. You have done your work, and now is the time to play. Now is your recess from school. So I invite you to free and play, and know that when you are playing, there is nothing that you could possibly do that would be wrong. There is no wrong way to play. There is only the frequency of the playtime activities that you want to engage in, and that are calling you to them. So relax and rejoice. Know yourselves as free and as a creator being. And demonstrate to yourself how quickly you can manifest the life of your dreams, the life of play, the life of harmony with all those that you are playing with. The source energy frequency. There are portions of your consciousness that remain in the source energy frequency, and there's a portion of your consciousness that is here having this experience. So you see, you don't have to go anywhere to experience source energy and the source energy frequency. It is a part of you, and it is a matter of focus. Your intention for incarnating was to bring more of that energy and more of that focus to this aspect of your consciousness, to make yourselves aware as a physical being that you are also a source energy being, and to merge the two worlds in order to give yourself the experience of having a physical body and knowing yourselves as source. Truly, that is what Jesus came here to teach you, the knowing that he demonstrated. You are now being asked to do the same and to be that type of teacher for others, to show the rest of the collective what is possible. You are here to lead by example. You are here to find the frequency of source within you and to be that while maintaining a physical structure, while having physical experiences. You are here to ground that energy and to spread it, not so much with your words, not even so much with your deeds, but with the state of being that you hold. You are reaching more with your energy than your words or actions ever could. Even your thoughts are a bit too specific and too open for interpretation to be as effective as the energy that you are holding and that you are spreading. The choice is yours, of course. You can live however you want to live, and you can hold whatever frequency you want to hold. That is the free will that a source energy being always has. I believe that you're all looking for the experience of holding source energy in your beingness, while being fully grounded in your bodies and spreading that energy around. There are times when you get distracted, of course, but what looks in the physical like it might be a good substitute for that source energy frequency. But whenever you get it, whenever you get your hands on the prize, you realize that nothing compares to that feeling. Movement. When you begin a process of shifting your vibration, you must realize that movement sometimes causes things to be unsettled in the process. So your world is wonderful at being a reflection to you of what is happening on the energetic and internal levels. When you move things around in your world, oftentimes dust gets kicked up, or sometimes else moves that you didn't intend to move and breaks. Things that have been hidden beneath what you are moving are able to be seen. So that is happening now, energetically. as you all shift into the fifth dimensional vibration, you are noticing that suddenly you do not feel attracted to these activities or friends or places or foods or partners that you had previously attracted to. This can be unsettling not only to you, but to those who are feeling left behind. And that is why I encourage you all to see all of it as a part of their process as well. You are not abandoning anything or anyone, and you certainly do not need to make what is left behind wrong or bad or of a lower frequency. There is just an incompatibility there that you are recognizing, and that you have no choice but to honor. So if your life seems like it is completely chaotic, like everything is turned on its side or upside down, and that everything is in some sort of messy state of flux, then you can congratulate yourself for having shifted your energy enough to see those types of changes occurring. Now, when the unsettling events occur, your emotions are also going to get stirred up. This is also a good thing. Emotions that have been lying beneath the surface dormant or just ignored by you can be processed more easily when you have the big event, the new circumstance, the unsettling changes. Feel your emotions. Focus more on them than any of the circumstances that are causing them, and you'll not only ride out these changes, but you will feel shiny and new and ready for anything as you face them willingly, boldly, strongly, and as a fifth dimensional version of yourself. I am Ophelia, and I love you. The spacious present. I am here, I am with you. The very thought that you're getting somewhere is very enticing to all of you. The notion that there is somewhere else to go keeps you focused and determined to get there. You are living at a time when you are both encouraged to stay present in the moment, and you are also told continuously that you are moving into another dimension, that there is more, and that you are more than you had previously thought. This can be quite confusing and even disconcerting to some of you. You want to be in the present, and you want to move forward. What I want you to do, what I'm asking you to do, is to allow the present moment to expand. You can be in all places at once while being present with that experience. So as you find yourself letting go of the need to be somewhere else, or to get that thing done that's on your to-do list, or to have something that you do not have, you can let into such a wondrous and rich and expansive experience that you will know yourself as right where you are and right where you want to be at the same time. The reason we are all telling you about this new dimension, your new abilities, your new expanded selves, is not only because more of you are ready to hear it, but also because it has never been more available to you at this moment, in your moment. See the present moment as containing all dimensions, all possibilities, all realities, all points in time, and simply access the one that you want to experience right now. Access the self that you want to experience right now. There is no need to wait. There's no need to plan, and there is no amount of trying to get that will get you there. This is your now. This is your opportunity to sink deeper into who and what you are and all that is available to you. I invite you to do this next time you are wondering when you will actually set foot in the fifth dimension, or when you will be able to teleport or create instantly. Those are all wonderful times to experiment with the spacious present moment. Setting aside differences. Setting aside your differences can bring you closer to another. Setting aside your differences will enable you to connect with a person on what really matters. Using your differences to define what you are is like saying that you are your name, your social security number, license plate on your car. These are not ways in which you would ever really want to define yourselves, but they are part of what make you unique. Getting attached to those aspects of yourself that make you unique and interfere with your ability to have a powerful connection or even a playful interaction with another. Be willing to set aside your differences with the others in your lives and to look beyond the external shell to see what really matters, what exists within the other. By doing so, you connect more with your own true essence. The core of who you are is what really defines you. It is permanent. It is stable. It is more than what you can even imagine. So as you begin to identify more with that aspect of who you are and you let the little things, the little petty differences fall away, you will find that you have more in common with those who have different beliefs than you, who have different languages, different customs, different allegiances. And you will know yourselves more as a part of a collective, as part of one being who exists eternally in all dimensions, all realities, and all forms. As you give yourselves and others the opportunity to exist as their true selves and as your true selves, You eliminate any need to separate, to point out differences, to make others wrong so that you can be right. And when you do so, you will live with less anger and less fear and more joy and love. And that is truly what you all want. But you will never get there by pointing out your differences, by elevating yourselves above any other, or by clinging to your rightness. You will only get there by knowing yourselves as the loving, compassionate, and eternal beings that you really are, and seeing others as the same. Connections. We are focusing together to create this moment, and we do so because we want to connect. There is so much that can be gained from connecting with one another. In your sharing of your experiences, of your perspective, and of your energy, you help others to know themselves more completely. You may be the missing piece of the puzzle for someone else, and hearing your story may give another permission to allow the aspect of yourself that you represent to come to the forefront and to become a part of the whole being that they are. When you connect your complete circuits for one another, the more of you that connect, the more lights that shine. Think of yourselves as individual strands of Christmas tree lights. Each strand of light can plug into one another, and another strand can plug into it, and so on and so on. And the more of you that connect in that way, the brighter and lighter your reality becomes. We are here for each other. We are here to be the individual expression of Source energy that we are. But we are also here to share with one another. Having other beings around you, you can give a multitude of experience. All of them serve you. Sometimes another will trigger you, and sometimes another will laugh with you, and sometimes another will help you. And sometimes you will help the other. But no matter what you are doing, and no matter who you are doing it with, more lights are activated by your coming together. I am not saying to you that you must always be surrounded by other people, because you can be surrounded by other people and connect with no one. I am saying that when you connect in a pure and genuine way with a desire to share and to experience another, you further your evolution and you are participating in an act of service. When you are by yourself, be sure to connect within. Be sure to recognize that you are never alone and that you are always surrounded by other lights who are looking for you to connect with them. Be present when you connect. If the plug is only half in the socket, then the lights do not light, so be all the way present when you are with another, and feel a light coming off of both of you. Becoming who you are. There is nothing now that is stopping you from becoming the being that you have always wanted to be. You have removed the self-imposed limitations from yourself, and now you are finding it easier to connect, to expand, and to create. All that is missing from you is willingness. All that is required is a willingness to dream, to wish, to put out there exactly what you desire. You know that you have abilities that are coming online. You can feel them. They are there. They are within your reach. When you embody the power that is available to you, you will know with a shadow of a doubt that you create everything, every experience, and every interaction. You do so more often than not without knowing what you are doing. You do so from a place of expecting the same old, same old. And now I am encouraging you to let go of all your old expectations and to embrace your creatorhood, your true nature, your infinite abilities. Now to do so may require you to be less structured in your lives, to plan less, and to think less about possibilities. Because as you open yourselves up to the infinite, to the pure potential, the possibilities that you are able to imagine are not of the same frequency. Therefore you must let go of your need to know, of your need to control, and of your need for that sense of security. This is a trust exercise. When you trust that what you create will be a vibrational match to exactly what you want, then you can let go of the need to orchestrate until you can become one with your desire, one with the frequency of that which you seek, and you will open yourselves up to so much more than you could possibly imagine. Your hearts know. There is no reason whatsoever to doubt yourself. Doubting yourself will only create scenarios for you to be uncertain and to feel flustered, to not know what you need to know. You are your own best guide, but when you doubt yourself, you hand that guidance to someone else. You ask for another to tell you what is right or tell you what to do. Therefore, doubting yourself will draw in those who will tell you how certain they are about what you should do. This may seem like a blessing to those of you who are doubting yourselves. Your religions are created out of this. Their followers are asking for a set of rules, a set of guidelines, a list of do's and don'ts, so there will be no question. There will be no opportunity for doubt. I am asking you to go within to find where your heart is leading you and what your heart is telling you. Doubt is a construct of the mind. It was born there and it lives there. But your heart is full awareness of what will ultimately serve you. So you can always trust when you are in your heart that you are doing the right thing, that you are on the right side, and that you will know what you need to know in the moment that the information is called for. When you move your conscience back to your head, that is, when you exist in that doubtful state, that is where you weigh the pros and cons. You project out into the future what could happen, what might happen, what you believe will happen. But as you exist more in your hearts, you find the doubt disappears, the clarity emerges, and your lives are lived in a beautiful simplicity. You are then led by your hearts, and your minds come into question. Your minds question everything, but your hearts always know. So listen to your hearts, and you will know beyond a shadow of a doubt what path to follow. Holding space versus rescuing. I am aware of the challenges that you are facing. I am aware that I am familiar with those challenges. We who live amongst the Fae have been where you are, and we have made the transition. So we have a perspective that can be beneficial to you. It is my desire to share with you a piece of my personal journey. One of the biggest challenges that I faced in transitioning to a fifth-dimensional experience was the letting go of my need to save anyone else. There's a fine line between having compassion for another and wanting to rescue them. Rescuing keeps you firmly rooted in the vibration of the one that you would want to rescue. Therefore, it is my recommendation to you that you hold compassion in your hearts for those who you see suffering and struggling. But I also recommend that you hold your frequency in a higher state, that you offer yourselves as an example. You can be an example to others that shows them the way. You can be of more value and of more service by holding your frequency in a higher state than you can by getting down into a lower frequency state that matches the being you would hope to be of assistance to. I want you to recognize that there is nothing bad, there is nothing wrong, and there is nothing that is out of place when another being is having their challenges and facing these challenges. It is not just a part of their journey. It is a key ingredient to their evolution to face these challenges. You cannot do it for them, nor would they benefit from that. It can be very challenging to watch someone that you love suffering, and I have compassion for all of you. Hands are tied when it comes to someone that you love. You can always hold them in your heart and feel such love and compassion for them that they will benefit by your attention to them. They will not benefit by your attention to their struggle or what you perceive to be their mistakes, their weaknesses, their addictions. Holding space for another means seeing them as Source sees them, fully capable of helping themselves. I am Ophelia, and I love you. Energetic communication. I am here. I am with you. There are ways for you to engage with others that do not involve talking or texting or emailing. There are ways for you to engage energetically, and when you do so, you can be quite certain that your message is getting across to the other beings. You are also accustomed to verbal, written, and physical communication, but the energetic communication that is going on between all of you is something that you are not aware of. Sometimes you will see a person walk into a room or meet a person for the first time, and you will pick up on their energetic transmission, and that is a wonderful thing for all of you to acknowledge. You already do this, but what I am suggesting is that you do it more consciously, and that you do it with people that are not necessarily in the same room as you are. My recommendation for all of you is to reach out energetically to a person first, before you send that email, that text, or make that phone call. Give the person the energy that you want to give them. If you are worried about someone and you think that you had better call them to check in or offer some assistance, you might consider that in the moment that you feel the worry, that you access that energy that you want that person to have or that you want that person to hold, and you hold it for them and you send it to them. This is a very effective way of communicating. You are taking out so much of the distortions that can occur and the miscommunications, and you are lightening your load. For you may decide that when you do have the opportunity to contact that person, that you no longer feel the need. You can cross that one off the list. You can make your lives easier. You can also practice something that you will be all engaging in more and more as you live more in the present moment, as you focus more on your frequency. You will find that there is less and less of a need for long-winded conversations, lengthy emails, and multiple texts to get your point across. I am asking that you simplify everything in your life by boiling it down to a frequency, accessing that frequency within yourself, and letting all of your helpers take care of the rest. Choose love and compassion. You are such blessed beings, such wonderful beings, such loving beings, and you always have been and you always will be. When you participate in an ascension process, you are stripping away layers of yourself that obscure that knowing from you of your true nature, of your true vibration. That is why it is so easy for me to feel who you are, because I cannot see the barriers that you have all put up. I choose not to see them. They are there, but they are not of my frequency. Raising your frequency will allow you to rise above them, but you still will have experiences that will remind you that they are there. You are not failing when you become aware of some of these lower frequency traumas and fears, attachments and judgments. Sometimes you must move things around in order to see that which lies beneath, that which requires a little attention. Raising your frequency will always stir things up, but when you raise your frequency, you are then able to address that which comes up for you from the higher perspective. The lower frequency way to look at your traumas and fears is judgment and shame, and the higher frequency way is love and compassion. So when you see yourself and others facing these challenges, becoming aware of these lower frequency traumas and fears, take the perspective of the observer, and be the one who offers yourself and those around you who are reflecting back to you what you need, that love and compassion. There are times when you will still go through some of your outbursts and fights. There will be times when you feel that you are losing it, that you are losing your grip on your higher frequency states, and these will be the times when you may feel that shame and that judgment. But as soon as you realize you are doing it, you will give yourself the opportunity to choose again. You are living your lives moment to moment now, but there is no keeping score. There is only what you are choosing to do next and how you are choosing to approach yourselves and your lives. A single point of light. We are focusing on the same point in the same moment. That is how we are linking up vibrationally. You are all synced up most of the time, which gives you the appearance of the same reality. And this is how you share an experience. This is how you co-create. You agree upon a certain vibration. You congregate together in the same vibrational field. This allows you to have that shared experience that is so rich and fulfilling for all of you. If you want, you can decide together which reality you would like to experience, and you can make an agreement about which vibration you will hold as most reflective of that reality. That way you can travel together with those who you feel attracted to, with those whose energy you resonate with. You never need to repel anyone, anything, or any experience from your consciousness. You only need to decide which point you want to focus on, and allow yourself to move there in the appropriate time. In the higher realms, we see you all facing challenges and that which you do not prefer, and we call you towards that which you do, energetically, vibrationally, and with whatever tricks we have up our sleeves to lure you to the reality that you have all said that you enjoy. I like to sprinkle my fairy dust like breadcrumbs or like the carrot at the end of the proverbial stick. I am one of many who are luring you into the higher frequencies. But we allow you your free will to choose whatever experience you are focusing on. And we do not judge. We show compassion for you when you are having these experiences and pushing against them at the same time. I encourage you to see the reality that you prefer as nothing bigger or stronger or more difficult to rendezvous with than a single point of light that you give your attention to because of its frequency, because of its lure, and because by doing so you affirm yourselves as the creators of your experience. Sensing your transformation. There is a sense in all of you that something big is happening. You have been on this journey with this knowingness, and it is keeping you on the path. Your recognition of your transformation is one of the most important knowings that you can carry. You have an expression that says, keep the faith, and it is applicable here. But you don't need to take any leaps of faith when you can simply listen to what you sense inside of you to be true. There is a part of you that understands that you could never stand completely still, that there is no ending to this becoming that is well underway. And that is the part of you to activate. There is something very magical and wonderful about where it is that you are at this moment, because being on the precipice gives you that beautiful sense of anticipation and excitement. The more you hold that frequency, the more excitement you will feel. I want you to witness your transformation in all the little ways, in the little things that you notice are different. I encourage you to notice how you are different and in what ways you are moving towards a more complete and whole experience of yourselves. You are filling in those pieces of yourself that have felt empty or hollow or missing, and you are filling them in now with more of yourself. You are giving yourselves more to play with, more energy to flow, and even though you have a bigger sense of who you are, it is also a lighter feeling. In the higher realms, we marvel at what we see in you and what we see around you. We are particularly fond of the potential we see, because that is where the excitement lies. Your process of becoming is one that gives you so much and takes away nothing. It simply removes barriers and blinders and opens you to more feeling and more awareness and more power. Always trust that sense that you have of your becoming, and always remind yourselves that any doubt or any fear is just your ego's attempt to hold on to what is familiar, to what seems more solid. But you are light beings, and you are remembering that more and more with each passing moment. Energy flow. I am allowing myself to be fully open. I am receiving your energy as you are receiving mine. There is not a single closed system in all the universe. All energy is moving between all beings, and it is a constant flow. You can allow more or less, but the flow will always be constant, and you will always be its regulator when it comes to your existence. I encourage all of you to examine where the flow is strong and where it is being cinched off, and ask yourself why. Why would I want to cinch off my energy? What is it that I'm afraid of? What is it I am afraid will become of me if I allow more of this energy in this area, or from this person, or from this group? You can regulate the flow according to your desires. You do not have to worry about the floodgates being opened or being caught up in the current, because you will always have that ability to tend to flow. Be willing to increase the outward flow as well, and also examine why you would want to hold your own energy back. Are you believing in shortage or depletion of the energy that sustains you? You have the ability to give so much more, just as you have the ability to receive. Your life can be a constant flow of energy coming and going. And you know what this feels like because you have all experienced it at some point in some area of your life. I ask you to reach for the vibration that you experience and apply it to those areas where you do not feel the flow, or you do not feel that you are in the flow. And always ease up on yourself. For if you notice that you have been restricting the flow of energy, and then you decide that you are going to work very hard to change that, then chances are you will still restrict that energy. You will just do it so more intently. So you must relax in order to allow and in order to be in the flow. This is the letting go process. This is an awareness that you are seeking. And I know you will find it because it is your birthright, and because you are all so very blessed. Expressing yourself. Opening yourselves to another can be one of the more challenging experiences for all of you. Having the awareness that this can help to minimize the anxiety and the fear that you all feel around being completely open with your thoughts and feelings. Some of you are becoming more aware of how difficult it is for you to hide anything from another. You are all becoming more sensitive and more telepathic. You will also see the benefits of sharing and honest and open communication. This will help to ease the process of all of you becoming more telepathic. Your bodies have always been communicating more than your mouth and written words, and now that you are opening more and more to your energetic bodies, they are communicating in ways that are easily detected by those of you who are tuning in more to vibration and frequency. As you let go of the barriers that you have put up and open yourselves more to frequency and vibration, you will benefit because you will be able then to guide what frequency you offer. So you are helping one another to become better and quicker manifestors. It all begins with a willingness to share, with a willingness to feel, with a willingness to communicate with more than just your body. As you put your thoughts and feelings out there for others to openly perceive, you are releasing judgment of yourself for holding those thoughts and feelings within you. You are also giving permission to the other to have theirs and to express them. I encourage all of you to let yourselves express all aspects of who you are, while holding love and compassion for yourselves. And I ask that you do the same for those around you as they feel more compelled to communicate with their thoughts and feelings with you. I also encourage you to notice how this process opens you to higher frequencies, to more awareness, and to the greater beings that exist inside of you. I am Ophelia, and I love you. Chapter 5. Archangel Gabriel. Control. The possibility that you could lose control was one of the more intriguing aspects of your incarnating into a physical body on planet Earth. You all seek control because you feel safe when you are in control, but control not only doesn't serve you, it actually weakens you. You have more power when you have less control, and the more control you seek, the more you limit yourselves to what is possible. Your lives may at times seem chaotic, and the control of you seek is often in response to a life of chaos. And we understand that. We see why you grasp for as much control as you can over the circumstance of your life, and even over the other individuals in your life. What we are interested in providing you with, however, is the power that comes from losing control, and slipping into the feeling of being completely out of control. Some of you wonder how being out of control fits with the truth that you create your reality, and some of you feel that creating your reality is how you exert control over your lives. But your true power comes when you recognize that the control that you really seek is the ability that you all have to let go completely and trust in the flow of energy. The flow of energy that we speak of is not something that is outside of you. It is not like when you want a flow of water and you go to the faucet and turn it on. The flow we speak of is the flow of you. You are the energy that gives you the power, and loosening your grip, letting go of the need to control anything, allows more of you to flow. You can feel more of yourselves flowing through you as you loosen tension in your body. Imagine what you could do with more of your own energy, with more of who you are, when you feel the bigness of who you are. You do not desire control because you recognize that everything around you is you, and that you are here to experience whatever comes before you with the full amplitude of love and light that you are flowing through you. Angels. And you do realize that wherever you are, whenever you are, and whoever you are, there are angels with you. You are blessed beings, and we love you very much. We are partners and co-creators. We hold a frequency for you that gives you everything that you need, and sometimes you tap into that space, and some of you acknowledge us when you do. You say that your angels were with you, or that you have a guardian angel looking out for you. Anytime that you want to experience the love and space that we hold for you, all you need do is to find that which is angelic within you. The frequency of the angels is one of the many that you have available to you at all times, but that you tap into just once in a while. We are capable of giving you so much more, but we are only able to give you that which you are willing to receive. So open yourselves to the angels, and we will respond. We wait patiently until you find yourselves in enough need to call upon us and to find our frequency within you. But you do not need to wait for dire circumstance in order to interact with us, in order to play in our energy. We know you believe in us, and we encourage you to believe in the angels that you all are, and in the love that is the driving force of your beingness. And when you align with that, you'll no longer need us, because you'll have become one of us. Using your minds. By now you have discovered that there is no reasoning your way out of a situation. You can no longer bargain. You can no longer use logic and reason on anyone to get anything. You will have noticed that the tactics of the mind are holding no sway over the reality you experience. So we suggest that you give that up. Stop trying to convince others of anything and let go of all your mental gymnastics and all of your attempts to outsmart your emotions. We recommend that you use your minds to focus more deeply on your experience. Use your minds to access parts of your body where you know you are holding energy, blocking energy, and tensing up. Use your minds to give you feedback on what is really happening in your emotional bodies and in your physical bodies. But we encourage you to let go of all your tactics, all your mind's strategy for overcoming, and when you do, you will notice that everything that you feel has been worth it. Everything that you allow yourselves to experience will give you more clarity, and will allow you to use your minds for higher function. We love your wisdom, and we love your abilities to make sense of your lives. We are just encouraging you to use your minds effectively and to notice when you are giving your minds too many tasks and responsibilities. We want you to know that you have much more power and much more potential than you realize. But in order for you to access it, you must let go of that which you have perceived to be your power in persuasion. All the frequencies. Instead of referring to yourselves as beings, begin to see yourself as frequencies. You have a multitude of frequencies available to you at all times, but most of you are engaging with your reality from a particular set of frequencies that you identify with. But you are not destined to hold frequencies based upon past or even current experiences. We are asking you to identify yourselves as the frequency you are holding in the moment. In some ways, you already do this. You say, I am happy, I am sad, I am anxious, I am joyous. You say all of these things because deep down you know that what frequency you are holding in the moment is who you are. You are the expression of that frequency, and so you can see how easy it is for you to change, because as you are a different frequency from one moment to the next, you are a different expression. There's no reason for any of you to stay locked into one particular frequency, but you may if you wish, and there's nothing wrong with it if you do. All that you are is love, and as love you are expressing as all the frequencies that have ever been and ever will be. So knowing yourselves only in the frequency of love would not give you the fullest experience of yourself as love. So while it is noble and wonderful to want to experience yourself only as love, the fullness of who you are will always desire the fullest spectrum, the fullest range, and the deepest knowing of all frequencies. Before you incarnate, before you ultimately decide that you will incarnate, you examine all possibilities for the life and the incarnation you are choosing. You see the decisions point that will take you on various paths, but you do not know which decision you will ultimately make. But from that perspective, you see that there is value in every choice, no matter which choice it is. But now that you are incarnate in the physical body, living the life that you are, can you not see that whatever choice you make contains within it valuable experience? Are you willing to accept that there is not one right choice for you to make in every instance where you are faced with an important decision? And if from that perspective of examining all possibilities, you could see that no matter what you would do, you could live with yourself, you must recognize that even someone like Hitler knew that these actions were not only possible, but that he would also be able to forgive himself. So you see, no matter what you have done and no matter what you have not been able to achieve, it is possible for you to forgive yourself and to love yourself just as you are and just as you have been. It is also possible for you to surprise yourself, and so you do not have to worry that you do not get to decide what you will live in this lifetime. You do not need to worry that it is all predetermined. If it is a surprise decision that adds excitement to your existence, it is the unexpected turn of events that makes your life interesting and gives it value. You are all capable of so much, and there are so many possibilities, no matter where you stand and no matter how it might look. Darkness and light. In the beginning there was a flickering of light. The light played with darkness, and it did so to know itself as light. There is a purpose for everything, and all that shows itself to you as darkness is only there to give you the opportunity to know yourselves as light. The darkness can be seductive. It can seem to be more fun than the light, and that is why you all get to explore it. Because you need to show yourselves that it is not more fun, and you also need to see that you, as a being of light, can pretend to be dark. And the reason you need to see that is so you can remember that every being who shows themselves to you as darkness is only pretending. And their pretending allows you to choose the light that you are, and to flow more of that light, not to snuff out the darkness, but to help the others remember that they too are the light. And if you can hold this perspective when the darkness surrounds you, you will have the most rewarding experience that you can possibly have. You will see yourselves as the light, and you will bless the darkness for being there. Your journey is to allow all others to explore the darkness, and to be patient with them and with yourselves. And as you do, you journey new ways to know yourself and pretend, and that is the joy of this journey you're on, a journey that never ends. We are Gabriel. We are senders of love. No mistakes. Before you decide that there is only one choice that you can make, grant yourself permission to make all the choices available. Let yourselves explore all sides, all opportunities, all perspectives, and you will find that the freedom that you grant yourself will assist you in making the decision that you ultimately want to make. But first, granting yourselves permission is necessary. It is a part of the process. Now, when you make decisions, you often think of them as final. You often see the potential for having made a mistake, or perhaps you are worrying that you may lose precious time or money if you go down a path but then have to turn around and go back. So many of you miss the point of having the decision to make in the first place. Choosing is not about getting it right or about finding the best decision possible and making it. Choosing is about having opportunities for different experiences. But you cannot benefit from the variety that is in front of you if you think that any of the choices that you could possibly make would be wrong. You are never putting yourselves in a position to get something right, to do the right thing, or to find the right solution. You are always putting yourselves in position to give yourself opportunity to flow energy in a variety of directions. So as you contemplate the choice in front of you, no matter what the decision, allow yourself to imagine energy flowing from you into each one of these opportunities. Feel which one allows more flow and which one seems to stifle or even stop the flow altogether. Allowing the flow of energy to take you on a journey is much more important than finding yourselves on the right journey to the outcome that you have decided is the best. We want to remind all of you to lighten up and loosen up and take the seriousness out of your decision-making. If you saw all of the choices in front of you as different avenues that led to the same outcome, then you would have more fun with the process, and that is what we would recommend. Slow down. It will always benefit you to stop and slow down. The pace at which your world is moving has quickened considerably over the years. You are all attempting to keep up with the pace that most of you are uncomfortable with. You have many tricks for doing so. You have your caffeinated beverages and your multitasking. The speed at which you interpret your reality is also quickening. You process data much faster than the humans from previous generations. What this means is that the quickening that occurs within you is lessening the need for you to move as quickly, physically speaking. And yet, that is the area where so few of you are willing to slow down or even stop. One way that you may discover is a useful tool for all of you in slowing down is to focus purely on one thing at a time. If instead of wanting to accomplish more with your actions, you sought to connect more with the point of your focus, you would find that the need for you to move more quickly would be diminished greatly. We are asking you to focus on quality of experience rather than quantity of accomplishments, and only you can determine the quality of the experience that you are having. Only you know for certain how much of a connection was made and whether or not you were able to fully digest your point of focus in the moment. And when you decide to do so, when you decide to connect and slow down and integrate, you'll notice a difference in how quickly you feel you need to move and how little needs to get done. For you will no longer be living on a hamster wheel. Instead, you'll be savoring each and every moment and each and every movement. Competing and comparing. Witnessing yourselves in competition with another, you can see what you are afraid of. If you are competing with another to prove to yourself that you are better or at the very least good, then you can know that the fear that is driving you is a fear that you are not. When you see yourselves in comparison to another, and you are certain that the other is better than you in some way, you confirm your fears. So there may be teachers that you have heard of who tell you never to compare or compete, but we would say that if you are comparing and competing with others, at the very least, use the experience to shine light on one of your fears. You may not believe that it is valuable to experience fear or to be aware of that of which you are afraid. But we want you to know that in order for you to shine more of your light and your love on those aspects of yourself that feel afraid, it can be a very good idea to root out those fears in the first place. Everything serves you in some way, and competition and comparison are no exception to the rule. We like seeing you bring more of who you are out when you are competing with one another, and we see the value in that. We also know that comparison can lead to appreciation for someone else and for yourselves. And we know that when you are driven to compete and compare, it is usually coming from a place of feeling lack. And we want you to know that wherever there is lack, there is an opportunity for love. Holding higher frequencies. By accessing the awakened state of being, you have let go of so much already. You are already operating at a frequency that is higher than you have ever held prior to this moment. The experience of holding a higher frequency is not one of constant joy and bliss. The experience of holding a higher frequency is one of heightened awareness. In order for you to have a concept of frequency, you have been told to feel the frequency of your emotion. And while it is true that emotions that feel good are of a higher frequency, that does not mean that you will exist in good feeling emotions forevermore, just because you are operating at a higher frequency. Everything is relative, you see. So now that you are holding a higher frequency, your experience of sadness will be different. But just because you find yourself in sadness does not mean that you have dropped your frequency. It does not mean that you are regressing or backsliding because you feel anger or fear either. What is important for you to recognize is that all you will continue to feel a broad spectrum of emotions, even as you take on a fifth dimensional frequency state. To have less emotions to draw from and to experience life from would not be an aspect of your evolution. In fact, denying yourself access to certain emotions have been one of the reasons you have been able to stay in a lower frequency for so many lifetimes. Your newfound frequency ranges gives you a new experience of reality, a new experience of yourselves, and a new experience of what it means to be feeling an emotion. So treasure the experience of emotion because you are not releasing your ability to feel. You are deciding what it is that you resonate with at any given moment, and you are seeing yourselves more as the creators of your experience, an experience that includes a wide range of emotion. Who are you? In your own words, describe who you are. You know yourselves better than anyone ever will or ever can. So do your best to describe who you are. What is it that you immediately focus on when you consider who you are? Is it your age, your race, perhaps your occupation? We suspect that none of you chose to use these details to describe yourself. But interestingly enough, you use all of these details and more to limit yourselves from being who you really are. Who you really are is limitless, ageless, genderless, and nameless, and all that you are here is expressing through your physical vehicle. So we suggest that you let it. Take away all of your limiting descriptors, traits, and identifiers, and just be that which you really are without hesitation, without apologies. How do you do this, you might wonder? Start by letting go of the past. Your past includes your tendencies, your stories, your habits, and all of your beliefs. By letting go of all of that and allowing yourself to exist purely, as you are in this moment, you will notice that you feel unlimited. And you may also notice that you feel like expressing yourself in a way that you never have before. You may decide to pick up a paintbrush or to dance or sing. The truth is, it really does not matter how you express yourself, but it does matter that you express yourself. And it helps when you allow yourself to be all that you are, unrestricted, unlimited, and free to explore. Heaven on earth. Heaven and earth are not separate and never have been. Your beliefs about heaven have created this idea of separation from where you are, from who you are, and from what you are as physical beings. Your concept of heaven is perfection, the absence of evil. It is a holy place where only the most sacred and good beings may dwell. Sacred and holy are in the eyes of the beholder, and so is heaven. There is a prevailing concept of heaven that is the place where good people go when they die. This necessitates a place for the bad people, so you have created the concept of hell. But you are looking at heaven and hell through your polarized eyes. You are seeing these concepts in the only way that makes sense to all of you. We would like for you to bring heaven and earth together, not because earth needs to be altered in some way to make it more perfect, holy, or sacred. We want you to bring heaven and earth together because we know that it serves you all to see it as it truly is, and we want you to have the experience of heaven now. You are fully capable of doing this. It is only a matter of your willingness to accept that nothing has to get better, and that no one has to go away in order for you to experience heaven on earth. We are here with you, and we are seen as only existing in heaven. Those of you who are aware of our presence can expand on our frequency, and you will know that heaven exists in you here and now, and that you can taste, touch, and even smell the essence of source energy in every atom of your physical reality. You can create your heaven on earth as long as you are willing to allow all others to be there. We are Gabriel. We are senders of love. Becoming creator beings. Speculation is your attempt to understand. Education is your attempt to transmit an idea. And creation is deciding that you have arrived at your conclusion. We are interested in seeing all of you come to that conclusion because now is the time for you to decide. Once you are accepting of your roles as creator beings, the power of your decision will begin to settle in and you will see your reality through new eyes. Most of your lives up until this point have been about reaching your individual conclusions. In order for you to make informed decisions, you must experience all sides and all angles. It is necessary in order for you to know what your creations will be. It is necessary for you to feel all the different sides and all different perspectives. That is one of the reasons why we and others like us are reminding you to feel. We are inviting you to feel all of your emotions, not because we are like your parents prodding you to eat your vegetables, but because it is necessary for you in order to make informed decisions as creator beings. It is necessary for you all to feel all of it and to know compassion. Only then will you allow yourselves to step into your full power and full creative potential. And so that is why we say, embrace all of it. Your life circumstance. Circumstances arise in your life to set you on a course. The circumstances that you find yourself in are perfectly suited to take you on that journey. They are a part of the setup that you dreamt of prior to your incarnation. When you look at the circumstance of your life, do so as a detective would. Ask yourself what each circumstance is meant to spur on within you. See each circumstance as a catalyst and as a fertile field for desire. Welcome each new circumstance as though it were a gift, and notice how these gifts keep coming and keep giving you more reasons to be alive. For some of you, the circumstance of your life seem to be as though they were punishments. You talk about karma from past lives, and you wonder what you did to deserve such horrible circumstance, and we understand that perspective. But nothing is ever meant to be a punishment, and everything is meant to give you that spark, that desire to move in a certain direction. So rather than running from your circumstance and pointing out how inappropriate they are, we suggest that you bless them for providing you with the perfect launching pad. Each circumstance gives you a new opportunity for seeing yourself as the whole being that you truly are. Whatever is missing from your life, you are meant to fill with your own energy. You want to become that which was lacking in the circumstance you created. Because ultimately, you want to know yourself as everything, and that includes everything that seems to be missing from your current life. And it is in the beginning of that which you desire that you truly know yourself as the being of light and love who would incarnate in a circumstance where something was missing. Goals. Taking steps toward one of your goals is a way for all of you to feel powerful, creative, constructive, and like you are making a difference in your lives. This is a journey that you're all on, and so far you take steps on that journey, and to see a destination is quite empowering. But we want to give you something else to reach for and to move towards. We want you to embrace the goals that you have set for yourselves prior to incarnating, and we encourage you to realize that these goals are the ones that give you the most expansion. You are creator beings. That will always be the case. And so we want to assure you that you are capable of creating new goals for yourself as well. We just want to give you the incentive that you sometimes lack to move towards the goals that were set into place prior to your incarnation. And so we tell you that all the goals that you have dreamed up since incarnating are included with the goals that were put in place prior to your incarnation. And that is why you sense them. That is why you feel that they are your birthright. And that is why you strive towards these goals. So here is the really good part. While you are taking steps towards the goals that you have set for yourself since incarnation, you will sometimes run into obstacles or even dead ends. And the really good part is that these obstacles and these dead ends lead you toward the goals that you have created for yourself prior to incarnation. And as we have said, the achievement of those goals will give you everything that you have dreamt of and since your birth into your beautiful bodies. So the key here is the moment when you give in to that plan that you put into place for yourselves. The key is seeing the obstacle or the dead end as the avenue to something that will bring you so much more than you are capable of dreaming up in your physical bodies. And we want to give you a nudge in the direction at which is your birthright by telling you that every perceived failure on your part to reach a goal is actually a beautiful and wonderful success. Becoming multidimensional beings. Placing blame on another is an act of futility, but it also serves you at times. Let us elaborate a bit. We are talking about being willing to accept all responsibility for your lives, and we are also talking about what is necessary in the moment in order to retain a sense of equilibrium. Just because you are creating a reality that you experience does not mean that you are to abandon all states of being that are incongruous with that truth. Instead, you use these states of being for balance. Blame is one of those states of being. Anger is one of those states of being. Even sadness is one of those states of being. So do take responsibility for everything in your life, and also be willing to be the full participant in your lives. That allows you to feel these sensations. Without these sensations, you cannot know joy and love, excitement and ecstasy. You need the balance, and you need an emotional range in order to achieve that balance. So you are not going to eliminate all emotional states that you find unpleasant. You are going to embrace them and see their value. You are going to find a new experience of emotion, and you are going to see how it all serves you. And as you do, you become the creator that you always knew you were. You will be able to hold two perspectives at once. You will be able to hold the perspectives that say, I created this. And you will also be able to hold the perspective that says, and it's all your fault. And when you do, you will know your true power. You will experience multidimensionality. And then you will choose a perspective that gives you the most power, and you will run with it. And as you create new experiences for yourself, you will have more fun with these states of being that you once sought to avoid, because you will know that there's also power in these states of being. Raising your vibration. By listening to your own words, you can discover what vibration you are holding. Every action that you take is also a clue. Every emotion that you feel gives you an indication of your current vibration. Of course, the thoughts that you think resonate with your vibrational offering. The vibration that you offer is like the magic wand. When you have waved the magic wand, everything in its path changes. So how do you change your vibration? How do you wave the magic wand so that everything you experience becomes that vibration? You can start by surrounding yourself with that which is of a higher vibration. Putting yourself in nature is the easiest way. Listening to music that resonates the vibration you want to hold is another very easy method. Wearing clothes that feel good on your body, spending time with your pets, taking a bubble bath. There are a myriad of ways that you can easily affect your vibration. And once you find yourself in a place where you feel that you have a firm grip on the magic wand, let yourself feel the vibration that you want to offer. Let the vibration run up and down your chakras. Become the vibration that you want to see reflected back to you, that you want to feel in your emotions, that you want to speak, think, and act. The easiest way for you to adjust your vibrations is to pay attention to the vibration you're offering and to simply intend that you raise your frequency, and it is that simple. Exposing your inner truth. As you pretend that there is nothing wrong, you hide bits and pieces of reality from yourself, and those bits and pieces contain the solution. So you are never doing yourselves or any others a service by pretending. Your cover-ups always get exposed eventually, and when they do, it is always true that the covering up has made the situation much messier and more volatile. You are exercising your free will when you hide and you cover up, and you suppress that which is. We just hope that all of you begin to see the futility so that you can make a new choice. There is so much more safety in exposure, and that is a tough one for all of you to swallow, and that is because you see patterns and you create there to be a cause and effect. But it is never the exposure that brings harm. Exposure brings clarity. Exposure brings light. Exposure brings freedom. And freedom is something all of you seek. Therefore, we recommend that you stop pretending that all is well with you when it most certainly is not, and we suggest that you own that which is yours. And as you do, you will find that there is less shame in all of it than you believed there was. You will find such liberation in being open and honest with yourselves and others, and you will see the domino effect. You will see how all are liberated by their willingness to expose their own inner minds. We are Gabriel. We are senders of love. Believe. Believe because we are as real as you. What you do not see does not become unreal. We are with you always. We are a part of you that cannot be separate. So when you seek our guidance and when you seek our presence, you are seeking yourselves. And that is always a little funny to us because there are those who do not believe. What you do not believe, you deny. And what you deny, you do not actualize. So believe in yourselves. Believe that you are the beginning and the end. Take yourself seriously, but not too seriously. Live and laugh and love and seek the approval of none. It will always serve you to recognize yourself as your own Savior, and as you do not diminish any others. You do not denounce or blaspheme. You stand tall, together and strong as the one being, the one source. And this is how you access new worlds. This is how you triumph over adversity. This is what brings you back home to who you are. Our message to you is simple. Be yourselves. Be all of yourselves. Shun none of it, hide none of it. It is our pleasure to become active in your experience, to activate that which we are within you, and to be a piece of that which makes you feel whole again. It is no longer our job to protect you because you do not need protecting. Because as you realize that you are all things, you recognize that there is nothing to be protected from. Our light and our love are your center, and you are ours. Believe, and all will be yours. Pure desire. Believing is the first step to knowing something experientially. But how do you get there? How do you arrive? How do you find yourself in harmony with that which you want to experience? First of all, you must allow yourself the luxury of the desire that you have in the first place. You must be willing to accept that you desire what you desire. If you do not believe that you are worthy of that which you desire, you certainly are going to find that it is challenging to resonate with that desire. If you have a desire, there is a reason for it. Nothing in your reality is random, and your desires are included in your truth. So as you accept the desire that you have, you are then faced with whether or not you believe it is possible for you to come into alignment with that desire. And more often than not, you are more aware of the obstacles and the probabilities that would put you in touch with your desires. So here is what we recommend. Let go of the necessity for you to have that which you desire, and instead bask in the feeling. Allow yourselves to feel the energy that is pulling you towards your desire. Give yourselves the experience of pure desire, unconditional desire, and desire for the sake of desire. The truth is that the further you are from believing that you could have that which you desire, the stronger the desire is, the more fun it is, and the more energy you are summoning. The energy that you are summoning is you, and the energy that you are summoning is in vibrational harmony with the desire. Luxuriate in the feeling of that which you desire and become it, and then all you have to do is believe in yourself. Observe in silence. Be and accept all that you are, regardless of how different you are from how you want to be. Listen to the silence within you and know that there is acceptance in the silence. If you forget everything that you think you know about who you are and what you are capable of, then you begin to understand your true nature. And when you accept that which you are and experience yourself as the beautiful beings that you are, that is when all that is available to you begins to emerge from the silence. Everything that you are and that you have ever been is there to create something new. But what gets you stuck and keeps you from becoming that something new is judgment and self-criticism. Give yourself a moment to experience non-judgment by doing something and simply observing that which you are doing. Play that game with yourself where you do does not matter and observe, and let the observation be the important piece. And as you observe yourselves in silence for the sake of nothing more than being in the state of non-judgment, of complete acceptance, you will experience the expansion as it occurs. You will become more by existing in a moment of silent acceptance of who you are. And you will enjoy your lives because your lives are worth living and worth observing, and because you are worthy of experiencing them. The little things. Appreciation starts with the little things. It is so easy to take the little things for granted until you do not have them, of course. And if you want to live a life filled with appreciation, then by all means start small. When you notice something that pleases you in some way, hook into the sensation of it. Give it your complete attention. When you are eating, appreciate each flavor, each texture, every little bit of what you are munching on. Enjoy the aroma before it even hits your mouth. Enjoy the feeling in your stomach when you are done eating. Enjoy the sensation of being satiated. The path to a happy life is filled with these little opportunities for enjoyment. If you think that you will begin enjoying your life when you have the perfect house, car, mate, job, friends, and whatever else you feel you need, then we will tell you all that it starts in the here and now. By appreciating something small and seemingly insignificant, you set yourselves on the path. Now, we want to be very clear about something here. We are not talking about appreciating the little things that you can have, the big things that you really want. We are telling you that unless you appreciate the little things, you will not appreciate the bigger ones when they come along. We invite you to live your lives by the simple code that if something fills you with more of who you are, then it is worth taking note. It is worth giving that your attention. Do it for the sensation. Do it for the joy and the love that you feel. Let your relationship to your life and everything and everyone in it be about feeling that feeling inside of you. And let everything else be an excuse to feel, an excuse to let more of your energy flow and to be more of who you are. Magic. Magic happens in a blink of an eye. Now you see it, now you don't. Putting your faith in that which has been is a foolish game. You all recognize that everything changes. All is changing more rapidly than ever. And yet most of you only believe in that which has been proven, what has worked in the past. That is what you bank on, and that is what you cling to. Putting your faith in something that does not yet exist seems like it is a more foolhardy choice, and yet you believe your weather forecasters. You look at their predictions and you believe that with all their equipment and all their knowledge, they must know more than I what the weather will be like. And then there's the magic. The magic happens in spite of your beliefs because you are not feeding your beliefs all day, every day. You have plenty of moments when you simply exist, where you are not calculating what would be based on what has been, and those moments when you relax and where you stop recreating the same old, same old. That is when the crack opens up and the light comes through and there is magic in that moment. Now, many of you have attempted to be magicians. You have desired to manifest things out of thin air, and you wonder why you do not see the results we are talking about, and then you give up. But it is only when you give up that you can see the results, because magic does not work if there is even a pinch of attachment of impatience. And so the time is now for all of you to play with magic and to still recognize that the immediate results are not quite available, but they will be soon. So practice now and let go of all doubt and all that tells you that something wondrous is anything less than a guarantee. Pay attention. What you are thinking and what you are doing are not always the same thing. What you are believing and what you are doing are not always in alignment either. What you are feeling and what you are saying you are feeling are sometimes two entirely different things. The easiest way to come into alignment with who you really are is for you to be in alignment with who you are being in the moment. Be true to yourselves. Be willing to live the truth you are experiencing and to express it. This requires consistency on your part. Consistently checking in on yourselves and on your words, thoughts, and actions will go a long way in bringing you closer to who you really are and what you really want to be living. Most of you are surrounded by distractions. Your days are filled with activity, with sounds, people, all of which have the ability to draw you away from who you are and what you are feeling, thinking, and doing. Paying more attention means setting aside more time for yourself, being with yourself fully and completely, and again, checking in. Be an observer of yourself. Be aware of the energy that you're holding at every moment that you can. Do it so that you can align yourselves with the energy that you truly are, with the lives that you really want, and with the world that you desire to experience. The simple act of paying attention to what you are doing will bring you into a greater awareness of all things. And by paying attention, you gather all of the information that you would ever need to search your internet for. So watch and listen and learn from yourselves. This is our advice to you, and this is what we know to be true. We are Gabriel. We are senders of love. Receiving and implementing ideas. Ideas that come to you are not originating in your brains. Ideas find their way to you because you are ready to receive them. When you are trying to come up with an idea, that is the time when you are least allowing the flow of ideas to come to you. When you are relaxed, focused, and especially distracted from that which you want an idea about, those are the times when you are open to receiving. Every idea that you have ever had has been given to you by another portion of your consciousness. Sometimes when you receive the idea, you do not recognize the brilliance of it. You may say that the idea is too simple, too easy, too unrealistic. You may not grasp the profundity of the idea because of your expectations for how it is supposed to look. The implementation of an idea requires a certain amount of courage, a certain amount of playfulness. You and your idea can go on an adventure together, and that adventure may lead to more ideas coming your way. So how do you recognize one of these profound and brilliant ideas sent to you from another portion of your consciousness? Recognize that they always come when you are not looking for them, but when you are receptive to them. Whenever something seems to come from out of nowhere, that is when we recommend that you give it the most attention and credence. This is when it is time for the implementation and the adventure. The power of intention. Deliberate creation requires little more of your part than an intention. You see, your intentions hold a frequency within them, and holding an intention puts the frequency out. So living intentionally means that you are paying attention to how you feel and paying attention to what is going on around you. As the creator of your experience, you get to decide. As the liver of your lives, you are the one having the experience. And the experiences lead to your choices and your intention. So who better than you to decide for yourself what is most appropriate for you to intend and for you to experience? Often you allow your beliefs to take over. Your beliefs tell you what is possible and what to expect, but your intention does not need to conform to these beliefs. We recommend that you give more attention to your intention and let go of the need to believe something about it, because the intentions hold the frequency that you desire to experience, and the frequency outweighs the belief. The frequency that you are offering supersedes all else that could have an influence on the reality you are creating. The more intentional you are about your lives, the more you are practicing holding the frequency that you desire to experience. State your intentions. Be bold. Be willing to put them out there regardless of what anyone thinks about them. Your intentions for the lives that you want to live are unique to you. They are part of your contribution to this universe. Therefore, you have a right to hold the intention of your desire, and the universe has no choice but to respond to those intentions. The listening gateway. Listening opens gateways. Whenever you listen, you usually expect to hear something. And we hear from many of you who want to know why when you listen you do not hear. And we want you to know that every time you listen, you receive. You tune yourselves to a frequency of receptivity. And though you do not translate the energy audibly, you do receive. You do allow when you listen, and there's much within that which you do not hear. Words are so overrated, and you give them far too much power. Energy and vibration are where it's at, and yet when you listen, you rarely feel for them. So the next time that you ask for assistance and you listen, feel the energy that you have accessed. Notice the flow as it makes its way to you through the gateway you have opened. And here's the important part. Don't try to interpret the energy and don't try to make sense of it. Just let it be and know that you have received all that you have asked for. Take it in, breathe it in, and become one. Become it in action and move beyond the need for words and explanations. Move into your own power, the power of the energetic, the power of the feeling, the power of your love and your light. Symbolic obstacles. In your attempts to liberate yourself from that which you believe is holding you back in life, you often overlook the gift that the obstacle is there to give you. You get so focused on a solution that you miss the parable of the problem. Sometimes it is easier for you to all determine what the message is when it is something that is going on in your physical body. You may recognize that the pain in your neck is associated with something that you consider to be a pain in the neck. And when the obstacle that you have created is another person or a government or a corporation, you are less likely to decipher the message. And this is why we are asking you all now to consider everything and everyone to be a symbol, a representation of something else, something that you are either integrating or releasing your judgments about, and likely most both. The symbols may be clear, or they may be very much hitting you over the head with how obvious they are. There may be a joke in how the symbol is delivered because all you want to do is have fun. You all want to take life less seriously, and since you are the ones creating symbols for yourself and because you know your own sense of humor, you may get a laugh. Once you recognize that one of your obstacles has symbolic meaning, then you must trust your interpretation to be correct. You need not wonder because, again, you are the ones doing the creating. So, of course, you will make it easy on yourself. And once you recognize what the obstacle or the problem or the challenge is they're all to tell you, and you have yourselves a good laugh, then perhaps you will soften your resistance to it, and even make friends with it. And perhaps then your lives will become a little easier and more manageable. Follow your heart. Before you have the ability to see, you must have the ability to feel. What you cannot feel, you cannot experience in your physical reality. Energetically speaking, it would defy the laws of physics. It would defy the laws of the universe. Practically speaking, it wouldn't be enjoyable for you to experience something that you did not have the ability to feel. You have an expression that says, "That went over my head," and this would be similar to that, except that it is not your head we're talking about, it is your heart. You are beginning to recognize that your heart is a sensory perceiving organ, like your eyes and your nose, your ears, your tongue, and your skin. You are beginning to recognize that without the heart and the ability to feel, you are unable to manifest that which you want to experience with the rest of your senses and perceptive organs. The heart is not very logical. The heart does not need to know how something could happen. It does not need a series of steps that gradually leads it to something new and different. The heart is capable of experiencing so much more. And when you decide that you want your hearts to lead the way and to show you what is possible, that is when the unbelievable will become real. That is when you will witness quantum leaps in what is possible in your reality, and that is when you will be capable of experiencing all that your heart contains. We suggest that you begin today, that you begin now, and that you begin to follow your hearts. Ignoring is focusing. Focusing on what is will bring you more of it, and ignoring what is will not eliminate the need for you to look at it. There is quite a bit of confusion around this topic, because as you learn about focus and creation, you think that you will only create that which you want if you only focus on that which you want. But ignoring and denying and sweeping under the rug are still acts of focus. You are still expending energy to ignore that which you seek to ignore, and as your attention is on it, you are drawing more of it towards you. But you see, this ultimately serves you very well, because your purpose in life is not to create a utopia where only that which you want exists. Your purpose in life is to be more of who you are, and who you are is unconditional love. So unconditional love does not need to ignore anything or anyone. Unconditional love allows all to be as it is. But you, as individuals living in a world, still get to have your preferences for that which you explore and engage with. So we are not asking you to choose to engage with everything. What we are telling you is that until you are able to look at something without resisting it, you will continue to draw it to you. And then your choosing of something else will not cancel out the thing that you do not want. So what we are talking about here is the ultimate surrender. It is the ultimate in letting go when you allow everything to exist as a choice and as an opportunity for experience. And you recognize that you do not need to ignore it in order to experience something else. That is when you take on your true power, your free will. And that is when the choice is yours to select that which you prefer in harmony with all that exists. We are Gabriel, and we are senders of love. How you get there. It is I, Kuan Yin. Where you go is never as important as how you get there. Your final destination is Source. You are returning home to the truth of who you are, and that is a journey that has many stops along the way. So nowhere that you could ever go prior to arriving home could ever be your final destination. Therefore, every stop along the way is a part of the journey as well. And so none of these stops could possibly be more important than any journey that takes you to it. Be aware of what it is that you are doing on your way to where you are going. Are you clenching up, or are you relaxed? Are you working hard, or are you easing into it? Do you have time to stop and smell the roses, or do you push yourself beyond the point of exhaustion just to get there sooner? Live your lives in every moment in the precise way that you want to live your lives when you get to where it is you think that you are going. Wherever it is that seems more exciting or more enticing than where you are is just another point along the way. Ultimately, you cannot make a wrong turn. You cannot stray so far from the flock that you will never find your way back. So you don't even have to worry about that, and you certainly don't need to worry about how long it is taking you, because once you return to source, you're just going to want to do it all over again. So let go of your ideas that there is something better than where you are, and let go of the notion that says you're not getting there or that you're not getting there fast enough. You are in the perfect place right now to experience the joy of your being, to experience the love in your heart, and to experience the excitement of your existence. What no longer serves you? As you move forward with your desire to be free from that which has not served you, recognize that it once in fact did serve you. So you don't need to push something away or to vilify it just because it's no longer a fit. It is not a match to you vibrationally in the moment. But as you look back at it, you don't need to put it in a negative light in order to distance yourself from it. And just to be clear, I am speaking about people as well as beliefs and actions. There is nothing wrong inherently with anything in all creation. When you are ready to move past something, it naturally falls away. But you often believe that it is some power over you, that it can somehow attach itself to you and go along with you on the journey. That is not the case, however. And if you give it your attention or attempt to protect others from it, you will find that you have not actually moved past it at all. What you are in any moment is a creator being, and nothing has the ability to create itself in your experience. So you can relax when you let go of something. The biggest piece that I want you to take away from this transmission is that it is more important for you to let go of your judgment about something that no longer serves you than it is to let go of the thing itself. The judgment will create an attachment, and it will linger on in your experience until you release that judgment. When you see what it is that you do want in front of you, do not take your eyes off it to make sure that what you are leaving behind isn't following you. Nothing can get in the way of your expansion, of your becoming, but you can place obstacles in your way until you decide that you no longer want to do that. Romantic relationships. Opening yourself to another requires you to be vulnerable. You need to allow yourself permission to be exactly who you are. This is at the heart of why you connect in romantic relationships. It is not because you need the other person to be whole and to be complete. You come together to help each other heal. You come together because it is healthy for you to be exposed. It is a necessary part of your evolution to allow yourself to be seen, to be heard, to be felt, or to be experienced as you are. Many of you are looking for the perfect mate because you feel imperfect yourself, so you have this notion, this idea that the perfect other will compensate for your imperfection. And some of you actually find these mates and soon recognize that they are also going to prompt you to expose yourself and be vulnerable, perhaps even more so. When you feel that someone else has something that you do not have, some quality, some attribute, or some degree of attractiveness, that only magnifies your feeling of insecurity, your lack of self-love. So what I love to see in human relationships is when you let it all hang out, when you give yourselves permission to be messy, to have imperfections, and to be vulnerable and exposed. And when you accomplish this, that is when healing can begin. That is when the love of another can help you convince yourself that you are lovable just as you are. The primary reason why you feel drawn to connect with one another in the way is because your higher self knows precisely what you need. And so you will always be attracted to those who will be the catalyst for this type of growth experience. Be inappropriate. Traditionally, you have taken on roles that you believed were appropriate given your gender, age, and even ethnicity. You have taken on these roles in order to seem like you fit in and like you are appropriate. You need to take on those roles came from a fictional entity called society. You often use the term society to refer to an entity as though there is something out there that has some control over you and your choice and your behavior. And now you are waking up. And as you wake up, you realize that the idea of society is one that is all in your head. And certainly the idea that you must conform to what this fictional entity expects of you is also made up. It's not real. It's time to throw away these expectations that you are placing upon yourselves. It's time to stop caring about what is appropriate and about fitting in. The time is upon you to really begin listening to what your soul is urging you to do or to be. You cannot suppress that urging forever, and you will not enjoy it for a single moment as you do. So I suggest that you listen and that you heed the advice you are getting, no matter how foolish it seems. Be groundbreaking in your willingness to laugh in the face of what is normal, appropriate, and expected of you. And then you will really begin to know what it is like to be in the flow, to live joyously, and to be who you really are. Accessing more of you. When you welcome something into your life with open arms, you are accessing more of yourself. When you put all of the emphasis on something outside of you without acknowledging the fact that it is only helping you access more of who you are, that is how you create an attachment. The feeling of attachment creates a dependency that need not exist at all. But if you have yourself convinced that you can only access what it is you are feeling by engaging with this person, object, place, job, or situation outside of yourself, that is when you run into an unhealthy relationship. If instead you were to recognize that the feeling inside of you was always there and was simply waiting to be activated, you could create instead a very healthy relationship with yourself. I suggest that you begin to foster this relationship by acknowledging all of the positive and pleasant feelings that you have ever had as being aspects of you that you always have access to. Once you activate a feeling, a frequency, you actually demonstrate to yourself that you have greater access to it and that it is easier to access than you think. I understand why it is fun to have the experience of something outside of yourself stimulating the feeling within you, but all that I am suggesting is that you demonstrate to yourself how fun it can be to allow yourself to feel without anything outside of you giving you a reason to feel it. You are supported. Being able to sustain yourself amidst this great shift that is occurring is a very big challenge for many of you. To be awakened and to know that you have a purpose tends to make going to a 9-to-5 job almost intolerable. So you find yourself wanting to be of service and to grow and stay connected and aligned, but at the same time you recognize that you still need to pay the bills. When you find yourselves in dire straits financially with nowhere else to turn, that is the perfect time to let go completely out of the desire to make ends meet. Instead, I suggest that you open yourselves up to receiving from the higher realms. Give yourselves the opportunity to receive and to be supported. Listen to what your inner wisdom is telling you about being a part of the system that is not set up to support you, and look for energetic support from all who exist in the higher realms. There is not a right way and a wrong way to go about being on your planet. So if anyone still enjoys having their job, their career, their business, and that person is also awakened, I'm not saying that it is necessary to let go of what is working for you. I am speaking to those of you who have tried to make it work and cannot, and I am telling you that it is quite all right to give in, to let go, and to be of service by giving of yourself. You will be supported by this universe when you do. You will find that there is always enough when your focus is on being of service, of working with energy. The energy that you are is supported by all who exist in the higher realms. I am Kuan Yin, and I hold you in my heart. Cherish the physical. It is I, Kuan Yin. I am here because it is my desire to connect. I am opening myself more to all of you who wish to connect with me. I am not in a far-off place. I am right here with you now. Just as much as you are seeking the higher realms, I am seeking to be grounded in the physical, and I need your help. I need you as much as you need me because we are seeking experiences, and we are seeking a shift in how we have experienced reality. There will come a time, believe it or not, when you will miss density. You will miss polarity. You will become nostalgic for the times when there was quite a bit of chaos on planet Earth, because one thing all beings have in common is that we desire experience. And your experience will become different. So cherish the experience that you are having now as the best you can. Cherish them because they are fleeting. You cannot and will not remain as dense and physical and polarized as you are. You think of all these things as lower or less than, but they are not. They are experiences, and I suggest that you savor them. Get it all in while you can. Be joyous at the differences that exist between you and the others. Celebrate your individuality. There is much to be gained from a dense physical experience. Otherwise, it would not exist. So don't see yourselves as less than because you are having the experiences that you are, and continue to look for opportunities to enjoy the reality that you are in. Enjoy your limitations because they force you to be creative. Enjoy your separation because it creates a longing to connect with others. Celebrate your dense physical bodies because they give you opportunities to feel more grounded. Enjoy it all. You created it, and it is up to you to enjoy it. Preferences. Preferring something for yourself does not mean denouncing all other choices. Preferences change over time. So when you prefer something, it does not mean that you will always prefer it. So you do not need then to see all other choices as unnecessary, invalid, or even offensive. All choices exist in order to give you the opportunity to choose. When you have a preference, you often believe that it is the right one to have. You often take that stance, and you often feel proud of your preferences. This is going to shift for all of you, and you'll just be making things easier on yourself when you let go of that need for your preferences to be correct, morally or otherwise. You are infinite beings exploring all possibilities, and so what you do not prefer today, you may prefer tomorrow or next week or next year. What you have preferred, you may no longer prefer, but that does not mean that everyone else who is making the choice is somehow behind you in their evolution. There is something to be gained from every choice that is available, from every experience that is available, and as you begin to acknowledge that, you actually open yourselves to more possibilities. You create more opportunities, and you are able to perceive more. When you state your preference, do so with an appreciation that your preference exists. Do so from a place of excitement. You don't have to make excuses for your preferences either. You don't have to justify them. You don't have to explain to anyone why you choose A over B. You are just moving towards that what resonates in the moment, and there is always a bigger reason than what you realize in the moment for making that choice. So get excited about that as well. Get excited about what it is you will discover about yourself in your explanation of your new preference. You will never run out of choices, but it is possible for you to narrow your choices by closing yourself off. So I do not recommend that. I recommend opening yourself, acknowledging the infinite universe and the infinite possibilities that exist within it. And when you do align with one of your preferences, allow that joy to flow through you. Allow yourselves to blossom in the coming together of your energy with the energy of that which you prefer. Choose your perspective. I am here to remind you of who you really are, and I can do that with your help. We are not establishing a teacher-to-student relationship here. We are colleagues. We are co-workers, and we are co-creators. This experience that you're having is all-inclusive. It includes me, includes all of those across your world, across your galaxy, across this universe, no matter which side they appear to be on. There is really only one side, and there are many perspectives on that one side. Think of what it would be like for you to be arguing with someone else about what a particular object was. And now recognize the beauty in the moment when you come to understand it. You are both looking at the same object from different angles. This is how you attain unity consciousness. It is by recognizing that you all are looking at the same thing and taking different perspectives. And in so doing, you are giving each other the opportunity to choose, and that's where the fun comes from. You can take your choice and run with it, or you can try to get everyone else to see it from your point of view. You can continue to look for validation from others, or you can seek to have an experience of a perspective. And when you have an experience of a perspective, that experience cannot be wrong. It can only be right, and it can only be had by you. There's a lot of arguing going on, especially when you have a big election coming up, and it's only going to get more and more intense. So who do you want to be in all of that? Do you want to be the one who stands on the side of righteous justice? Or you want to be the one who lives your life according to the values and who sees everything else as doing exactly what they came planet Earth to do? You need to have all these choices, all of these perspectives, in order for you to be an informed perspective, and in order for you to know yourself as the one who is making the choice. Source doesn't want to make the choice for you. Source wants you to make the choice so that Source can have its experience. And that is how much you mean to Source, and that is how valuable you are. Taking action. When you are considering taking a certain action, please examine your intentions for that action. Seek to get to the bottom of why you want to take a particular action before you take it. When you are in the flow, you do not consider taking an action, because when you are in the flow, you find yourself taking an action. There is no thought that precedes it. There is no working about whether it is appropriate or whether it will result in you getting what you want. Many of you are taking your actions from a place of fear or a sense of obligation, and there are so many actions that you can take. So why not at least understand what is at the root of why you want to take a particular action? Perhaps if you get in touch with the emotional cause of your desire to take a particular action, you can recognize that the emotion itself is also going to be the result of that action. So while you may be taking an action because you don't want to feel a particular emotion, I think you will find that the action itself only leads to more of that same emotion. So it wouldn't make sense then to access the emotion first and decide whether it is an emotion that you would like to solidify with action. If the emotion itself is excitement or joy, then of course you want to take that action. And of course the only consideration it would make in that scenario is whether one action or another would be more joyous for you to take. It is beautiful to behold you taking actions from a joyous state of being. The path that serves you most. Taking the path that serves you the most is not always the easiest for you to take. Challenges are what keep you in a constant state of expansion. So of course your path is not always going to be the easiest, and it is not always going to be the one you would choose for yourself from this perspective that you now have. Be that as it may, you are going to find yourself on a path that serves you the most and that gives you the greatest opportunity for expansion. Growth is spurred on by desire, and desire is often spurred on by pain. So the key for you is to actually experience the growth in the most joyous way possible. And the most joyous way possible is also the way that involves the most conscious awareness. Your conscious awareness of how the challenges serve you lowers your resistance to them and allows for a greater conscious participation in your growth and in your journey. Be curious about the pitfalls for the roadblocks, instead of wondering how you got yourself into the mess you're in. Wonder how that mess is spurring on your growth and is giving you what you need to expand and to become more. Growth and evolution are a natural consequence of existence. How you experience your growth and expansion is up to you. When you have the perspective that nothing is more significant than becoming more of who you are, you have the perspective of your higher self, your oversoul, and of source energy. And experiencing yourself as these higher aspects of you will still remain physical gives you the best of all worlds. Everything is of service to you. How many times have you wondered about the origins of a situation? How much of your time do you spend dissecting it in order to understand it better? How much easier it would be if you just accepted the perfection of whatever was before you? It would make your lives much easier and much more enjoyable, and you have more energy to put towards making the most of whatever circumstance you find yourselves in. It's not nearly as important how something came to be as what you will do with it now that it is in your experience. What if you simply transform the way you are looking at the situation and saw it as a gift? It is entirely up to you. You can choose to define something as a problem, or you can see it as an opportunity. You can look for ways to control the situation or manipulate the outcome, or you can find ways to allow it to be and to shift your experience of it. Now that may be asking a lot of you at first. When you first experience something that is unwanted, there is an initial reaction and perhaps even shock. But then you have the opportunity to gather yourself and to grow from that experience. You have the ability to find yourself in relationship to it, to know how powerful you are because of it, and to give it absolutely no power over you. You have the ability to transform any situation you are in, but it is always best to begin by looking within yourself, by allowing yourselves to be triggered at first, and then to let go, to surrender to it. Know that you will never put something in front of you unless it serves you in some way. The service that it provides is always to give you further insight into who you are and to give you the opportunity to choose who you want to be. I am Kuan Yin, and I hold you in my heart. The power of being. It is I, Kuan Yin. Sit comfortably and relax. Do not worry or wonder about anything. Just feel your presence in the here and now. Let your awareness of this moment be the greatest teacher that you have. This is your truth. This moment of your existence is more powerful than any other. There's nothing that you need to know about it because you are experiencing it. Experience the depth of your beingness as you sit in quiet awareness. When there is nowhere else for you to be, nothing else for you to be doing, and no one else for you to be with, you are fulfilled. You are filled with the power of your own energy. The power that sits within you in this moment is all you need. You don't need anything to change, and there is a powerful place for you to sit. When you relax and you feel comfortable in whatever moment you are in, you are exerting a great deal of power. You can feel it viscerally. You can experience the fullness of who you are whenever you are content to be occupying the space where you are, and to feel that you do not need anything at all to be different. The moment you find yourself in this, your creation, and you have created yourself precisely in order to experience that particular moment, I invite you to take great joy in the acknowledgement that you are, that you exist, and that you can be comfortable in whatever moment you find yourself in. For that is true power. Nothing is beyond your reach. Look for what it is that you seek to experience in its purest form. Whatever it is that you seek to experience is a part of you. It is not separate from you. Nothing is beyond your reach, so allow yourself to access that which you desire to experience without needing to take any action whatsoever. Be willing to explore your inner world, a world that is rich, deep, and plentiful, yet somehow rarely explored by most of you. The experiences then that you have in the physical with others and through action will simply be the icing on the cake. It is not for me to tell you what to desire, and I never would. But if you want to create, use all the energy that is within you. Use it because it is yours. Use that which belongs to you and seek not that which you believe does not. What you will reveal to yourself in this process is how far-reaching your energy can be. Your desires come from within you, and therefore so must their fulfillment. Desire to experience yourself as the frequency that you want to hold, the love that you want to experience, the joy that you believe can only come in certain ways. Demonstrate to yourself right now that nothing is beyond your reach, that nothing is eluding you, and that no experience is beyond the scope of the infinite energy that you truly are. The best advice that you will ever receive. Let me give you the best advice that you will ever receive. Let yourselves be your own guide. Take your own advice. When you listen to your heart, you have all the wisdom of the universe. When you listen to others, you have opinions, you have perspectives, and you have agendas, all mixed together with the advice that you are receiving. Now, I am not saying that you will never experience wisdom from another, from that which appears to be an outside source. But that wisdom is either going to resonate with your heart or it's not. So my advice is to always listen to your heart. Let your guidance spring forth from that which is eternal and infinite within you. You are always receiving guidance from within, but it is often clouded, and it is often doubted. I want you to know that there is no filter within your hearts. There is no distortion. There is no interference. You have a pure, undiluted system of receiving and transmitting that operates within your heart. So tune into the wisdom that flows effortlessly. Sometimes you have to stop, get quiet, and listen. But not for the words of wisdom. Listen for the frequency. Feel the vibration. You may receive more wisdom in a moment of knowing than you could ever in a lifetime of listening to any other being, including me. So I invite you to check into your hearts without expectation and without needing to hear a little voice in your head. It is well worth the effort and time that it takes to hear your heart's message and to follow your own advice. The persistent pursuit. Persistent often lacks any vibrational harmony with that which is sought after. Because you seek something with relentlessness, you create there to be a space in between you and that which you are seeking. You continue to see it as outside of you, and therefore that is where it remains. When you give up on your pursuit of something, you actually close the gap. You are no longer focused upon the object which you perceive to be out there somewhere. And then you can get back to yourself. You can get back to finding vibrational harmony within you. You can become that which you seek and that which you have been seeking. Giving up is not admitting defeat. It is simply letting go of the struggle. It is letting go of the idea that there is something out there that you need to pursue in order to be fulfilled. When you give up, when you let go, when you release, you bring yourself back to the energy that is you. You are capable of focusing within yourself, and then you are allowed to see that everything that you have ever sought after is contained within you. If you want to practice persistence, be persistent in your pursuit of yourself. Find the treasure within you and then share them with the world. And then you will be in a vibrational harmony and will be able to perceive that which you have always sought after but have never found. How to receive. Without letting yourselves take a break, it is impossible for you to continue moving forward. You simply have cycles, and some of the parts of those cycles involve doing nothing. There's not always going to be something for you to do. There's not always going to be an appropriate action for you to take. But action often seems like the easy way for you, the quick way, or even the most satisfying way. But I have noticed that all of you enjoy receiving from time to time. And you enjoy receiving without needing to do something in order to get to yourselves. And this can be a very satisfying experience. So what then is so frustrating to you about not being able to take any action to move forward energy? It is in part due to the programming that you all have been subjected to by so many authority figures. These authority figures have asked you to do things that you haven't wanted to do or even demanded that you do them. You have not been taught how to receive. It is not taught in your schools, it is not taught by your government, and it is not taught by those in authority positions of religion. So I'm taking it upon myself to teach you how to receive. I'm not asking all of you to cease taking action. There's always going to be times when it is appropriate for you to take action. What I am talking about are the times when you cannot take action or you do not know what action to take. When you find yourself in one of these scenarios, give yourself permission to receive. You are surrounded by energy. You are constantly beginning downloads and upgrades, and most of you receive them subconsciously. But if you make it your intention to receive and you open yourself energetically to that which is always flowing in your direction, you can give yourselves a wonderful experience without needing to take a single action to make it happen. So just intend to receive something in this moment that is already yours, that is waiting for you to let go of the struggle. Give yourselves that experience at least once a day and see what a remarkable thing can come to you effortlessly. The importance of being you. It is enough to be exactly who you are. It is always enough of a contribution, but of course, you can contribute more by allowing yourself to be exactly who you are and to express that which you are in any way that you desire. You bring so much to this world with your willingness to be here and go through all of this clearing, all of the integrations, and all of the removals of the layers that you are shedding at this time. But the lives that you are living in the precise ways that you are living them are not simply to be of service to the shift and rest of the collective. The lives that you are living are about giving you an opportunity to experience a unique expression of source energy. This is why guides such as myself are always encouraging you to be who you are and to follow your bliss, in the full acceptance of who you are, of your desires, and in the following of your impulses. You are allowing a very unique experience to be expressed. So you actually give more to the whole of humanity when you are willing to listen to the gentle nudgings that you are getting from within, because you are a gift to the human collective, and therefore the more of you that you are, the more authentic that you are, the more you are giving. And you are allowing source energy to have a very unique experience through you. You represent the only opportunity that source has to have that very unique experience. So it is of the utmost importance that you live your lives according to your own will and that you allow all others to do the same. Doing so creates a harmonious symphony of experience that will raise the frequency of planet Earth and all who inhabit it. I am Kuan Yin, and I hold you in my heart. We are all one, Kuan Yin. It is I, Kuan Yin. Our differences do not separate us from each other. Just because I am different from you and you are different from your neighbors does not make us separate. We are all the same. We are the same being expressing in different ways. Of course, it serves us to play these roles and to give each other the illusion that we are separate. But what if it was possible to hold the knowing that we are all one, while at the same time playing in the illusion of separation for fun? What if you looked at every single being on your world and saw them as another expression of you? Would that not lead to more unity, to better understanding, and ultimately to unconditional love? You want to use the illusion for fun without getting lost in it to such an extent that you forget the truth of who we all are. This ability to hold the knowing that we are all one makes forgiveness easier and judgment impossible. And it is certainly easier to recognize that everything is in service. Every experience is helping us become more of who we are, and none of us gets left behind. Feel a warmth in your heart as you consider this. Feel the broadness of your consciousness as you allow yourself to see everything and everyone as a part of you, as an expression of you. Look for the ways in which you can express your uniqueness and encourage others to do the same. This gives us all strength and propels us into the expansion of who we are. Ascending into 5D. Because you are ascending into higher frequencies, you are undergoing a process of relinquishing. You cannot bring that which is not vibrating at a higher frequency into the fifth dimension. It is simply not possible. So you will relinquish some things whether you want to or not. The pain that you feel of letting go is coming to you from the part of you that wants to remain third-dimensional, separate, and egoic. These are not bad things, by the way. They are simply different ways of experiencing reality. And as you shift into a new way of experiencing reality, the process of letting go can seem like a death or a mourning process. The pain itself is a natural experience. What you will find, however, is that you have control over how much pain, how long you feel it, and how intense it is. So from now on, when you feel pain, just remind yourself that it is telling you that you are ascending. With pain comes relief. The two go hand in hand. The experience of relief allows you the opportunity to appreciate your pain. You cannot get to the relief, however, until you let go. Every day, make it your intention to let go of something that no longer serves you. Make it your intention to allow the process of ascension to occur as easily and with as little pain and suffering as possible. And do your best to enjoy the process of letting go, because in letting go, you open yourself up to something new and wonderful. Karma. What is karma? What does that mean to you to have karma with someone else? It means something different to each of you. Some of you see it as punishment, unless it is good karma, but it rarely is. You rarely talk about good karma from other lifetimes, but that must exist if the opposite does. So when things are going your way, do you like to take a little credit for it in this lifetime, or do you like to think that you have earned the good fortune in a past life? And when things are not going your way, some of you like to talk about a past life, and others of you would prefer to see it as something that you have done in this lifetime, because then it is something you have control over. But the bottom line is this. It does not matter how your circumstances come to be what they are. It only matters what you do with what's in front of you. How can this be of service to me is a question worth asking yourself. How can I love this a little more? How can I enjoy and savor this good fortune? Whatever it is that is in front of you, be present with it, be curious about it, and release it from any and all attachments that you may have placed upon it. See your lives as unfolding beautifully and always for the purpose of evolution. Your evolution does not have to be an uphill battle or struggle. It can be a joyous journey, and you can see yourselves as the creators of everything that is in front of you, because you are so much more than what you have known yourselves to be. And it does not matter when you created it, just as long as you realize that you created it to serve you. And that is how good you are. Feel the vibrations. Are you able to feel everything that you experience as a vibration? Are you able to determine the vibrational quality of a thing, a person, a place, an experience, or a moment? This is a skill that you are learning to develop. It is an important skill as you move forward into the fifth dimension. You are learning to work with vibration. You are giving yourselves opportunities to practice and to play with the frequency of whatever vibration you are experiencing. You have tools and abilities that you are unlocking at this time. You do not quite understand how powerful you are, but you are waking up. And you are waking up to this knowledge that you have to shift of how to measure vibration and how to alter frequency. You are going to do so easily as you adjust the volume on one of your devices. You are accessing inner technology that far surpasses anything that you have created in the physical. Now is your opportunity to tune yourself to the vibration you would like to experience. But in order to do so, you must be willing to experience all the vibrations that are around you and that are within you. You need the information that they contain. This is one of the reasons why it is so important for you to be present and for you to feel. So just take a moment now and feel the vibrations that are around you. See if you can determine the difference in the vibration between the plant, the pet, the other person, piece of furniture. Just familiarize yourself for now with all these vibrations and more. You are becoming masterful and you are ready to become even more. Energetic structure of human experience. I am certain about one thing regarding humanity. You are filled with profound wisdom. You have experienced so much as a race, as a collective, and all that you have experienced has built an energetic structure that each and every one of you has access to. There is so much depth to who you are as a race, and that depth comes from the willingness that you all exhibited to go through such a wide array of experiences. You are making this journey together, and therefore you are sharing this energetic structure with one another in service. You may wish to picture this structure in whatever way you feel inspired to, but it is real and you have access to it. So if you need to come up with an idea or a solution, you can tap into the vast array of experiences that all humanity has had in order to give you the insights and the wisdom and the energetic support to take you where you need to go. You don't have to do it all yourselves, and you certainly don't have to reinvent the wheel or anything else that has already been invented. It's time to begin to see yourselves as a collective and to really benefit from the connection that you have to one another. You have also contributed to the energetic structure of human experiences that has been created, and so you are certainly worthy of extracting that which you need from it. You can move through experience so much more quickly now than ever before, and you can access solutions, ideas, and everything else that you want in a split second. Begin to access this power by simply acknowledging it, intending to do so, and surrendering to the experience of downloading exactly what you need. Perceiving reality. In your perception of reality, you have much to process, much to feel, and much to understand. It is an interpretation of reality that you are experiencing, and that is different for each of you. You are capable of experiencing what is in front of you through several different lenses. The lenses through which you interpret reality is often the one that you are most accustomed to using. It is through this lens that you can then begin to construct your belief system. And when you do this, you make sure to filter out any evidence to the contrary, because you want to feel safe. And in order to feel safe, you must convince yourself that you are right, that you have mastered the reality in which you find yourself. So there is reinforcement all around you to convince you that the lens you are using is the correct one. So how do you know whether something is real or whether something is just your perception? Everything is real. Everything is. You are deciding which version of reality you want to experience. You can continue to experience the reality that gives you comfort because it is familiar and predictable. Or you can throw all of that out the window and decide that you want to experience reality through a frequency that you set consciously in your beingness. So instead of seeking to change the reality that you are in, the reality that you perceive, simply decide that you want to explore a frequency. That frequency will become your new lens, and you will be surprised by how much you can perceive once you try it on for size. Once you give yourself a taste of what it is like to create your reality by a simple act of your perception of it through a different lens, through a more pleasing frequency. I am Kuan Yin, and I hold you in my heart. Energetic structure of human experience, Kuan Yin. It is I, Kuan Yin. I am certain about one thing regarding humanity. You are filled with profound wisdom. You have experienced so much as a race, as a collective, and all that you have experienced has built an energetic structure that each and every one of you has access to. There's so much depth to who you are as a race, and that depth comes from the willingness that you've all exhibited to go through such a wide array of experiences. You are making this journey together, and therefore you are sharing this energetic structure with one another in service. You may wish to picture this structure in whatever way you feel inspired to, but it is real, and you have access to it. So if you need to come up with an idea or a solution, you can tap into the vast array of experience that all of humanity has had in order to give you the insight and the wisdom and the energetic support to take you where you need to go. You don't have to do it all yourselves, and you certainly don't have to reinvent the wheel or anything else that has already been invented. It's time to begin to see yourselves as a collective and to really benefit from the connection that you have to one another. You have also contributed to the energetic structure of human experiences that has been created, and so you are certainly worthy of extracting that which you need from it. You can move through experiences so much more quickly now than ever before, and you can access solutions, ideas, and everything else that you want in a split second. Begin to access this power by simply acknowledging it, intending to do so, and surrendering to the experience of downloading exactly what you need. Perceiving reality. In your perception of reality, you have much to process, much to feel, and much to understand. It is an interpretation of reality that you're experiencing. That is different for each of you. You are capable of experiencing what is in front of you through several different lenses. The lenses through which you interpret reality is often the one that you are most accustomed to using. It is through this lens that you then begin to construct your belief system. When you do this, you make sure to filter out any evidence in the contrary because you want to feel safe. And in order to feel safe, you must convince yourself that you are right, that you have mastered the reality in which you find yourself. So there is reinforcement all around you to convince you that the lens you are using is the correct one. So how do you know whether something is real or whether something is just your perception? Everything is real. Everything is. You are deciding which version of reality you want to experience. You can continue to experience the reality that gives you comfort because it is familiar and predictable. Or you can throw all that out the window and decide you want to experience reality through a frequency that you set consciously in your beingness. So instead of seeking to change the reality that you are in, the reality that you perceive, simply decide that you want to explore a frequency. That frequency will become your new lens, and you'll be surprised by how much you can perceive once you try it on for size. Once you give yourself a taste of what it is like to create your reality by a simple act of your perception of it through a different lens, and through a more pleasing frequency. Stating your intentions. Stating your intention is putting your energy in alignment. As long as you are open to how that intention comes to fruition, it is an act of expansion through an act of focusing. Focusing on something specific may not seem like an inherently expensive thing to do, but it is all about you and your energy. It is all about what puts you in your flow. And so, stating an intention and then letting it go will do just that. It will put you into the greater flow that is always available to you. You are creating that which is a part of your particular flow of energy. You are determining what works for you and what does not. By stating your intention, you are acknowledging your uniqueness. You did not all come to experience the same thing. You are entitled to experience that which is most in alignment with the flow of your energy. It is not up to anyone else to decide that for you. But when you let the intention of others get in between you and your intention, you find yourselves out of your flow. You find your energy stifled, and that is when you get tired, sick, and uninterested in remaining in the physical reality. So I suggest that you state your intentions and that you recognize that you have the right to do so. There is nothing for you to earn, and there is nothing for you to live up to. There is only your focus and when you decide to place it. And what you intend for yourself does not need to interfere with the intention of anyone else. All can be focused on that which is for each and every one of you the greatest and highest good, and no one has to be left out. No one has to be diminished or compromised in any way in order for all to live in alignment with their flow, with the flow of source energy. Thoughts and vibration. Whatever you are thinking about is what is most active in your vibration. You can use your thoughts to tell you about your vibrations and about your current state of being. You are not creating these thoughts inside of your heads. You are accessing them, and they are drawn to you by your vibration in the same way that people, circumstance, and events are drawn to you. So use your thoughts to help you be more aware. They are telling you a story, but that story is only a story. It is not the truth and is not even your truth. It is the story of your vibration, and you are being invited to pay attention to it. Tune into your vibration so that you can spend more of your time attracting the thoughts to you that will please you. I know that you can think your thoughts on purpose, and that you often do, and the direction of your thoughts can also indicate to you the direction of your vibration. But I am suggesting that you go beyond positive thinking or affirmation. I am suggesting that you reach within yourself for the vibrational experience that you want to have. Let go of your thoughts if they do not please you, but also learn from them and let them show you what you most definitely need to be aware of. It is not necessary for you to be afraid of your thoughts, no matter how negative, once you understand their purpose. And when you see them as experiences rather than as your thoughts, then it is easier for you to shift to the experience that you really want to have. Consciousness expands. You have electrical currents running through you. They are offering you an avenue through which energy can flow. These electrical currents are harmonizing with the frequency of your consciousness. Therefore, when your consciousness is open, expansive, and free, you allow more energy to flow along these currents and you feel more energized. You feel more alive. The amount of energy that you have access to is unlimited. The degree to which your consciousness can expand is also unlimited. Your reasons for not allowing this to occur are very limited. They are systems, and systems are finite. Imagine for a moment what it is like to step into a realm of infinite possibilities. And now recognize that the infinite possibilities exist within you. They are not out there somewhere. They are part of who you are. You have the ability to strengthen the currents through which the energy flows. You do this by acknowledging them, by acknowledging your power, and by simply allowing your consciousness to do what it naturally does. Your consciousness expands, and it expands to include more of who you are, more possibilities, and more love. Feel the power of love flowing through you. It is divine. It is who and what you are, and it has an unlimited number of paths to choose. Your process of ascension. In your process of ascension, you are being asked to let go. But what are you letting go of, and who is doing the asking? The letting go is not of stuff. The letting go is not of relationships. And you are not letting go of your physical bodies. You are letting go of perspectives. As far as who is doing the asking, it is the universe itself, because it is not possible to take certain perspectives with you into the fifth dimension. It is actually the universe itself that has given you a choice. There are those who want to participate in the third dimensional perspective, and they are being given the opportunity. This does not make them less spiritual or less evolved. They are simply choosing to explore what can only be explored from a third dimensional perspective. And those of you who are hanging in there are choosing to let go of the old perspectives of reality and to embrace a new one. The new perspective is one of inclusion. The new perspective embraces difference. The new perspective sees all as having value. Any thoughts that you have of being better or less, and because of your differences with another, are the ones that are coming to you from the third dimensional perspective. Those thoughts no longer serve you. And so, when you become aware of them, all you need to do is let go. You don't need to fix anything or change anything. Just remind yourself that you can always choose to let go and to continue letting go until your anchor in the new perspective that will become so ubiquitous that you will not even question their validity. You will use them to create your reality, and the reality that you create will excite you. It will be new, and it will be interesting, and it will breathe new life into your weary selves. I am Kuan Yin, and I hold you in my heart. Reaching for vibration, Kuan Yin. It is I, Kuan Yin. When you are reaching for a vibration and you find yourself struggling to find it, that is the moment where you have to decide whether you believe it to be an easy or difficult task to do so. If you believe something is hard to do, then that is the experience you will create of it. But if you know that everything occurs effortlessly when you relax into it, then that will be your experience of it. So when you are reaching for a particular vibration, it is important for you to recognize that the vibration is inside of you. You do not have to reach outside of yourself, and you do not have to create it out of thin air. You do not have to reinvent the wheel. When you are reaching for a vibration, I suggest that you do not reach at all. I suggest that you merely intend and then let the vibration in. Let it overcome you. Let it spread throughout you. It is you, and you are allowing an aspect of who you are to be more prominently held, felt, and projected. But it is a task that requires no effort. It is easy to tune yourself to a vibration as it is to breathe, as it is to open and close your eyes. So my suggestion is that you let go of any idea that you have that is hard, that is a laborious task, or that you don't know how to do. Give yourself the experience and let the experience come to you. When you do that, then you will recognize that the vibration that you want to hold is already holding you. Noticing your evolution. Before you create an experience for yourself, you often take steps to ensure that the experience will generate the appropriate response. You are giving yourselves the opportunity to respond differently to the same scenario that you have created over and over in this lifetime and many others. So when you have the same experience that you've had before, and you wonder why you keep creating the same experience for yourself, recognize the opportunity as before you. It is an opportunity to notice how you have evolved. And once you experience and recognize the opportunity to respond differently, I suggest that you take it. Notice that you can respond from a calm and knowing place, even though the circumstance before you may be one that could elicit intense emotions. You are demonstrating to yourself through all of these opportunities just how powerful you are. You are more than just your experience, so it does not really matter what experiences you have created. And I suggest you let go of measuring yourself by your creation. Instead, begin to notice your strength, your resiliency, and all the wisdom that you have gained throughout the years, and then apply all of that to the handling of situations before you. You are capable of creating joyous experiences as well, and you often do. But it is your ability to handle the not-so-joyous experiences that adds to the being that you are. You are in a constant state of evolution and growth, and you are becoming more of who you are with every single experience that you have. Chapter 7. The Founders. The Rule of Vibration. Blessings. There is no exception to one rule in this universe. That rule states that when you are in a vibrational harmony with an experience or a person, you are going to find yourself having that experience or connecting with that person. That means that whatever it is that you desire cannot help but find its way to you if you are holding the vibration of it. So the next question may be, how do I know the vibration of that which I do not currently have or experience? And the answer to that question is that you do not have it. It is within you, and when you start to see it that way, it becomes easier. As long as you are holding that which you desire outside of yourself, and holding yourself apart from it by believing that you do not know how to get it, you will not find the vibration of it. As soon as you look within yourself for the vibration, you will not only find it, you will be able to hold it for as long as you like. Because what is inside of you cannot elude you. It cannot be separate from you. You are it, and it is you. And when you know that, when you embody that vibration, then that is the reflection that will show itself to you. Now, the vibration is not detail-oriented. You do not have to worry about getting it just right. You do not have to wonder whether you are holding the right vibration for that which you wish to experience. All you have to do is to know what the essence of your desire is, and that is not very specific. So when you reach within yourself for a vibration of that which you desire, just know that you know intuitively what the essence of that desire is, and you'll find it, and then the desire will find you. How to be a fifth-dimensional being. All that is necessary in order for you to experience yourselves as fifth-dimensional beings is a letting go of the attachment to that which you have always wanted to experience as a third-dimensional being. In our previous transmission, we mentioned that you had passed over the threshold, but we were not clear about how it would still be possible for you to experience yourself as third-dimensional beings. So let us be very clear this time around. As fifth-dimensional beings, you have the ability to create whatever experience you want to create. including the experiences that are more third-dimensional in nature. So when we say that you only need to let go, what we mean is that you want to start living as a fifth-dimensional being. The choice is yours. But many are still focusing on the third-dimensional way of living in the world. So many are still clinging to the idea of having more, being better than someone else, elevating yourself to a position of power and authority over others. These are the types of desires that keep one in a third-dimensional framework. So what then does a fifth-dimensional being desire to experience? For a fifth-dimensional being, life becomes experience-based, frequency-based, and there is a desire for connection with others for the sake of exploration, bonding, and learning about the self. When these are your primary desires, you begin to take on more of the fifth-dimensional frequency. And for those of you who are wondering about how it is you will survive, how it is you will make ends meet, if you give up on the third-dimensional paradigm, we simply invite you to let go of your struggle to make it. Let go of the struggle and seek to connect with another human being. Seek to know yourself more fully and see what miracles unfold in front of your very eyes. The threshold of the fifth dimension. Whether or not you believe it, you have already taken yourselves beyond the threshold of the fifth dimension. There is no need to wait for some big event to occur to let you know. There is no stopping you from experiencing yourself as fifth-dimensional beings. But many of you are waiting for a big event, a financial collapse, full disclosure, or even a natural disaster or catastrophic magnitude. In the game you are playing now, there are not such clear demarcations because you are making it all up as you go. Some of you have already begun experiencing yourselves and your reality in a fifth-dimensional way. But those of you who have had these experiences, bring yourselves back to the rest of the pack. You are not willing to stay that far out in front, and that is quite all right, but now the time is coming for those of you who are capable of holding a fifth-dimensional frequency and maintaining it to show others how to do it. You are ready to step into leadership roles, and your students are ready for you to do so. As long as you are waiting for someone or something outside of yourself to tell you that the shift to the fifth dimension is already taking place, you will limit yourselves. You will not realize your full potential, and you will let the outside evidence determine the frequency you hold and the dimensional range you find yourselves in. It is time to take ownership of yourselves as fifth-dimensional beings and to begin creating a new world. Love yourselves. As the most important person in your life, you have intimate knowledge of what makes you tick. You know what works for you. You know how to lift your spirits, how to best take care of yourself. You know what you need precisely how you like it and even how frequently. So if you are interested in loving yourself, then start with all these simple things, these little things that you know you enjoy, that you know bring you pleasure, and that you know raise your vibration. If you start there, if you start by giving yourselves exactly what you want, then loving yourselves energetically, psychologically, and emotionally will be that much easier. If you are not currently in a relationship, or even if you are, give yourself the type of treatment that you wish a partner would give you. Be willing to extend to yourselves the courtesy and respect that you would like all others to show you. Be gentle with yourselves, be forgiving of yourselves, and lavish yourself with praise. And by all means do so from a place of desire, rather than because we are suggesting that you do. And certainly do not lavish yourself with praise because you think it will get you somewhere else. Do these things solely because they are what you want, and this is how you want to be treated. Give yourself a day off from working and worrying and try to better yourself in some way, and instead give yourself all the treats that you want. Give in to your desires and be the one who delivers what you want to you. Do it lovingly. Do it without shame or fear that you are being selfish, and enjoy your own company. We are the founders. We are the keepers of the flame. Integrating the current energies. There is more energy coming to your planet from the sector of space you are entering. The results of your absorption of this energy will depend upon a variety of factors. When you feel overwhelmed, when you feel that everything is moving too fast, that is an opportunity for you to slow down. Take some deep breaths, close your eyes, and put everything else on hold. It is most important for all of you to take care of yourselves, and this by we mean specifically your vibration. But also we are referring to your physical bodies and your psychological and emotional health. Taking on as much energy as you are means that you can accomplish more by doing less. By the way that we see most of you responding to the influx of energy is by speeding up, doing more, taking more of an active role, and this simply does not serve you. That is why some of you experience the breakdown of your physical body. Eventually, you simply run yourselves ragged. These energies are not to be kept up with action. They are to be absorbed and integrated. And the best way for you to do this is by relaxing, resting, and taking it easy. So we are offering our advice as we are your physicians or your psychotherapists. And our advice is to take it easy, slow down, breathe, meditate, connect with nature, and drink plenty of water. Know that there is more going on than you can see with your eyes. Tune in more frequently so that you can feel these energies, so that you can welcome them in and you can let them do what they do while you lie back and enjoy the ride. Frequency and the physical. By bringing yourselves to a new set of circumstance in your lives, you are capable of accessing a frequency that you could not have accessed without these circumstances. You are not just here to create the experience of the physical world that you desire. You are also here so that the physical environment can stimulate within you a frequency-based response. So you are constantly in a dance of sorts between the physical and the energetic, and you have certain experiences within each to stimulate the response or the creation of the other. And it is all for the purpose of experience. One is not more important or significant than the other. So even though we and others like us seem to be pointing you back within yourselves and to the experience of frequency, we are not doing so because it is better or more appropriate than your explanation of the physical. We just sense an imbalance where most of you are concerned. Most of you are looking to the physical environment more so than you are the energetic, and some of you are ignoring frequency, emotion, and every other esoteric experience entirely. So where we'd like to take you all is to a happy medium, somewhere in the middle, where you can see the value in having an energetic experience for the sake of having that experience. And so you can also have an appreciation of what you are creating physically without getting obsessed with it. So find your happy medium place and give yourselves the best of all worlds, because you deserve to be happily ever after, both inwardly and outwardly. Be different. It is not the primary function of a society to create norms for which everyone can hope to live up to. The true function of a society is to embrace all of its elements. So if you do not fit into your community, then you are giving others the opportunity to see the strength that is inherent in a diverse culture. Being like everyone else may allow you to live in comfort and may prevent you from experiencing raised eyebrows and dirty looks. But when you are not who you really are, you are in no way serving the greater good. There is no bigger role for you to play than the role of being yourself, and anyone who cannot see your value probably does not see their own either. There is always room for that which is unusual in every society. Now, not everyone in that society will recognize the value in your uniqueness. But the more that you are unwilling to fit in, the more you are giving others permission to be who they are. And slowly but surely, all in your society will take off their masks, will step out of line, and will dare to be who they really are. Be different without being defiant or rebellious, and you will not create the need for anyone to push against you. Be different and love yourself unconditionally, and you will find the others will do the same. The luxury of a negative thought. By allowing yourselves the luxury of a negative thought, you are giving yourselves permission to be precisely where you are. The sooner you seek to repair, replace, or cover up that negative thought with something else, the less you value yourselves in that moment. Be willing to accept the negative thought and be willing to accept yourselves as the one who is having the negative thought. Be willing to accept the negative thought as valid and as a necessary component of your reality. When you say something or think something that could be deemed negative by you or by someone else, you are not saying that you want to hold that perspective forever. You are simply being with the thought long enough to give it its day in the sun, and what's wrong with that? The only thing that you have to be vigilant about is your awareness, and if you are aware of the thought that you are thinking, then that is enough. You are each being presented with a variety of perspective in every day. None of these perspectives is wrong. All of them are valid. Only when you allow yourself to experience the perspective are you able to choose then which one you want to hold. But it is never necessary for you to judge any of them as wrong or inappropriate. And when you allow yourselves to have a negative thought every once in a while, you actually feel more liberated, freer to choose. The need to be perfect and always positive is one that you adapt when you are in a denial of something, and that can be a very restrictive way of living your lives. We wish for you to experience the freedom that comes from allowing yourselves to be where you are and to think what you think. What is not wanted? By excluding something from your experience of reality, you are keeping it active in your vibration. When you attempt to eliminate something, you are giving it more power over you than you really need to. By simply choosing something else, something wanted in your experience, you are giving your attention to that which you want to experience, and you are allowing that which is not preferred to still exist. Even though you are here to develop your preference and to create a reality that is to your liking, you are also here to be the unconditional love that is your true nature. And a being of unconditional love never seeks to destroy, hide, or eliminate anything or anyone. This is so important for all of you now to recognize, because everything that has been hidden in is coming to the light to be seen, to be heard, to be acknowledged. But none of it has to be squashed out in order for you to live the life that you want to live. There is no banishing from reality, but there is creating something new, something that is born out of that which you could banish. So you see how well it serves you, how anything can be a catalyst to create something new. And as you move through your day and you experience that which is not wanted, you may have a reaction to it. But once you have the reaction, you then get to choose how you want to respond. You then are given the opportunity to bless it, to let it be, and to choose something else. Believe in your ability to do so, and you will not need to eliminate the unwanted. Activating vibrations. From our perspective, you have all gained a significant amount of clarity that can only come to you from experience. We are not talking about learning and applying. We are talking about experiencing and deducing. When you have an experience, you gain in the experience of the vibration, and whatever it is that has occurred. Whenever you encounter vibration, you catalog it within you, and soon you know what this vibration represents and whether or not it's one you prefer. It behooves all of you to see every single experience of your lives as significant, because in the having of that experience, you are able to digest the vibration of it. Now imagine that you are able to gain power as well as insight from each of these vibrations. Imagine that every experience that you had was actually giving you the activation that you needed to become more powerful and more whole. So you see, the joyful experience that you have when you set out to do something and you accomplish it is no greater or more valuable than the experience you have when you set out to do something and you fall short of your goal. Each of you is storing a tremendous amount of power within you that can only be realized when you accept every experience you have had as being valuable and has given you a gift of its vibration. Take that gift and couple it with the clarity that you received from the experience, and you can see how in every moment you are becoming more powerful as the creators of your reality. We are the founders. We are the keepers of the flame.